Chapter 28. A dragon disciple was a typical example of a warlock. Over time, they would automatically awaken their dragon-related innate abilities, as well as many related spells. Finally, they would strengthen their dragon-related bloodline and replace their original human bloodline, eventually becoming a more powerful half-dragon. Therefore, the dragons were often regarded as the source of the sorcerer's inheritance because they didn't need to learn anything. From birth, a lot of knowledge and memories were stored in their minds. As long as their strength increased, they would gradually awaken all kinds of memory spells and related knowledge from when they were young. This was a very powerful point. The genetic characteristics of dragons had always been a secret that many wizards wanted to study because if they succeeded, they could also use it to cultivate their descendants, allowing their descendants to awaken related hereditary memories over time. Soren even received a similar quest in the north. The target of the quest was an adult white dragon. Now that it was confirmed that Vivian had the talent of a warlock, a new question arose. How much is her innate charm? Normally, a warlock's innate talent would be stronger the earlier they awakened. Under normal circumstances, they would only awaken around puberty, 13 years old. Such a warlock would usually have around 16 points of charm. Basically, it was very difficult to find a warlock with less than 15 points of charm. When a warlock awakened their innate talent, it meant that their own affinity had begun to affect the surrounding energy. Following some special events, their emotions would fluctuate greatly, and they would awaken their first level 0 spell. At the same time, they would also have the ability to control external energy. It was more complicated. Just like a newborn dragon in the dragon clan, it had to wait until it grew into a young dragon, 30 to 50 years old, before it could awaken its innate talent and master its first draconic spell. It was the same for a warlock. They could only awaken their first level 0 spell when they were young. Therefore, every time this happened, it meant that the warlock's innate talent was higher. The rough conversion was that for every year of awakening, the base charm would increase by 1 point. In other words, if a 13-year-old awakened sorcerer had 16 points of charm, a 12-year-old awakened sorcerer would have 17 points of charm, and an 11-year-old awakened sorcerer would have 18 points of charm. Vivian was now 8 years old. Her innate talent should be around 20 to 21 points of charm. How is this possible? Soren was shocked beyond words. He murmured, "Doesn't that mean he's a natural-born divine warlock? It's even possible for me to become a heavenly fate warlock in the future. How much was it?" Soren had a troubled look on his face, as if he was troubled by the fact that he couldn't determine Vivian's attributes. Attributes were a very important factor in a person's strength. Only when one's attributes were high enough would they be able to gain more power when leveling up their profession. Therefore, in many cases, the starting point would affect the ending point. Before possessing a demigod divinity or mastering divinity, +1 to all attributes, a professional's strength after entering the realm of legends was largely determined by their basic attributes in the early stages. Because at that time, one of your attributes must reach 25 points, and if possible, your second attribute must also reach 25 points. Damn it. Why don't you have the scouting ability you used to have? Soren rubbed his head in distress. In the past, players all had the scouting ability, which allowed them to check other people's attributes. Although it was based on the level of the skill, it was enough for him to determine Vivian's innate attributes. But now, it seemed that there was no one else in the world who had attributes other than him, so naturally, there was no possibility of scouting. However, at this moment a row of data suddenly appeared. Scouting ability activated. Do you want to perform data analysis on target? Pay 300 soul energy, slaughter EXP. You can perform data analysis on target's basic attributes. More data analysis will consume more soul energy. 300 slaughter EXP? Wasn't this price a bit too high? But after looking at Vivian's confused expression, Soren gritted his teeth and chose to pay. It was only 300 slaughter EXP at most. He could earn it back by killing a few gnolls. But he still had to figure out Vivian's innate attributes, because she might have an even more amazing talent than Soren. Soren was born with 18 dexterity, +1 acquired training ability, 17 intelligence, +1 acquired training ability. Begin data analysis. Soren's vision suddenly turned black, and a pain appeared in his head. Then numerous zeros and ones began to jump in his mind. This feeling was like lying in bed for more than half a month. And when he woke up, there were countless streams of data, and he couldn't move his body at all. Even the slightest movement would cause a strong surge of electricity to rush through his body. A row of data appeared. Data analysis successful. Consumed 300 soul energy. Target's data is as follows. Name Vivian. Race human. Age 8 years old. Attributes: Strength 5, Dexterity 9, Vitality 6, Intelligence 16, Wisdom 18, Charm 21. Others unknown. Target is still a child. Main attributes: Strength, Vitality, Dexterity, will increase greatly as time passes. Secondary attributes: Wisdom, Charm, will increase slightly as time passes. Basic attributes will stop increasing after reaching adulthood. 21 Charm. It was even higher than Soren's expectation of 20 Charm. At the same time, Vivian also had 18 Wisdom. No wonder the priestess of the Dawn Lord said that she had an extraordinary talent, and that she could become a priestess. Wasn't that nonsense? With 18 Wisdom, becoming a priestess would be as easy as eating and drinking. Big brother. The little girl seemed to have noticed the pain on Soren's face. She immediately grabbed his hand and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable again?" The streams of data in front of Soren's eyes gradually disappeared. Maybe it was because he had seen too many zeros and ones, but now he was more or less used to it. He smiled and patted Vivian's head. "I'm fine. But my Vivian will become a legend when she grows up. She might even become a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city." He had 21 points of natural charm, 18 perceptive sense, 16 points of innate intelligence. These were only the attributes of a child. According to Soren's past experience after reaching adulthood, the main attribute would increase by more than 5 points, and the secondary attribute would increase by 1 to 3 points. In other words, even if Vivian didn't do anything, she could easily become a spellcaster in the future. At the same time, she would have an extraordinary talent. No matter what spellcaster, as long as she was willing, whether it was a wizard, a priest, a warlock, a droll, or a shaman, she could become a spellcaster. Her talent was so much better than Soren's. The little girl still didn't fully understand Soren's words, but it didn't stop her from smiling happily. "Big brother, are you saying that I'm beautiful?" At the same time, in a hidden underground chamber in Amber City, the blue flame on the altar suddenly flickered, and then a dark figure appeared in the middle of the altar. His figure seemed to have swallowed the light. Although the flame shone on his body, nothing could be seen. It was just a pure shadow of darkness. "Your Excellency." The fallen followers guarding the altar knelt down on one knee. The red-robed priest bowed and said, "Why have you come in person? Has the Lord given a new oracle?" The dark figure on the altar wasn't a physical body. It looked more like a projection of some kind of energy. He looked down coldly and said in a deep voice, "The first Son of God has awakened." There was an accident in the prophecy. The Lord's will did not descend upon the Son of God. The first Son of God awakened his own divine power. "Pass down my orders. Find him at all costs. Awaken the sleeping knights of terror. Send them out. Crush all the ants that stand in our way. I want to see the first Son of God return to his original path, and wake up completely in despair and fear." The dark figure gradually disappeared. The red-robed priest's face showed a hint of madness. He licked his lips and looked at the 8 marble coffins around the altar. There were countless complicated patterns engraved on them, like a powerful seal. He glanced at the bottom of the altar with a cruel gaze and grinned. "Now go and find enough sacrifices. The ritual to awaken the Knights of Terror will be held at midnight tomorrow. This city would be destroyed before the dawn arrived. Fear will be everywhere." Chapter 29. The night passed quickly. When Soren woke up and was about to bring Vivian to buy a mount, he noticed that there were many more guards in Amber City than before. Even the 9th Division, which had been stationed near the Black Boar Forest, had been called back. This was the best division in Amber City. There were 126 of them in total, and most of them were warriors with professions above level 8. There were also a few rangers, priests, and barbarians. They were all middle-grade professions, and any one of them could easily wipe out a guild. Among Amber City's 1,200-strong standing army, they were one of the best elite troops in the city. What's going on? Soren picked up Vivian and looked at the panicked crowd. He frowned and asked, "Did something happen again?" At that moment, a dark-skinned young man suddenly shouted from afar, "Hey!" He quickly pushed through the crowd and ran to Soren, panting, "I finally found you. Luckily, I heard that you wanted to buy a mount yesterday, so I waited at the mule market. Otherwise, you would have missed it. Don't ask. Follow me. I'll tell you more on the way." The young man in front of Soren looked familiar. He remembered that he was one of the people he met in the caravan when he was looking for the Whiterun caravan. He seemed to be the servant of the owner of the caravan. Why was he waiting for him here? Weren't they supposed to leave tomorrow? Did they change their mind? What's going on? Soren thought for a while and asked, "Why are you waiting for us here?" "The owner is leaving." The dark-skinned young man pushed through the crowd and quickly said, "The owner said he was leaving early this morning, and the manager was sent to sell the goods. The owner still remembered the promise, so he sent me here early in the morning. The caravan is leaving at noon today. Let's go. It's over there." The tanned young man led Soren through several turns and soon arrived at the north gate of Amber City. There were already a lot of people gathered there, and there were also dozens of large carriages parked around. A group of fully armed guards were scattered around. They had been following the caravan for more than 3 months, and they were all from the merchants' hometowns. This was a typical caravan from the north, but there was something special about it. Their leader was a woman from Tanara. Descendants of witches. Soren could hear the complaints of some of the merchants in the north. They were basically saying that they didn't earn the money they were supposed to earn by selling their goods in such a hurry. They might even lose a lot of money. However, although these merchants said so, they still ordered their workers to move the goods down. The northern witches had a very high reputation. In the eyes of the Northlanders, they were incomparably noble. Not only were they powerful and mysterious, but they also had the ability to predict the future. "It's here." The dark-skinned young man stopped and took a deep breath. "The caravan will set off at noon today. I'll bring you here to see the place. There's still half a day before we leave. If you want to come with us, you should go and prepare your things now. If you want to wait until tomorrow, my master said that you can go to Butler Foddery. He will refund you the deposit. Leave now." Soren couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, could it be that the witches also foresaw that the skinning incident would escalate? But why the hurry? It's only a day's time. Could it be that there's going to be a major change within a day? Let's not think too much about it. It's better to be safe than sorry. So what if it's a day earlier? Soren immediately nodded and carried Vivian's petite body on his back. He said in a deep voice, "I'll go back to get my things and meet you at noon." "Okay." The tanned young man nodded and said seriously, "Then you better come early. My master always means what he says. If you're late, the caravan won't wait for you." Soren nodded and carried Vivian back to the slums. There was still some time before noon, so he could still go back to get his things. However, he didn't have much time to choose a mount. Soren could only raise the price to 20 Kindler coins, and buy a strong traveling horse from other caravan merchants. On the other side, there was a large carriage in the middle of the caravan. A typical Northland merchant with a big beard walked into the carriage respectfully and knelt on the ground. "Master, we've sold all the goods. But because of the tight schedule, we've only earned less than 30% of our original profit. At the same time, we won't have enough time to purchase the goods. We'll lose even more profit at the next stop. The merchants below are complaining." There was a gauze curtain in the carriage. It was very spacious inside, and there was enough room for a table. There were exquisite carpets and fabrics on all sides, and there were strange patterns on the walls. He could vaguely see the figure of a beautiful woman. She was lying lazily on the couch with a thin veil on her face. Her blue eyes were focused in front of him. It was a card that was pinched between her fingers. On the back of the card, There was a mysterious magic pattern that looked like a whirlpool. I can smell the scent of death. The mysterious woman threw away the card and casually picked up a deck of tarot cards. On the card was a ferocious skeleton knight. She coldly said, "If anyone wants to stay, they can leave the caravan on their own. Otherwise, tell them to shut up." The bearded merchant nodded and got up from the floor. He said respectfully, "I'll tell them your order." A tired sigh sounded. The mysterious woman lay lazily on the long table. She held her head with one hand and pondered. She waved her hand and said, "You may leave. Tell them not to stay. Walk until the moon is high in the sky. Then find a place with water to set up camp." A respectful response came from outside. The bearded merchant passed the message to the leader of the caravan guards. Then, the leader nodded with a serious expression and began to order the other guards to prepare the things. If they didn't stop on the road, everyone would have to bring food. This was a rare situation because the caravan would rest after walking for a while. If they kept walking, even the cows and horses that pulled the caravan wouldn't be able to take it. They would be exhausted the next day, and they might even die from exhaustion. This order was only given to them under special circumstances. Walking from noon until the moon was high in the sky for 12 hours without stopping was not a simple task. Soren immediately returned to the slums. He packed up his things and brought Vivian to the horse market. He was going to buy a traveling horse at a 30% higher price. Originally, he planned to say goodbye to the priestess at the Dawn Temple, but things happened so suddenly that he didn't have time to think about it. He only hoped that they would meet again in the future. Soren didn't have much time, from packing his things to buying a traveling horse. He arrived just before the caravan set off at noon. A bearded manager of the caravan told him a few words, and then ordered the others to set off. The manager's words were simple. The caravan would go all out today and wouldn't stop until the moon was high in the sky. If they couldn't keep up with the caravan, they would be arranged to sit on a large cart. Many of the caravan's goods were sold off at a cheaper price. There was even a merchant from the northern lands who complained that he had only received 2/3 of the price for the goods that he had sold at a reduced price. If they left in such a hurry, they wouldn't even receive 1/3 of the goods. No one cared about him. When the time was up, the entire caravan started to move quickly. The workers climbed onto the caravan and began to drive the cows and horses forward. The guards of the caravan had already started to lead the way. Their job wasn't simply to follow the caravan. Only experienced adventurers were qualified to be the guards of the caravan, because they acted as scouts to some extent when traveling in the wild. They would check if there were any monsters nearby, if there was any danger, if there was a need to change the route, if the caravan could pass through, if the caravan needed to be cleaned up in advance, if there were any holes in the road that would affect the caravan's progress, and so on. These tasks were all done by the guards of the caravan. They simply followed the caravan and waited for enemies to surround them before drawing their swords to cut them down. That was a scene from a third-rate story. It was purely to set off the main characters who wanted to show off their skills. That was why the guards of the caravan were written in such a way. They had to travel in the wild all year round. Even if they were an idiot, as long as they could survive, they would be trained to be an expert. The level of the guards of the caravan wasn't low. P.S. Let's fight for the first place tomorrow. What do you guys think? Chapter 30. Amber City, Garrison Force. A heavy warrior in full armor hurriedly walked into the room and said to the two people who were arguing, "Not good. Sir Collis, more than 10 people went missing last night. It seems like it was done by the Fallen." The argument in the room stopped abruptly. Sir Collis, who represented the noble forces, was a man in his 40s with a thick beard. He had participated in the war in the north. He looked up with bloodshot eyes and said angrily, "What? More people went missing? You bunch of trash. It's been 5 days, and you still haven't found the nest of those rats. What does the council pay you for?" Opposite him was a knight with a solemn face. After hearing these words, he immediately stopped him and said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to talk about this. The noble council must delegate its authority. The seriousness of this matter has exceeded the scope of the secular world. It must be handed over to the church in the city to deal with. I'll contact the Hand of Justice now and ask them to send out paladins to conduct a large-scale investigation. Are we really going to send out the paladins? Sir Kala's face showed a hint of hesitation. Paladins were stubborn people who could not tolerate sand in their eyes. Once they were sent out, it would mean a large-scale detect evil incident would happen. Not many nobles in Amber City were clean. Many gray areas were controlled by the nobles. Once the paladins were sent out, it would mean that Amber City would be cleansed. Not only would the evil fallen be found, but the paladins would also be found. Many of the gray areas controlled by the nobles in the city would also be cleansed by the paladins. By then, the strength of the nobles would be greatly reduced. At the same time, the influence of the church in the city would be greatly increased. Most of the time, unless there was no other way, the nobles would try their best to suppress the church's influence. Pantheon and fanatics were two extremes. If the paladins were sent out, the gray areas of Amber City would be swept clean. At that time, he would offend many nobles. Smuggling, prostitution, slavery, black market. Which one of the gangs that controlled these gray interests wasn't supported by an aristocrat? No. Sir Kala gritted his teeth and retorted. The 9th Division has been transferred back. We still have plenty of energy. I'll go look for His Excellency the City Lord now and fight for the highest level of search authority. I'll definitely find those hateful rats today. The highest level of search authority. This meant that they could also enter the homes of the nobles to search. After not finding any clues for so long, he was already suspecting that one of the nobles had fallen into the dark realm. All right then. The solemn temple knight nodded and said in a serious voice, "Go and apply now. If you don't get it before dark, then I will work with the church in the city to deal with it. With so many people disappearing, I suspect that they are preparing for some evil sacrificial ceremony." Outside Amber City, it had been 3 hours since Soren left. The caravan left as soon as they said they would, without any delay. He rode behind the caravan on a traveling horse, and Vivian sat in front of him. The little girl was almost weightless, and the traveling horse could easily bear the weight of the two of them. In the beginning, there were large tracts of farmland outside Amber City. There were dozens of villages and towns around Amber City, and all the resources needed by the city were transported from here. Donkey carts, ox carts, and bucket carts could be seen on the road. Farmers and small merchants were sending the goods they needed the next day to the city in advance. However, as they got further away from Amber City, the number of farmlands began to thin out, and large patches of wild forests began to appear in their sights. Occasionally, there were also small villages with few people. The further away they were from the city, the more danger they would encounter. These small villages relied on their own militia to protect them, and very few guards from Amber City would come to clean up the nearby monsters, unless they took the initiative to ask for help or persuaded their lord to help them. When they first left Amber City, the road was more than 10 meters wide, but now it had shrunk to 5 or 6 meters. The road had also become bumpy. Because it had rained some time ago, the road was very muddy. Sometimes, when large carts were passing through, they needed people to push them over. The caravan guards were already in full operation. Some of the guards were scattered around on horseback, some began to check the situation of the road ahead, and some began to investigate the nearby environment. After they were 30 kilometers away from Amber City, they were considered to have entered the range of wild creatures. Soren was very quiet along the way. Vivian was also very obedient today. She did not make any noise along the way, and only curiously looked around with her big eyes. If there was anything she did not understand, she would ask Soren. The caravan did not pay much attention to this follower of theirs. The merchants were all busy with their own matters. The mysterious owner of the caravan did not show up either. The people in charge of the caravan were her 3 stewards. This was a large-scale caravan. Just the guards alone numbered more than 30. If the workers, servants, and slaves were included, there were more than 100 people in the caravan. This was a relatively common formation in the north. The ordinary merchants who were affiliated with the owner of the caravan had to organize their own carriages, manpower, and goods. They would then seek protection from the owner of the caravan during the journey. and after completing the journey, they would have to give 1/3 of their profits to the owner of the caravan, the mysterious descendant of the northern witches. The sound of horses galloping could be heard. The leader of the caravan's guards rode his horse to Soren's side. The view of the surroundings was much worse than before. The dense grass and trees hindered their vision, and there were barely any people around. A wanderer? The leader of the guards looked at Soren and said in a deep voice, "There's a situation up ahead. Come with me and take a look." Vivian nervously reached out and grabbed Soren's sleeve, but he comforted her by patting her shoulder and said, "I have to take care of my sister. Look, she's still young. She can't ride a horse by herself." As soon as Soren finished speaking, the curtain of the carriage in the middle of the caravan was suddenly lifted, and a beautiful woman with a veil poked her head out. She glanced at Vivian, who was not far away, and a smile appeared on her face. She said gently, "This little girl can come to me. It's very comfortable and safe inside the carriage." Soren hesitated for a moment, then looked down at Vivian. The little girl tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I like that big sister. She's not a bad person." Vivian's wisdom was as high as 18 points, which meant that her intuition was very good. Soren thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's good. You go to the carriage first, I'll go with them and take a look." Wanderer. This was the official title of a thief. They were the golden fingers of a profession, and they were involved in almost all fields. In the wilderness, a wanderer's detection ability was second only to a ranger's wilderness survival talent. The two quickly spurred their horses and rushed to the place where the situation was. The caravan's speed slowed down a little, and they only sped up after the guards confirmed that it was safe. "Leader, you're finally here." Soren turned around a mountain road, and the forest in front became more luxuriant. Not far away, there were 3 caravan guards, all of whom were experienced and steady close combat professions. One of the guards, who had obvious northern characteristics, squatted down, pointed at the footprints on the ground, and said to the two of them, "Look! These are the footprints of goblins. Judging from the number, there are dozens of them, and there may be a natural warlock among them. These annoying things can't be killed no matter what. It's solved this year. Next year, they'll give birth to a big nest again." Goblins' growth cycle was very short, and their survival ability was very tenacious. They could survive even if they ate grass. They were like weeds in the wild. After a batch was cleared, another batch would immediately emerge. It's really goblins. Soren glanced at the footprints left behind near the road. Some of them had been washed away by the rain, but he could still calculate the approximate number. However, the goblins wouldn't dare to attack the caravan. According to Soren's understanding of the goblins, these cowardly creatures would only dare to attack when their numbers were 5 to 10 times more than the enemy's. Any 5-man adventurer team would be able to deal with them. As if he saw the doubt on Soren's face, another caravan guard pushed aside the grass beside him and said in a low voice, "That's not the key. Look here." It was an area that was obviously different. The soil was very fresh, as if it had been dug up. The area was about 5 feet wide. There were bloodstains within 5 meters of it. Even if it had been washed away by the rain, it could still be seen. Clearly, these goblins encountered something. The leader of the caravan guards grabbed a handful of soil and sniffed it, then said in a low voice, "This thing is not small, and it's very dangerous. The goblins can't hurt it at all." Soren's expression also became serious. He pushed the others aside and walked over. He pulled out his curved sword and stirred the soft soil, then frowned and said, "Burrows. If it's really these things, then we're in trouble. They live in groups." Chapter 31. Ankhegs. They were insect-type monsters that lived in the south. They were about 5 feet wide, 15 meters, and could reach up to 30 feet, 10 meters in length. They had the ability to sense vibrations and could detect slight vibrations within a range of 60 feet. Ankhegs had a pair of giant jaws that could break trees and bite their prey. They could also produce strong acid that could corrode their enemies. They looked like giant insects with 6 to 12 slender legs with sharp claws. At the same time, the Ankhegs could also unleash a lethal acid spray attack on the enemy. If the enemy was not immune to the acid, They would die on the spot. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be severely corroded. However, that was not the worst part. What was even more deadly was that the ankhegs were small social creatures. Most ankhegs moved in groups of 2 to 5. They liked to eat fresh meat, but they were also scavengers. They tended to be neutral and would not attack unless they were hunting. However, if they thought you were food, you would be in great danger. There were not many ankhegs in the south. They were mainly active in the southern region and only lived in a specific geographical environment. Generally, unless something happened, they would rarely leave their area of activity. There were almost no ankhegs in the north because they like soft and moist soil. The soil in the north was too hard due to the cold, making it unsuitable for ankhegs. Creature trait. That was why the caravan guards were unable to identify the ankhegs. Let's leave this place first. Soren looked around and said, "These monsters will hide underground. It's hard for us to find them. Everyone stay together. The ankhegs can sense our footsteps. They like to attack lone prey." A message appeared in Soren's mind. It was the challenge information of the ankhegs. Ankheg Swarm, Grade 3. Challenge rating, Level 8 Monster Level, 10 Strong Acid Spray Ability. Highest and lowest attributes, 20 and 10, total attribute points, 80 to 90. Specialty, Strong Acid Spray Corrosive Damage, Bite Attack. Difficulty B+. The challenge rating of the ankhegs was higher than the snake demons because they could appear and disappear unpredictably. They could burrow underground and appear in groups. He used to be a professional assassin for many adventurers. If it was a small adventurer team, once they were attacked, just the first round of strong acid spray would kill the team members. Dealing with this kind of bug required a very strong detection and eavesdropping ability. Otherwise, you'll need the wilderness survival skill to determine their location. Only then can you avoid being ambushed. Soren retreated cautiously. The others also seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. They pulled out their weapons and retreated outside. Ankhegs. Aren't they rarely seen? Could it be that the ankhegs have gone berserk? Soren asked himself as he carefully observed his surroundings and focused his attention on the movements underground. Damn it! Although I've killed these insects before, I really didn't notice when they went berserk. And who was the one who completed the mission? It happened around the same time. Many major events happened in this world, including the skinning incident, the War of the Children of God, the ancient red dragon, the giant migration, and so on. Therefore, Soren did not have the energy to pay attention to something as trivial as the ankhegs going berserk. If the major events that happened in the past were to be ranked, the skinning incident would be ranked B, the War of the Children of God would be ranked A+, and the birth of the ancient red dragon would be ranked A+. As for the ankhegs going berserk, they were not even ranked E+. Unless such an event happened to happen around him, it would be convenient for him to investigate and complete the mission. Otherwise, very few people would pay attention to them. However, ankhegs were a very rare insect species. While they were dangerous, they were also very valuable. This was because their shells were extremely sturdy and light. If a skilled blacksmith could be hired, the shells of the ankhegs could be forged into a full body armor that weighed only a third of a full body armor. In many places, an ankheg armor like this could be sold for up to 3,000 Kindler coins. Even if the materials were sold, they could be sold for 600 to 800 Kindler coins. However, only skilled blacksmiths would buy them, and others would not have any use for them. The shell of an ankheg could only be made with a special enchantment method, and the size of the armor was custom-made. Therefore, if one could not find a skilled blacksmith, the only way was to remove the head of the ankheg. It was a natural +1 shield with decent defense and strong acid resistance. If one could kill an ankheg, the reward would be even higher than killing a Naga demon. Hiss. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the ground. When Soren and the others retreated, they saw a huge bulge in the grass beside the road. Then, a ferocious-looking gigantic ankheg crawled out from the ground. It opened its mouth and pounced on a horse, biting off its head in an instant. Large amounts of blood gushed out, and the only thing left on the ground was a dead horse with its head separated from its body. What a powerful bite! Soren's pupils shrunk, and he quickly hid behind a large tree. Ankhegs had the ability to spray acid once a day, and it was a killing move for low-level professions. Its power was equivalent to a spell, Acid Arrow. The other guards also took cover, and at the same time, they took out their crossbows and fired at the Ankheg. "Cover me." The guard captain let out a roar and suddenly pulled out the long sword on his back. His figure also grew a little bigger. Blue veins like earthworms appeared on his thick and solid arms, and his skin was flushed red because of excessive blood flow. Following his roar, another guard rolled on the ground and took out a small round shield in front of his chest. At the same time, he loaded a special crossbow bolt into the shield. "Berserk?" Soren's eyes narrowed and he muttered, "Northern barbarians?" Boom. There was a slight explosion as the bolt hit the Ankheg's body. The Ankheg immediately turned its head to face the caravan guard. Ding ding dang dang. Apart from the exploding bolt, the rest of the bolts bounced off the Ankheg's carapace. Only a small portion of the bolts managed to land on the Ankheg's carapace. As mentioned before, the Ankheg's carapace was equivalent to a full body armor, so its frontal defense was also on the same level as a full body armor. Normal crossbows had no effect on it at all. Only when the bolts hit its vitals would it be effective. Acid spray. The Ankheg spat out a thick, dark green liquid. The guard rolled on the ground to avoid it, but some of it still landed on him. The small round shield in the guard's hand was easily corroded, and the acid that splashed on his arm quickly corroded his leather armor. His flesh also began to smoke. The guard screamed in pain, gritted his teeth, and pulled out his weapon to cut off a piece of flesh from his shoulder. Heavy slash. The guard captain's eyes gradually turned red, and his bones began to crackle. He held his long sword with both hands and leaped 5 meters into the air before slashing at the Ankheg's head. Clang. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. The Ankheg screamed in pain as it shook its head and rammed into the guard captain. The guard captain twisted his body to avoid the fangs and stabbed behind him with his sword. The guard captain's weak skin was penetrated, and a dark green liquid gushed out from the wound. A Tier 3 warrior, Northern barbarian. Soren did not expect the guard captain to be above LV10. He spun around with his scimitar, then rolled out from behind the tree and ran past the Ankheg from the side. The Ankheg had already used its acid spray, which greatly reduced the threat to Soren. As long as he avoided its sharp teeth, even if he took 1 or 2 hits, it would not be fatal. How could he not fight for slaughter EXP? "Give me a crossbow." Soren let out a low growl, and the nearby guards reacted quickly and threw their crossbows at Soren. Swoosh. Soren's fingers were so fast that they left afterimages. He finished reloading the crossbow in an instant, and shot an arrow at the Ankheg's mouth. "Attack its jaw." He threw away the crossbow that he had just fired and swooped down with his scimitar in one hand. When he passed by the Ankheg, he bent his knee and slid past it. The scimitar left a 2-foot-long wound on the Ankheg's front skin. Clang. The guard captain attracted the attention of the Ankheg from the front, and scratched his chest with its sharp claws. Fortunately, he was still wearing his leather armor, so it only left a shallow wound. Roar. The guard captain's roar reverberated in the air, as he swung his sword down and chopped off one of the Ankheg's limbs. After passing by the Ankheg, Soren rolled on the ground with one hand, and did not stop at all. Instead, he stepped on the Ankheg's back and started running. The Ankheg was about 5 meters tall when it stood upright, which was the height of a 1-story building. Half of its body was still buried in the ground. Soren exerted strength in his legs and leaped up. He then held his scimitar with both hands and plunged it into the Ankheg's skull. Die. Dark green blood spurted out from the wound, and Soren felt a burning sensation on his arm. The Ankheg's huge body began to tremble and struggle, causing the surrounding soil to splatter everywhere. However, Soren did not flinch at all. Instead, he used his legs to clamp down on the Ankheg's skull to ensure his balance and strength. At the same time, he twisted the scimitar's hilt with both hands. His expression was slightly hideous. Blood splattered on his body, and some of his clothes were slightly corroded. Boom. The Ankheg fell to the ground with a dull thud. The Ankheg struggled violently before it died, and its huge body fell to the ground. Soren let go of his scimitar and lay on the ground, panting heavily. There were spots of blood on his arm, and some of his flesh was also corroded and burned. It's finally dead. He took a deep breath and stood up. Only then did he realize that his thigh had been cut open by the sharp edge of the ankheg's shell when he was riding on it. Blood was gushing out of the wound. The battle was short. A battle of life and death could not be dragged on until one's stamina was depleted. A merchant guard came over to support Soren, who was swaying a little. He then applied some ointment on his wound and quickly asked, "Are you all right? Take off your clothes first. The liquid is very corrosive. Master will heal you later." One was heavily injured, while the other two were lightly injured. Soren took a deep breath and quickly bandaged his thigh. He then said, "Let's go now. Ankhegs live in groups. There should be other ankhegs nearby. Our battle must have alerted them." Chapter 32. As expected. As soon as Soren finished his words, a strange noise was heard nearby. They immediately jumped on their horses and fled in the opposite direction, not even bothering about the loot. In less than 2 minutes, a huge chunk of grass rose from the side of the road, and an ankheg emerged from the ground. That was not the end of it, as another ankheg emerged from the ground, followed by a third. It was a small group of 4 ankhegs. The others turned around and looked behind them. Immediately, they broke out in cold sweat. If not for Soren reminding them to leave immediately, 1 or 2 of them would have died there. One ankheg was already so difficult to deal with, and now there were 3 of them. Even with the strength of a Tier 3 northern barbarian, the captain of the escort team had little chance of surviving. The 3 ankhegs only needed 1 round of acid to wipe out half of them, and the rest would not even last a single round of attack. This was also why ankhegs had a higher challenge rating than snake demons. The ankhegs were aware of their dead companions, and they had a certain level of animal instincts. They let out a sharp shriek in the direction of Soren and the others, and immediately burrowed into the ground to chase after them. However, their speed was obviously slower than horses, and they soon emerged from the ground not far away, staring in the direction where they left. Even wolves knew how to take revenge, let alone supernatural creatures like ankhegs. "Thank you for your help." The guard captain reached out and patted Soren's shoulder. He then held his injured companion tightly, and urged his horse to rush in the direction of the caravan. Soren's injuries were slightly better, and he was only affected by the acidic blood. The caravan guard who blocked the acid spray from the front was not in a good condition. Even though his shield blocked most of the acid spray, a lot of it still landed on his body. Now many parts of his skin were burned and rotted. This was the horror of the ankheg's acid spray. Not only was it corrosive, but it was also poisonous due to the fact that ankhegs were creatures. Fortunately, this was only an ankheg. If it was a wyvern with a challenge rating of 15, its acid spray could even melt armor. That was the real deal. The corrosiveness and toxicity of the wyvern spray attack was one of the best below the legend rank. Wyverns also live in groups. Soon, the caravan appeared before them. The guards reacted very quickly. Immediately, someone came over to support them. At the same time, nearly a third of them pulled out their weapons and automatically surrounded the others. The merchants commanded their workers to gather the carts together and form a simple caravan formation. This was a method used by experienced merchants to defend against the attacks of bandits. "Take me to master." The guard captain took a deep breath and carried his companion down from the horse. In just a short while, the merchant guard's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was not only because of the corrosive acid, but also because of the poison that had seeped into his body and the severe loss of blood. Adventuring in the wild not only took away the lives of enemies, but also many further deteriorated injuries, even though their bodies were far stronger than those of the previous earthlings. The caravan guards quickly gathered together. The archers stood on top of the carts, and the warriors in leather armor held up their shields. For a moment they actually looked like an army. The northern merchants. They were the strongest among the merchants because most of the guards they hired were retired warriors. Many players who became bandits in the past called them hardbones to chew. The curtains of the large carriage, which was protected by the caravan, were lifted and a beautiful woman wearing a veil appeared. She glanced at the injured guard and said in a serious voice, clean his wounds immediately and send him to the carriage. After that, she turned to look at Soren and said, "You too. I have a special ointment here. Let them apply it on your wounds." The others sent the warrior to clean his wounds, and the guard captain reported the situation to her. Everything seemed to be in order, and there was no trace of panic. And the center of all this order was this mysterious woman, the descendant of the northern witches. Under her orders, everyone followed them strictly. The merchants who were panicking at the beginning also calmed down, and took out some healing potions that they had prepared in advance. The northern witches were mysterious and powerful existences. In some ways, they were even more dangerous than the southern witches. Not only did they have mysterious spells, but they also inherited some of the witch doctor's innate abilities. This was one of the most difficult professions to level up. Advancement requirement. Grade 3, Spellcasting Level 5, Prophecy Ability. The heavily injured man was quickly carried over, and the guard captain personally applied medicine on his wounds before pouring a bottle of healing potion down his throat. Soren's injuries were not serious, but Vivian still applied the healing potion all over his body as if he was facing a great enemy. She also carefully bandaged the wound on his thigh, not caring about wasting the precious medicine. She even personally fed Soren another bottle of healing potion. The little girl rarely cried when she grew up. Most of the time when she saw Soren injured, she would silently help him treat his wounds. She would never cry like other little girls. The tacit understanding between the two of them when they were young made her the one who would help Soren whenever he needed to kill someone, even though she was very kind. Enkhegs, the mysterious woman frowned. She glanced at Soren and asked the guard captain, "What do we do now? Do we continue forward?" The guard captain showed a troubled expression and said, "I'm not too sure about the habits of these creatures. Maybe he will know more." Everyone looked at Soren. Soren was trying to cheer up the little girl whose eyes were slightly red with tears. When the little girl pulled on his sleeve, he realized that everyone was looking at him. He quickly said, "Enkhegs are very stubborn creatures. They rarely leave their territory. There must be a reason why they are here. But, since they are here, they won't leave anytime soon. So there are only two ways. One is to kill them. Otherwise, they will attack the caravan when it passes by. The other is to avoid them and take another route. These creatures won't track us." Detour. The mysterious woman frowned and immediately ordered, "Norid, take some people and kill them." Her tone was unquestionable, and the guard captain named Norid did not hesitate at all. He immediately said in a deep voice, "As you wish. Mistress, I will take some people to deal with these problems." After he finished speaking, he began to prepare his men. He ordered some people to take out some shields, and left half of them to protect the caravan while the other half followed him to deal with the Enkhegs. Most of the people in the caravan called the mysterious woman their mistress. This meant that she was very noble. Even if the others were not her slaves, they were still her servants. As for the identity of this mysterious woman, Sauron could not help but feel a little curious. The northern witches. These women could have their own territory in the kingdom of the Frost Goddess. They were definitely not simple characters. Not to mention, they were also a group of dangerous wizards. Soren thought for a while and stood up. "I will go with you. I have some experience in dealing with these things. I want to. It will be much easier to kill them." After he finished speaking, he comforted Vivian and told her that he would be fine. He then mounted his horse and followed the caravan. Since Soren was only a follower, the mistress of the caravan did not ask him to come along. This was a basic form of respect, but the captain of the guard still looked at Soren when he gathered his men. It was obvious that he wanted Soren to come along. The mysterious woman nodded slightly. The guard captain rode to Soren's side and said in a deep voice, "Don't do anything later. Just tell us the weakness of these worms." Soren touched his curved sword and moved his body a little. He felt the effects of his injuries and said, "I know. Get people to prepare more shields. These worms can release a lethal acid spray. Normal leather armor is useless against them. I will think of a way to lure them out later." After killing the Enkheg, Soren received more than 900 slaughter EXP. After leveling up to grade 2, Soren needed 3000 Slaughter EXP to level up to grade 6 Rogue. Now he could not just rely on picking locks and disarming traps. He needed to kill the monsters himself. This time, with so many people, it was a safe and reliable way to earn Slaughter EXP. It would be best if he could get another 900 Slaughter EXP. After all, he would not have many chances to encounter these monsters in the future. He also did not have much confidence in killing them alone. It was a normal adventure. Even if he single-handedly cleared out a small group of kobolds, 15 to 30, and an awakened kobold sorcerer, the Slaughter EXP he gained was only about 800. He would not let go of this opportunity to increase his strength. P.S. Regarding the exhaustion of stamina after using burst mode, you can watch the heavyweight boxing matches. These are all professional fighters with 15 constitution. Their stamina will drop after a few rounds. Chapter 33. Adventuring in the Wild. Not everyone could calmly face the death of a teammate who had fought side by side with them. That was why the captain of the guards had gathered the best of the best. Soren glanced at them and found that most of them were at least grade 2, which was the easiest profession to train. Other professions required a lot of resources to train, especially spellcasters. Only warriors could be trained as long as they had enough meat to replenish their nutrients and the corresponding training techniques. However, high-level warriors were more particular about their aptitude, and those who could reach grade 3 or above were not easy to deal with. Spread out. Raise your shields. Soren took over the command and said in a deep voice, "Before the Ankhegs attack, there will be some movement on the ground. Be careful of those strange sounds. Everyone stay at least 5 steps away from the Ankhegs. It's best not to take the acid attack head-on. Try to avoid it if you can and make sure there's enough space between you and the Ankhegs. Don't use your crossbows. They won't be of much use against the Ankhegs, unless you have a sharpshooter among you. Don't attack their backs. The Ankhegs have the weakest defense around their abdomens. Be careful of their sharp claws. These Ankhegs are very strong. Remember to move around them. Don't take their attacks head-on unless it's absolutely necessary. They can reach a height of 5 meters when standing upright, and they can swoop down on you. Protect your heads. The burrower's bite is strong enough to break trees. If the enemy tries to bite you, roll forward immediately. This is the Ankheg's blind spot. Their teeth won't be able to reach within a radius of 1.5 meters in front of you. Orders were given one after another. The other guards of the caravan could not help but reveal a trace of shock on their faces, which then gradually turned into respect. This was the respect they had for the strong. Strength didn't just refer to how strong one was. One's wisdom and experience were also a part of one's strength. Experience and wisdom were often more useful than brute force. Soren felt like he had regained the feeling he had when he was adventuring in the wild. After becoming a legend, there were very few wild creatures that could threaten him. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a battle. The two most important things to do when dealing with an Ankheg were to avoid its acid spray and bite attack. The acid spray was needless to say, but the bite attack that could tear through trees was just as deadly. However, as arthropods, Ankhegs had certain blind spots when they attacked. For example, they couldn't bend their bodies more than a meter in front of them. Since half of the burrower's body was underground, it wasn't convenient for it to move around. At times like this, you just have to be careful of the 6 to 12 legs on their bodies. Actually, there was a simpler way to deal with the Ankhegs. That was the mysterious descendant of the Northern Witch. The power of magic was very powerful, and many times, it could achieve unexpected results. However, spellcasters wouldn't easily make a move, because they had to ensure that their spells were used at the most critical moment. The main members of the wilderness adventuring team were still warriors. The number of spells he could cast was limited. Under normal circumstances, spellcasters would use light crossbows, short bows, catapults, and other long-range weapons to assist in battle. They would also use a staff to help out, as long as they didn't hit their own people. Only when they were dealing with a large number of enemies or boss-level creatures would they cast spells without holding back. A grade 2 wizard could only cast a dozen or so spells in a day. Their lethality was enough. However, their stamina was not as good. Dismount. Before they even got close, Sauron ordered everyone to dismount and walk on foot. He then laid on the ground and listened for a moment before he ordered the others. Stomp your feet. Maintain the same rhythm. Stomp your feet as hard as you can. Pay attention to your surroundings. Ankhegs had the ability to sense vibrations, so they were very sensitive to vibrations from the ground. This was the easiest way to anger them. As expected, a slight noise came from the ground, and the ground seemed to bulge a little. "They're down there!" Soren yelled and began to retreat. He was still injured, so he wasn't in a good condition to fight them head-on. He would have to deal the finishing blow if necessary. "Spread out!" The captain of the guards roared, and his muscles began to swell. The northern barbarians' berserk ability was very special. Due to the harsh cold and the special training method, they wouldn't be weakened after going berserk. The only downside was that they couldn't go berserk for long. Orc berserkers and barbarians could go berserk for 15 minutes to half an hour. During this period, their stamina and explosive power would be strengthened several times, turning them into killing machines. However, the northern barbarians could only go berserk for a few minutes. They were an advanced warrior class, so they weren't categorized as barbarians. Creak. A strange noise came from the ground, and an Ankheg suddenly emerged from the ground and spat acid at the warrior closest to it. The warrior rolled awkwardly on the ground. The warrior dodged half of the attack and covered himself with his shield at the critical moment. Successful dodge. Most of the acid landed on the shield, but the warrior didn't suffer any damage. "Kill it!" The captain of the guards rushed toward the Ankheg with his sword in hand, and the guards scattered around the area also began to attack. 5 warriors moved closer to the Ankheg, while the others remained scattered around to keep watch. There were other movements underground, but the Ankheg didn't come out like a swarm of bees. They were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the enemy to be distracted so that they could ambush the lone barbarian. Damn it! Soren's expression changed drastically. He ran forward frantically and picked up a shield at the same time. The Ankheg had found him. Since he was far from the battlefield, he became the lone barbarian in the eyes of the Ankheg. Hiss! An Ankheg emerged from behind Soren and spat acid at him. Soren rolled and dodged. His 20 points of agility saved Soren's life at the last moment. He dodged the acid by a hair's breadth and used his shield to block the splashing acid. Finally, the last Ankheg emerged. However, because of Soren's sudden appearance, the others were slightly distracted. One of the guards was hit in the arm, and half of the flesh on his arm was corroded. That guy was also a ruthless character. He actually made a prompt decision to cut off his own arm. Then he clenched his teeth and bandaged the wound. The severed arm fell to the ground and quickly corroded to the point where one could see the white bones. "Khazad-dû!" Another guard of the caravan roared, as if he wanted to rush over to help him. "Don't be distracted." The caravan guard whose arm had been cut off reached out to stop him. Then he stepped back and said in a low voice, "I'm fine." Kill them first. It was common for warriors to be injured, so they had a high tolerance for pain. However, the guard was able to withstand the pain of losing an arm and still remain calm. This made Soren think highly of him. The guard's willpower was definitely strong, but northerners were born with strong willpower. Perhaps the harsh environment had trained them since they were young. It seemed like he was a retired soldier. Only a soldier who was used to life and death could be so resolute. Attack their lower limbs. Since he was already a target, Soren could not care less. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his scimitar. He began to circle around the Ankheg, attacking it from time to time when it was attacking the others. He left wounds on the weakest parts of the Ankheg's body. As for attacking the head of the Ankheg, it was obviously impossible for him to do so. The injury on his leg had affected his agility. Such a dangerous move could only be attempted when he was in peak condition. Otherwise he would be risking his life. Die! A deep roar echoed in the air. The guard captain seized the opportunity and jumped up. Just like Soren, he stabbed his sword into the Ankheg's brain through the gap in its shell. The first Ankheg fell to the ground with a loud thud. The pressure on the others was relieved. Soren took the opportunity to leave the battlefield and look for a chance to kill the Ankheg in one shot. The opportunity came quickly. When an ankheg was about to bite its target, he took a deep breath and started running. He then jumped up and slashed his scimitar at the side of the ankheg's head. A dark green liquid splashed out. The ankheg's body stiffened for a moment before it fell to the ground. There was only one left. Just as the others were about to finish off the last ankheg, the heavily injured one suddenly shrieked and waved its limbs wildly as it burrowed into the ground. It was trying to escape. Soren did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and calmed his heartbeat. He then shouted at another warrior, "Give me a javelin." A long spear was thrown at him. Soren reached out and took the spear. He turned it around and turned the tip of the spear downwards. Then he jumped up abruptly, reaching a height of 4 or 5 meters. He roared, held the handle of the spear with both hands, and stabbed it into the ground. Splat! Dark green blood splattered out. A sharp screech was heard from the ground, and the earth trembled. Soren held the spear tightly, and used all his strength to drive the spear into the ground bit by bit. Finally, the ground gradually calmed down. The battle was over. Profession information: Northern Barbarian. They have a unique berserk technique. When they train, they will soak their entire body in ice water. The cold will suppress their berserk strength, and they are unable to increase their strength as much as the barbarians. However, it also reduces the exhaustion of their body's potential. At the same time, they retain their rationality, allowing them to still have decent combat strength after going berserk. Berserk +2 strength +1 vitality. Chapter 34. The wound opened up again. When Soren let go of the spear, his leg was already bleeding profusely. He was in better condition at the beginning of the battle, but the last 2 leaping attacks had worsened his injury. The wound that had already closed up had opened up again due to the excessive use of force, and it seemed to be even more serious than before. As a result, Soren was limping and had to be carried by the other caravan guards on horseback. But it was worth it. Soren received 1800 slaughter EXP this time. If he wanted to, he could level up to level 6 right away. Let the caravan come over first. Soren glanced at the guard captain, and saw that he was also looking at him. He then said in a deep voice, "These worms are worth quite a lot. But it's hard for us to dig them out. Let the others help. Also, I think you guys will need some money too." After he finished speaking, he looked at the other warriors. One of them was severely injured, while the other 6 had light injuries. The ones with light injuries were slightly better. At most, they were scratched by the worms and would recover in a day or 2. However, the severely injured warrior had lost an arm, which meant that his career was over. It was impossible for ordinary people to afford the extremely expensive limb regrowth. The cost of casting a high-level divine spell was more than 3,000 gold dirhams. Moreover, they had to pay a corresponding price. Priest's health. Otherwise, Soren would not have waited for half a month to get someone to cast greater restoration on him after he was severely injured. According to the rules of this trade, if the caravan guards encountered monsters or bandits on the way, the spoils of war would belong to the caravan guards. The money they exchanged for would also be given to them to settle down the injured and compensate the families of the injured. This time no one died. This was already considered fortunate. After all, there were bound to be some casualties when challenging an ankheg above one's level. Ankhegs are level 10. Caravan guards have an average level of 6 to 7. Mark. The guard captain nodded and ordered one of his men, "Go and call them over. Let's drag these worms out together. Be careful of their blood. The blood of these things is acidic. Wrap your hands with a cloth and try not to touch them directly. The most valuable part of an ankheg is the carapace on its head. It can be used to make armor, and it's also the hardest part of its body." Soren did not help this time. He just sat on his horse and watched the battle unfold. Do you see the carapace by its mouth? It can be used as a part of a gauntlet. It's something that can be easily sold. Pry open the skull from the front. This is a natural enchanted shield. You can use it after forging it. It can be sold for 150 Kindler coins in the city. Get someone to peel off the carapace on the tail. These are used to make half-body armor. The carapace on the back is basically useless. The size is not very suitable, unless we can find an expert to make a tower shield. The meat of these things is useless. Blood is easy to sell in the swamp, but basically no one needs it here. Get someone to dig out his heart. Some wizards need this kind of strong heart. It should be worth around 10 Kindler coins. Soren said as he ordered them to dismember the inkhegs and take out the materials that could be sold for gold coins. The respect on the others' faces became more and more obvious. It was not only because Soren killed 2 inkhegs, but also because of his wealth of knowledge. Experienced teammates like him were the most welcome. They could discover wealth that others didn't know about, and maximize the benefits they could get from a battle. They really needed a sum of money. Their injured comrade needed a retirement fund. At the very least, it was enough for him to buy a piece of land and ensure his income for the rest of his life. The caravan soon arrived. The merchants ordered their workers to help them drag the inkhegs out from the ground and load the valuable items onto the carts. A small group of guards stood guard while the others busied themselves with work. After the intense battle, a rare smile appeared on the guards' faces. According to Soren, the 3 inkhegs were worth around 1,500 Kindler coins. It was almost the same as their employment fee. Even if they deducted the retirement fund for their injured comrade, each of them would still get around 10 Kindler coins. The captain had already discussed this with them before they dealt with the corpses. He would get 10% of the profits, the heavily injured Gezer would get 15%, the injured would get 20%, 6 people. The ones who participated in the battle would get 15%, 9 people. The ones who didn't participate in the battle would get 10%, 18 people. And finally, Soren would get the remaining 30%. It was a very fair distribution. Soren had contributed a lot in this battle, and without him, it wouldn't have been so easy. Someone might have died in the battle. Fair distribution was the most important factor in maintaining a team, and it was even more important than the friendship that came from fighting side by side. With around 200 Kindler coins and his previous savings, it was enough for his injured comrade to return to his hometown and buy a piece of land that was about 100 acres. He could then hire farmers to farm the land and become a rich farmer. This way, he would have enough money for the rest of his life, and he wouldn't have to live in poverty because of his broken arm. In fact, many adventurers were very concerned about this. They were in a business that involved blood on the edge, and no one knew when they would no longer be able to pick up a knife. The caravan continued to move forward. Because of the respect the guards had for Soren, the other merchants were also in awe of him, and there was even a hint of curiosity on their faces. Wanderers. These people were either notorious thieves or legendary figures in the wilderness. People who wandered alone in the wilderness were qualified to become the main characters in the stories told by the bards. For example, Aragorn was the main character in The Lord of the Rings. On the large carriage, the mysterious woman glanced at the body of the inkheg, and as if she could feel the fierce battle that had just begun, she ordered, "Tell the merchants to prepare some compensation. I'll only take 20% of the profits this time." The servant in charge quickly retreated and began to discuss with the merchants. Obviously, she didn't realize that Soren had already maximized the profits from the battle. After the mysterious woman finished speaking, she glanced at Soren and noticed the bloodstains on his thigh. She frowned and said, "Come to the carriage. The wound on your thigh needs to be stitched up, or else it won't be easy for you to recover." Soren felt the wound on his thigh, then immediately got down from the horse and staggered into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was very spacious. The room was covered with soft woolen cloth. Just by looking at it, one could feel that it was very comfortable. In the middle of the room was a low table with a metal copper stove, unknown, and a deck of tarot cards thrown on top of it. It was said that the northern witches could rely on them to predict fortune and misfortune. There was a faint fragrance in the air. He couldn't tell what it was, but it made him feel refreshed. It was similar to the fragrance that wizards used when they were preparing to memorize spells. The mysterious woman bent down and rummaged around. Her full and round buttocks were like a full moon, and it attracted Soren's attention. It was very rude to look at a woman's buttocks, especially when she was treating his wound. So Soren quickly looked away, and put the clothes under his thigh to prevent the blood from falling on the expensive fur. Do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want me to do it? The mysterious woman took out a curved silver needle and a translucent thread. The needle was made of a special material and wouldn't cause the wound to become infected. Soren glanced at it and said in a low voice, "I'll do it myself." Okay. The mysterious woman lit a candle and put the needle on it to warm it. Then she put the needle through the translucent thread and handed it to Soren. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk Soren took the needle and untied the bandaged wound. He then pierced the needle into the flesh and sutured it. The pain made him suck in a breath of cold air. Then he clenched his teeth and started to suture the wound bit by bit. This kind of wound needed to be sutured in order to heal quickly. Otherwise, even if he used healing potions, it wouldn't be very effective. Even the slightest movement could cause the wound to open again. Although the healing potion had some magical and divine effects, it wasn't omnipotent. When Soren finished suturing the wound that was almost half a foot long, his whole body was covered in cold sweat. The mysterious woman looked at him silently and said, "It seems like you've learned how to bandage wounds?" "It's a necessary skill in the wild," Soren replied casually. Then he took out a bandage and applied some ointment, carefully wrapping it around the wound. At the same time, a row of data appeared. Suture successful. You've successfully sutured the wound. You've reduced your injury. Heal +2. At this time, Soren finally had the time to look at his stats page. He didn't know when, but there were a lot of new skills. They were all basic skills that were commonly used. Name, Soren. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 14 +2, Dexterity 20 +1, Vitality 19, Intelligence 18 +1, Wisdom 15, Charm 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Profession, Level 10 Commoner Max, /Level 5 Rogue 0/3000, Grade 2 Health Points, 5252 Experience Points, 3650 Slaughter EXP, 100, Profession EXP. Unassigned Skill Points, none. Attribute Points, none. Status, Normal. Basic Skills, Sneak 103, Steal 35, Picklock 45, Snare 55, Negotiate 3, Appraise 1, Deceive 3, Act 1, Literacy 1, Dodge Roll 5, Listen 3, Heal 2, Spell Identify 1. Legendary Skills, Omnipotent Hands. Sealed, Weakened, Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance. Profession Abilities, Grasp of Shadows, Military Weapon Proficiency. Combat Skills, Shadow Strike. Other than the basic skills that he had learned at the beginning, Soren also gained 3 Listen, to fight against Ankhegs, 5 Dodge, to fight against Ankhegs, 1 Negotiate, to fight against Ankhegs, and 2 Heal, to fight against Ankhegs. It seemed like his basic skills could be leveled up through training. Chidian.com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Chidian Originals. Mobile users can read it at Chidian.com. Chapter 35. They cleaned up the battlefield. The caravan continued to move forward. Soren couldn't ride a horse due to his injuries, so he could only sit on one of the carriages. The mysterious woman didn't invite him into the carriage since they weren't that close. However, she did invite Vivian, but the girl shook her head and refused. She climbed onto the carriage and sat beside Soren. The group continued to move forward in silence. The caravan guards continued to investigate the area, and from time to time, they would call for people to fill up the holes on the roads. The heavy rain had turned the roads into muddy roads, and there were even puddles of water in them. Soren was very dirty, and Vivian was patting the dust off him. Of course, he couldn't care less about his image during a battle. He rolled and dodged on the ground, and by the time he was dry, he was covered in mud. The little girl was carefully patting him down, and she even used her small hands to rub the dust off his clothes. The others were busy with their own matters, and when they saw the 2 people on the carriage, they couldn't help but smile. Their impression of the 2 had improved a little, especially the mysterious woman sitting in the carriage. She would occasionally lift the curtain and look at the 2 of them. Of course, her gaze was mostly on the cute little girl, as if there was something about her that attracted her attention. The scene at this moment was very peaceful. Soren sat cross-legged on the carriage and used a rag to wipe his scimitar. The blood of the ankheg was acidic, and if it wasn't cleaned properly, it would affect the weapon's use. The little girl sat beside him and wiped the mud off his clothes. Occasionally, she would even puff up her mouth and blow on his clothes. Due to the poor quality of the cloth, the mud had seeped into the gaps of his clothes. The coarse cloth wasn't dense enough. Even after patting it clean, the little girl was still a little dissatisfied. Use this. The captain of the guards smiled as he rode past. He took out a pouch and threw it to Soren. This is refined essential oil. It can be used to maintain your weapon. Naturally, a scimitar wasn't something that could be polished by just polishing it. For people like them who relied on fighting and killing to survive, a good weapon meant the guarantee of their lives. Soren smiled and reached out to take it. Using his fingers, he took out some ointment and carefully smeared it on the curved sword. This refined ointment could prevent weapons from rusting. It was best to have some on hand before obtaining an extraordinary weapon. Even if it was an extraordinary grade enchanted weapon, it still needed to be maintained regularly. This was an attitude towards battle. Soren wiped his scimitar dry with a cloth and put it back into the scabbard. Perhaps it was because of the exhaustion from the battle, or perhaps it was because he had lost a lot of blood when he was first injured, but he looked tired and sleepy. Unknowingly, he leaned against the cart and dozed off. The little girl looked at him quietly. Perhaps she was a little tired, so she leaned her head against his chest, careful not to touch his wound. The caravan continued to move forward. Occasionally, there would be guards riding on the road, but they would also slow down a little. This was a form of respect for the strong. Soren might not be able to beat them one-on-one. However, he had earned the respect of the guards during the battle against the ankhegs. In fact, Soren was not asleep. In fact, he rarely fell asleep in the wilderness. Most of the time, he was in a state of feigning sleep. He was half asleep. Even the slightest noise would wake him up. He knew how dangerous the wilderness was, and he had to be vigilant at all times. It was already evening. The caravan still had no intention of stopping. When Soren woke up, he found the little girl sleeping in his arms. He carefully pulled his arm out, trying not to wake Vivian up. Unfortunately, the little girl opened her eyes and rubbed them. She looked up and said, "Brother, you're awake?" Soren nodded with a smile and reached out to stroke her hair. A caravan guard who had fought the ankhegs with him passed by, and threw some bread and meat to him with a smile. There were not many rules when adventuring in the wilderness. The bread was prepared in advance, and was a little hard. The meat was air-dried and was easier to swallow because it was still warm in his arms. People who spent a lot of time in the wilderness would keep their food close to their chest and mouth. This way, the food would not be too cold to swallow. Soren broke off a piece of bread and gave it to Vivian. He then tore off a piece of meat. Since they were not going to start a fire, there was no soup. Soren swallowed the food with water and whispered, "Let's set up camp later. I'll make you something good to eat." They were in the wilderness. With his skills, hunting 2 rabbits was a piece of cake. Since there were no traces of human activity, there were a lot of wild animals here. The only problem was that starting a fire might alert the monsters in the wilderness. However, with so many people around, there was nothing to be afraid of. The little girl was not picky at all. She quietly swallowed the bread with water. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something and looked up at the forest not far away. She pulled Soren's clothes with her small hand and whispered, "Big brother. Something seems to be watching us over there." Soren held his scimitar and stood on top of the cart to look around. Unfortunately, he could not see anything. However, based on his past experience, he could tell what was watching them. "It's okay." He gently rubbed the little girl's head and said slowly, "It's a gnoll that lives here. It must have noticed us. But these things don't dare to attack a large caravan. We'll leave their area of activity later." Gnolls. One of the most common creatures in the wilderness. They were more dangerous than goblins and kobolds. They had sharp fangs and claws and were agile. At the same time, they were also quite intelligent. These creatures liked to attack lone travelers. However, when it came to large caravans, they rarely attacked large groups of prey, unless they were strong enough to defeat them. Gnolls were not very large carnivores. Most of them only had 15 to 30 gnolls, and they were scattered into 5 to 8 family units. Compared to attacking heavily guarded caravans, they were more inclined to hunt wild beasts and goblins. At least the latter was not very dangerous. If they attacked humans in the wilderness, they would not be able to avoid casualties. Generally, when there were more than 5 people in a group, the gnolls would choose to attack in the middle of the night. At first, they would stalk their prey quietly. Because the forest nearby was getting thicker, the caravan guards also shrank their scouting formation. The number of scouts at the front was increased to 5 to ensure that there would be reinforcements in case of an accident. Some of the merchants were already complaining. It was very troublesome to travel in the dark. If there was not enough light, the cows and horses would have to slow down. Fortunately, soon, a bright moon appeared. The moon was very bright today. The cold moonlight illuminated the surroundings, making it easier for them to move forward. The caravan guards lit up their torches. The workers also placed the torches that they had prepared in advance on the big carriages. In the middle of the big carriage, the mysterious woman quietly walked out. She stood on the shaft of the carriage and looked around. Then she pointed her finger at the top of the carriage and uttered a strange syllable. Then the top of the big carriage lit up. Illumination. The mysterious woman's wizard level was probably not low. She was able to light up an area of hundreds of feet. 30 meters, 50 meters, the caravan cheered. The power of the spell made many people excited. The merchants also showed a relieved smile. That sister's spell is so powerful. The little girl quietly approached Soren and whispered, "My illumination spell is so small, but she can light up such a large area." She was at least a professional level 15. Soren looked at the carriage. He did not expect the mysterious woman to be a senior witch. The light made it easier for the caravan to move forward. However, it also exposed their location. Pairs of green eyes could be seen in the dark forest nearby. Those were the wolves and beasts that lived nearby. Oh! A loud wolf howl echoed in the wilderness. A calf-sized wolf king appeared on a small hill in the distance. It was a wild warg. It took a deep look at the caravan in the distance, and its eyes locked onto the big carriage. As if it felt the gaze of the mysterious woman, its strong body trembled, and then it let out a low howl. Waves of wolf howls could be heard. The wolves that were hiding in the darkness walked out one after another. Their green eyes disappeared as they followed the wolf king in other directions. Wargs were quite intelligent. They were even smarter than warhorses. There were still many prey to hunt in the wilderness. There was no need to provoke this caravan. Not to mention that there was a wizard among them. Their fear of spellcasters had long seeped into their blood for thousands of years. Countless painful lessons had taught these wild beasts that they should never provoke those who could cast spells. As long as they did not provoke them, these beasts would not easily attack those who could cast spells. Chapter 36. The night was getting darker. The 12 hours of continuous trekking had already made many people feel very tired. Even the warriors, whose physiques were far superior to ordinary people, had a look of exhaustion on their faces. The task of the guards was not simply to follow the caravan. It was very tiring to keep an eye on the situation. Under normal circumstances, they would spend less than 6 hours a day on the road. However, the mysterious mistress did not order them to stop, so they had no choice but to move on. Many of them were already complaining. Soren was very quiet in the night. His figure was slightly hazy, as if the night had automatically wrapped around him. The road ahead was getting worse and worse. Since they were far away from Amber City, the road had not been traveled by for a long time. Only when they were about 50 kilometers away from the next city would the road gradually recover, and there would be traces of human activity. The mysterious mistress looked very cautious. She did not return to the carriage. Instead, she stood on the carriage and looked ahead. Occasionally, she would look back in the direction of Amber City. Suddenly, she frowned and looked into the distance. She snorted coldly and said, "How dare you use a prophecy spell on me?" A cold light flashed. A dark golden card appeared on her fingertips. On the back of the card was a 9-pointed star array. On the front, the outline of a crown could be vaguely seen. Soren's eyesight was not that good yet, so he could not see it clearly. In an instant, the stars in the sky seemed to have dimmed. The mysterious mistress' face was filled with anger. She uttered a series of strange syllables, and the air around her seemed to have frozen. The caravan guards around her spontaneously gathered around her. They did not even care about the merchants nearby. It seemed that the mistress' safety was the most important thing to them. Wizards were at their weakest when they were casting spells. This was not the time to let others get close to her. So, the incantations of spells were all strange monosyllabic and polysyllabic. They were different from the language used by normal people. Without special training, it was very difficult to say these words. Casting language, casting gesture. Basic ability. A bright light appeared. The mistress sneered and slowly put away the card. She waved her hand tiredly and said, "It's safe now. There's a lake up ahead. We'll set up camp there." Amber City. In the mysterious basement, the red-robed priest standing on the altar suddenly trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he muttered, "The prophecy failed. Someone interfered with my prophecy spell. Counterspell, prophecy counterspell. The opponent might be a legendary magus. The Son of God's aura has been concealed by him. Awaken the Terror Knight immediately. The Son of God will awaken amidst the aura of despair and fear. At that time, my Lord's will descend upon him. Let's begin the sacrificial ceremony." Depraved prayers echoed in the dark basement. The followers in black robes slit the throats of the sacrifices with daggers. Blood flowed along the demonic array and seeped into the marble coffins around them. The ripples of undead energy began to spread. The aura of destruction from the abyss shrouded the surroundings. The marble coffins turned into dust in the violent energy storm. Along with the sound of heavy armor clanking, 8 fearsome knights covered in pitch-black heavy armor stood up. They had blood-red pupils as if there were flames burning in them. From the moment they woke up, the merciless killing had already shrouded the basement. The Terror Knights pulled out their heavy beheading swords and began to kill the evil believers in the basement. Blood and limbs splattered everywhere. The red-robed priest did not seem to have expected such a thing to happen. He stiffened and collapsed on the altar. A loud neigh sounded. Blood gathered in the blasphemous language. The Dread Knight knelt on the ground with one knee and stabbed the pitch-black executioner's sword into the magic circle. Then, with a blazing flame, nightmares rushed out from the bloody void one after another. There were no words. The Terror Knights mounted their horses, and the shadows of vengeful spirits could be seen on their mottled black cloaks. The nightmares' hooves burned with scorching flames. They raised the beheading swords in their hands and slammed directly into the basement wall that was more than 2 meters thick. Rumble. The silent sound of collapsing echoed in the basement. The nightmares stepped on the air, and with traces of flames, they crashed through the basement wall and rushed all the way to the surface. Terror Knight Legendary, Grade 5. Challenge Rating, 16 Monster Level, 24, High Undead. Highest and lowest attributes, 25, 15, Total Attribute Points, 95 to 110. Special Abilities, Beheading Sword Legendary, Advanced Charge, Nightmare Mount, Summon the Undead Blasphemous Language, Aura of Fear, Aura of Death, Abyss Knight, Destructive Attack / Sword Form Beheading, Sword Form, Waist / Sword Form, Depraved Cross. Difficulty A+. Nightmare Demon Grade 4. Challenge Rating, 12 Monster Level, 18, Large Otherworld Creature. Highest and lowest attributes, 21, 12, Total Attribute Points, 90 to 100. Special Abilities, Flaming Hoof, Advanced Charge, Dark Vision, Flying Run, Powerful Tackle, Demon Resistance Otherworld Creature. Difficulty A-. It was a quiet night. After a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived at the campsite. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Finally, they could take a break. Although it was almost midnight, the workers still took the time to get water and start a fire. They also put some food into a big pot to cook. They had been eating dry food for the whole day, and now they just wanted to drink some hot soup and have a good sleep. The caravan guards still didn't dare to let down their guard. They began to arrange for people to keep watch and at the same time, set up a simple security line. The water source was a place where wild beasts gathered. Under normal circumstances, they shouldn't camp here. But since it was the arrangement of the mistress, they could only follow her orders. There were only 2 people in the team who were uneasy. One of them was Soren. He didn't expect the mysterious woman to be a witch whose profession level was above 16. It could be said that she was half a step into the realm of legendary. There weren't many witches like her in the entire north. At the very least, they were members of the Witch Council. Their status was equivalent to a small city lord in the southern dukedom. There was no reason for such a noble wizard to escort a caravan. Normally, even if there were witches in a caravan, their profession level wouldn't be higher than 12. Many caravans have been attacked in the past. Unless she had a special mission. If she really did have a special mission, then it might not be a good thing for Soren and Vivian to follow the caravan. It was very likely that they would be involved in other dangerous situations. The other person who was uneasy was the mistress of the caravan. She kept looking in the direction of Amber City, as if something terrible was about to happen. There was a faint trace of worry on her face. Time passed little by little. The workers prepared food for the night. The caravan guards took turns to eat. Soren was also given a bowl of fragrant soup. Perhaps she was really tired today. The little girl ate very quickly, and there was a trace of sleepiness on her delicate face. Soren didn't eat anything. First he set up a tent for camping. Then he scattered some powder that repelled poisonous insects around the tent. Finally, he carried the sleepy Vivian into the tent. However, just as Soren was about to eat something, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, as if he had a lingering fear, he raised his head and looked in the direction of Amber City. He pulled out his scimitar in an instant and ran up the hill not far away. The mistress of the caravan was 1 step ahead of him. In the distance, the sky was burning red. It looked like a huge cloud of fire had appeared in the middle of the night. At this moment, they were already hundreds of miles away from Amber City. They couldn't see the area covered by the cloud of fire, but they knew that it was happening in Amber City. A level 9 spell. Meteor Burst Legendary. Spellcaster level 20. This was not the first time Soren had seen this spell, but when he saw it again, he could not help but feel a little shocked in his heart. This was the easiest legendary spell to learn, 9th Circle. It required a wizard to have a profession level of 20. A professional once calculated the damage of this spell, and it was equivalent to 8 tomahawk missiles, land, bombarding a target within a 5-kilometer radius. At that time, a legendary warrior joked that if he could resist this spell, he could resist an air-to-ground missile attack in real life. Among all professions, only legendary warriors and barbarians dared to say that they could resist a level 9 spell. Back then, the first warrior to become a legendary warrior took a video of him bathing in lava, and it shocked many people. Warriors were once considered to be the most miserable profession, and it was only then that a period of explosive growth was ushered in. Unfortunately, there were too few warriors who could reach the legendary realm alive. Chapter 37. Amber City. The once bustling city was now in ruins. Flames burned everywhere, and weak cries for help could be heard from the collapsed buildings. Unfortunately, no one was there to save these pitiful commoners. Dark shadows lingered in the burning ruins, and blue soul flames appeared in the eyes of the pale skeletons. Corpses came back to life one after another in the blasphemous language. They picked up their weapons and walked towards the only place in Amber City that was still intact. The Temple District. This was the only part of Amber City that was still intact. The temples of the gods emitted a faint light, and the statues of the gods were covered in a layer of spiritual light. The temple guards stood at the front, and behind them were the surviving Amber City guards. Even the once gentle and elegant priests who loved to preach had taken off their robes and put on heavy armor. They were not pure spellcasters, but they also had decent melee skills. The priestess who had helped Soren before was among them. She wore a silver half-body armor, and held a knight's shield in her hand. Her weapon was a 3-foot-long flail. This weapon was very difficult to use, and its lethality was also top-notch. She had once received specialized combat training, but when it came to choosing a weapon, none of the other weapons were as comfortable as a flail. That was why she had chosen this unique and dangerous weapon to wield. The slender priestess wore a silver half-body armor, held a knight's shield in one hand, and held a heavy flail in the other. Such a scene was visually shocking. However, it also showed how dangerous the situation was. Even the non-official priests had to participate in the battle. Behind them were the few survivors of Amber City. These survivors hid in the temples and shivered, waiting for their final fate. The blasphemous language was still echoing in the air. Among the evil fallen, there were even more evil blasphemous priests. They were using blasphemous language to weaken the divine protection of the temple. The 8 dread knights circled around the temple area. The nightmares beneath them spewed out flames with the smell of sulfur. Countless undead wandered around the area. The dead that were resurrected by the blasphemous language would disappear at dawn the next day. However, they might not be able to wait until then. The temple's power was getting weaker and weaker. The Terror Knight commanded the nightmares to get closer. Even though they were still anxious, the nightmares were getting closer and closer to the temple. This was a terrifying existence that they could not match. 8 legendary-level Terror Knights. Even if Amber City used up all of its forces, they would not be able to defeat them. Despair shrouded the ruined city. Fear. It was everywhere. However, just as everyone had given up hope and was preparing to welcome their final fate, a strange commotion suddenly occurred in the distance. The priests began to comfort the others, telling them that even if death befell them, their souls would return to the kingdom of God, where they would live a peaceful and eternal life. The guardian knights of the temple had already begun to kneel down and pray. They were pleading for the blessings of the gods and vowed to fight until the last moment. As long as the power of the temple was not desecrated, their souls would not be contaminated. Suddenly, one of the Amber City guards had a look of disbelief on his face as he pointed to the front and shouted, "Look over there." An inconspicuous figure appeared in the darkness. He had a bald head, with not a single strand of hair on it. He was only wearing tattered clothes made of coarse cloth and simple leggings. He did not have any weapons in his hands. However, he was surrounded by countless undead. Groups of undead attacked him in a frenzy. The ghosts stretched out their claws at him, while the skeletons swung their swords at him. However, he did not seem to care at all. When these attacks landed on him, they did not cause any ripples. Not even a single hair on his body was harmed. He just calmly looked in front of him, and when he saw the survivors of the temple, he showed a hint of relief. "At least I'm still in time." He sighed in a low voice and then stomped his foot, causing an invisible wave of air to erupt. Hundreds of skeletons and ghosts around him were sent flying. The ground cracked in all directions like a spider web, and in the rumbling sound of the ground collapsing, all the stone slabs within a 100-meter radius with him as the center were reduced to tiny pieces of stone. Transcendent and saintly, Pastor Phil had a look of disbelief on his face. He looked in front of him and suddenly shouted, "Form a defensive formation. Divine buff. Hold on until dawn and we'll be saved." A legendary monk. The inconspicuous figure that appeared in front of them was a legendary monk, and it was the rarest ascetic monk. Does not wear any armor, does not use any weapons. 1-inch punch, legendary. The inconspicuous monk that appeared in the darkness suddenly leaped forward, crossing a distance of tens of meters. He clenched his fist and punched at the skeleton knight in front of him. The skeleton knight that was awakened by the blasphemous words trembled. The undead armor on its body did not change at all, but the bones in its body shattered inch by inch, turning it into a pile of broken bones. Flaming sun. Facing the undeads that were coming from all directions, the monk clasped his palms together, and then a scorching flame burst out from his palms. When he struck out with his palms, the air around him exploded with a dull sound, and a surging heat wave spread out along with the scorching flame. The strong air wave blew the surrounding sand and stones, and the nearby undeads were also sent flying more than 10 meters away. The low-grade skeletons fell down in batches. The blasphemous priests finally discovered the monk's existence. 3 of them walked out and began to cast spells. Several evil lights appeared one after another and shot towards the monk in the distance. Shadow Moon. The monk's expression did not change at all. He suddenly put his palms together, and his skin turned golden. A silver-white energy field appeared, and directly resisted all the spells. Then he suddenly jumped, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Ethereal form. Traceless steps. The monk's figure appeared in front of the blasphemous priests in an instant, and directly shouted with a palm strike. Mage Armor Master. Stone Skin. An invisible energy field appeared around the blasphemous priests, and in an instant, it blocked the monk's attack. At the same time, his body turned into a stone color, and his whole body was wrapped in it. The nearby blasphemy oracles began to cast spells rapidly, covering them with another energy deflection field. Vajra palm. The monk withdrew his palm, and when he punched out again, his palm turned golden. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the energy field around the blasphemous priests was instantly shattered. At the same time, the stone skin on his body cracked and collapsed in the blink of an eye. With just the power of a palm strike, a blasphemous priest's sternum was completely caved in, and all the bones in his body were shattered, and he fell to the ground like mud. A group of stupid spellcasters. Do you really think a layer of stone skin and an energy shield can block our attacks? In the darkness, an incomparably strong figure walked out. Along with his footsteps, the ground could not help but tremble. It was a majestic man about 4 meters tall. Just the size of his arm was already the size of a person's waist. He carried a heavy axe in one hand, and it was probably more than 600 pounds. It was as heavy as a door plank, and just like that, he casually walked into the encirclement of the undead. "Leave this to me," the majestic man said, and then suddenly hammered his own chest. His originally abnormally strong body, which was already abnormally strong, began to expand. Terrifying muscles and ferocious blue veins appeared, and with a crackling sound, the bones in his body grew one by one, and his whole body became a 3-meter-tall behemoth. Berserk. But this was not the end. Accompanied by a wild growl, he fiercely hammered the ground. His already exaggerated body size began to explode once again. Legendary Berserk. The ground cracked under the terrifying power, and the majestic figure had turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. The axe that was not very symmetrical was now just right in his hand. Terrifying muscles filled with endless power covered his entire body, and ferocious earthworm-like veins appeared on his tough skin. He looked like an ancient killing machine. SPD. An incomparably wild roar that resounded through the heavens and earth erupted. With this horrifying figure as the center, the skeletons within a 50-meter radius were directly shattered into skeletons. The nearby blasphemous priests screamed miserably, and traces of blood seeped out of their ears, eyes, and nostrils. They seemed to have gone mad, and they just lay on the ground with idiotic smiles on their faces. War roar, legendary. Sound wave attack. The 5-meter-tall giant rested his heavy axe on his shoulder. He glanced at the blasphemous priests who had turned into idiots and mocked. What a bunch of weak spellcasters. Endurance failed. Earth-shattering slash. The giant stomped his foot, and a crack appeared on the ground. The place where the blasphemous priests were standing collapsed, and the rubble completely buried the weak spellcasters. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk the sound of heavy hooves echoed in the ruins. When he saw the dread knight in front of him, the legendary barbarian's face showed a hint of seriousness. He slowly put down the heavy axe and licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. Undying rage. A blood-red aura covered his skin. The barbarian roared and swung his axe at the dread knight in front of him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a heavy executioner's sword firmly blocked the attack of the axe. The nightmare lord let out a painful cry, and the horse's hooves sank deep into the ground. The dread knight slowly dismounted from his warhorse, and his blood-red eyes stared at the barbarian in front of him. He tore off the blood-stained cloak on his body, and his black-scaled armor changed from one hand to two, and the heavy executioner's sword was held horizontally in front of his chest. The real battle. Until now, it had only just begun. Class skill legendary rage. Strength +10, Constitution +10, immune to all mind control spells, immune to labyrinth, immune to imprisonment, unlimited stamina for the duration. Class skill transcendence. After a long period of training, the monk's body has gradually been trained to perfection. His body has become a supernatural existence. Any non-supernatural physical attack will not be able to harm the monk. The monk is immune to all normal weapon attacks. Only rare weapons +1 or above or enchanted weapons can harm him. Chapter 38. The night passed quickly. When Soren woke up the next day, the caravan seemed to be the same as before, but he knew that some things had completely changed. For example, Amber City. Perhaps there would be no more of this city in the future, because he finally remembered where he had heard of its name. It was a battle of the legendary realm. Legendary professions would appear on the stage of history from this night, and the battle between them and the children of God had just begun. At this moment, Soren just wanted to stay as far away from them as possible. As a former legendary rogue, he knew too well the difference between the legendary realm and the non-legendary realm. When he was still a level 19 rogue, it could be said that he was still in the range of mortals, and there was not much change at all. However, when he became a level 20 legendary rogue, he already had the ability to travel between the material plane and the shadow plane, and he could directly travel through space with his powerful spell-like abilities. Even dimensional anchor could not lock onto him. If it were not for the fact that he could only travel between the shadow plane and the material plane once a day, he would probably be able to go anywhere in the world. The monk's transcendence, the barbarian's legendary berserk, the priest's summon angel, and so on. The abilities of the legendary realm were already close to the range of the gods. Even the warriors who had always been suffering had made a breakthrough. Legendary tenacity allowed them to bathe in lava before coming out, and legendary fortify allowed them to fight head-on with dragons. If it was a legendary grand sword saint, it would be even more exaggerated. The Bladestorm Advanced Whirlwind would be directly immune to all spells below the 6th circle, and its lethality would make other professions ashamed. Of course, it was best not to provoke the legendary wizards because many of them could time stop, at least not before getting the demigod divinity, immune to legendary time spells. Soren wanted to keep a distance from them. At least before he was strong enough, he wanted to stay as far away from these dangerous existences as possible to avoid being implicated and dying without knowing why. He did not ponder for long. Because some movements outside had awakened everyone, a big guy had come near their camp. It was an adult saber-toothed tiger, the king of beasts in the wilderness. When there was a lack of food, it would even include the drake, challenge rating 10, into its menu, one of the most dangerous felines in the world. When Soren appeared, the others were obviously scared out of their wits. Some of the merchants were so scared that they fell to the ground. It was an adult male saber-toothed tiger with a body length of 4.5 meters, a tail length of 2.7 meters, a shoulder height of about 2 meters, and a weight of about 800 to 1,000 kilograms. Its appearance was not much different from other tiger-type creatures, but it had a pair of saber-toothed teeth that were about 15 centimeters long in its mouth. This was an innate +3 extraordinary dagger that could be used with simple polishing. It had an extremely powerful penetrative ability, and it was a good item that many thieves dreamed of. The king of the wastelands came to the side of the lake, its extraordinary intelligence allowing it to stare intently at the humans before it. After looking at it for a while, it lost interest and lowered its head to drink water by the lake. The guards of the caravan nearby were a little frightened at first, but then some of them were eager to try. Some of them even carefully took out strong crossbows. Perhaps to them, it was not impossible for them to deal with a saber-toothed tiger since they had already killed several ankhegs. Don't be impulsive. Soren quickly reached out to stop them, then looked at the captain and said in a deep voice, "This is a saber-toothed tiger. Its diet even includes earth dragons," Zhang Heng said. "Are you really going to let these impulsive fellows attack it?" A saber-toothed tiger that weighed a ton. It was obviously close to the level of a supernatural creature. If it were to undergo a further elemental mutation, it would be able to directly cross the realm and enter outer space. Attacking it would be suicidal. Normal saber-toothed tigers were level 12, but the one in front of them was at least level 16. Unless the mysterious mistress intervened, everyone here would not be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. "Do you see those gleaming sharp claws?" Soren pointed and said in a serious tone. Those claws can tear chainmail apart. Even the subspecies of land dragons can't withstand more than a few hits. Don't disturb it. A king of the wastelands like this will not lack food. As long as you don't provoke it, it will leave after drinking. Soren's judgment was correct. The saber-toothed tiger quietly left after drinking, but before it left, it looked at the carriage in the middle. The captain was obviously angry, and he pulled out the impulsive fellows to teach them a lesson. Soren's expression was very serious. He seemed to have thought of something and silently looked in the direction of a forest, then said, "This is the south. You are not familiar with this place, so it's best not to act rashly. The saber-toothed tiger is a creature of the same level as the winter wolves. An adult male saber-toothed tiger can directly challenge a small group of winter wolves. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many winter wolves, the north would be their territory." Winter wolves. They were large supernatural beasts that had the ability to speak. They could speak the common language and the language of giants, and they could spit out frost attacks. They had excellent sensory tracking abilities, and their intelligence was similar to that of ordinary humans. However, they were very cunning and cruel. The winter wolf was one of the most dangerous creatures in the tundra. Its fur could be sold for 2,000 kindler in the north, and 3,000 kindler in the south. It was one of Soren's favorite prey. If it weren't for the winter wolf, it would have been very difficult for him to earn enough money to become a legendary rogue in such a short time. As for the saber-toothed tiger, it could be regarded as half a legendary warrior. However, a king of the wastelands like the saber-toothed tiger was very rare. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have appeared in this area. Didn't they like to roam the plains with wild cows? Could it be that something forced it to migrate? Creatures like the saber-toothed tiger were rarely forced to leave their territory. Even if they encountered a dragon subspecies, they would still fight with their lives on the line, unless there was something they couldn't compete with. Could it be? Soren calculated his position, and his expression suddenly became very ugly. He found that he wasn't far from where the ancient red dragon appeared. The ancient red dragon only appeared a few months later. However, this didn't mean that it didn't appear in the vicinity a few months ago. It was just that it wasn't discovered until then. It seemed that a lot of big events were brewing in advance. The time when they were known to the world was just that they happened to erupt during that time period. Big Brother. He didn't know when the little girl had gotten up. She glanced at the direction where the saber-toothed tiger left, but there was no fear on her face. Instead, she held Soren's hand and said with great interest, "That big cat is so beautiful and mighty. Vivian also wants to raise one in the future." Soren, who looked a little nervous, smiled and patted her little head. He jokingly said, "When Vivian becomes a sorcerer, she can sign a magic pet. Maybe I can really sign a contract with such a majestic big cat." The little girl was still very confused. She had never seen a tiger before, and there were no tigers around Amber City. She had never left Amber City before, and it was her first time seeing a tiger. She didn't expect that she would think that it was a big cat. But she wasn't wrong. The saber-toothed tiger was also a cat. The little girl didn't notice that Soren was joking. Instead, she looked at the tiger seriously and said happily, "Really? Then it can carry me everywhere to play. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll let it bite them. It's so big. It must be very strong when it comes to fighting." Soren didn't interrupt the little girl's naive fantasy. He reached out and picked her up, put her on the carriage and said casually, "Well then, Vivian, you'll have to work hard. A big cat like that won't listen to you so easily." After that, he began to pack his things. There were still 4 or 5 days of travel to Whiterun, and it wouldn't be a peaceful journey. Soren was busy tidying up the tent and preparing breakfast. The cute little girl tilted her head and sat on the side of the carriage. She held her chin with one hand and muttered to herself, "How can I make that big cat listen to me? It's so big and I'm so small. There's no way I can beat it. What should I do?" The little girl rubbed her head in frustration. It seemed that she really didn't know what to do. Sigh. It would be great if I could raise a big cat like that. The fur on its body looked warm. The little girl was still in a daze, but the mysterious mistress of the caravan had already walked up to her. Chapter 39. By the time Soren had finished packing his luggage, the mysterious mistress had already left. He glanced at the mysterious woman in the distance, squatted down and whispered, "Vivian. What did she say to you?" The little girl did not hide anything from him. She tilted her head and answered, "Nothing much. She just asked me how old I am. Then she asked me if I can read. Don't worry. I didn't tell her that I can cast spells." Soren nodded. It was best not to let anyone know that Vivian was a natural-born warlock. She was still too young. Soren had no ill feelings towards the mysterious mistress of the caravan, but he was still worried about her. Wizards were all eccentric creatures, and the conflict between rogues and spellcasters was not something that could be resolved in a day or two. None of the native wizards in the storyline were simple characters. The trade caravan continued its journey. Perhaps it was because of the conversation with the mysterious mistress, but the little girl suddenly became interested in learning how to read. Soren also felt that she should learn more words. Not all of the abilities of a warlock were automatically awakened. Unlike dragons, they could not automatically awaken their knowledge. Warlocks needed to learn how to read and write on their own, while dragons could automatically learn a lot of languages and words. Vivian had learned some words from Soren in the past, but the number of words she learned was less than 100. The little girl was actually very smart, and her learning speed was even faster than Soren's. However, she still liked to do things that she liked to do. Sometimes she would feel sleepy when she looked at things with a lot of words. Sometimes she would even yawn. The trade caravan slowed down a little today. The little girl still did not like things with a lot of words. After learning a few dozen new words from Soren, she started to feel sleepy. She mumbled a few words to Soren, then giggled and told him that she would learn next time. After that, she started to play with the little things that the others gave her. In just one day, the little girl had become very popular in the trade caravan. Some of the little things were given to her by the trade caravan workers, while some were toys given to her by the mysterious mistress. For example, a set of exquisite tarot cards. Vivian liked things with pictures on them. Half a day passed just like that. They saw some gnolls and gnomes along the way, but none of them had the guts to attack such a large caravan. The caravan didn't stop until there was a commotion in front of them. Soren wanted to earn more slaughter EXP, so he went to take a look as well. But this time he didn't have the chance to make a move. The caravan met a person, an adventurer traveling alone in the wilderness. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He was dressed in ordinary gray clothes. His arms were wrapped in bandages, and his legs were tied up. His hair was very short, and his neck was much thicker than most people's. This meant that he might have been trained in a special way of fighting, such as the war roar, a special ability that was similar to the lion's roar. When Soren saw him, the merchant guards were talking to him from afar. There were 3 dead gnolls near him, all killed by his bare hands. A fist master? Soren looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. He then dismounted from his horse and put his hands together. "Are you traveling alone?" The middle-aged man returned the salute and bowed his head. He looked very humble. The merchant guards saw Soren's actions and relaxed a little. The captain of the guards rode over and whispered, "Who is he?" Someone saw him fighting the gnolls. He killed 3 of them with his bare hands. The other gnolls ran away. Soren nodded and explained, "This should be a fist master. He's a warrior monk. They like to wander alone in the wilderness, looking for opportunities to sharpen their will and strength. This one seems to be an ascetic." "A warrior monk? An ascetic?" The captain's expression relaxed a little. Most ascetics weren't evil people. A fist master was an advanced profession of a warrior monk. They had completely given up on weapons, and were proficient in bare-handed attacks. Only fist masters and holy fist guards could master the powerful ability, one-inch punch. A warrior monk was one of the professions that liked to travel alone in the wilderness because they needed to sharpen their will in the wilderness. At the same time, they could feel the power of emptiness, nirvana, and chaos. If they chose the path of an ascetic, They would also have a special sacred ritual, which was to donate all their wealth to the poor. An ascetic would donate most of their wealth, and keep only a small amount of material wealth for themselves to sharpen their will. This was one of the professions with the highest will attribute. They were almost immune to most charm and mind spells. At the same time, because they gave up material wealth, their faith became stronger. Very few people could become ascetics. This was because they had to make a special vow. If they broke it, it could even lead to a flaw in their mind. In other words, it was the so-called self-deception. If a powerful professions were to fall into such a situation, there would be an obvious flaw in their will, and their strength would be greatly affected. Only 1 out of 10 warrior monks would become an ascetic. Only 1 out of 10 ascetics would become an ascetic monk. This was the most difficult profession to advance, because ascetics would not keep overnight wealth. Many of them completely gave up weapons and rare equipment, and reached the highest achievement of a fist master. 1-inch punch legendary. They did not use any weapons, did not wear any equipment, and only relied on their strong intuition and hands to fight. This group of people's magic resistance was very exaggerated, and they had some very special abilities. These abilities were gradually comprehended in a long period of cultivation. Many of them relied on their own strong willpower, honed in a difficult environment, and finally directly interfered with the elemental energy of the material world. Many ascetics gave up in the end because not everyone could resist the temptation of material things. Once cultivation was given up, the ascetics became ordinary warrior monks, and they might not have the courage to try again in their lifetime. Soon, the caravan had an additional companion. The fist master seemed to be very quiet, and almost did not take the initiative to talk to others. This was not very strange. Some ascetics even pretended to be mute, and did not say a word for several years. In the afternoon, he would beg the others in the caravan, just some water and simple food. He refused most meat, and only ate coarse black bread. It was not that ascetics did not eat meat, but when they began a period of cultivation travel, unless it was a special situation, they only ate the simplest and coarsest food. This kind of cultivation could take up to several years, and often, after completing it once, their strength would be significantly improved. At that time, many people tried to cultivate. Unfortunately, they all failed in the end. The players could not bear this kind of life at all. They would rather challenge some powerful monsters, and directly use slaughter EXP to level up. Warrior monks were not rare in this world. Their cultivation method had been accepted by more and more people, and even integrated with some of the Sword Saints' training methods, and finally produced the current weapon master profession. The only difference was that they changed from fighting barehanded to specializing in a certain weapon. This group of people had strong willpower. Some of the priests would also try to train in a similar way to strengthen the strength of their beliefs. This fist master had no sense of presence. Until evening, he did not take the initiative to say a word to anyone. He just silently followed the caravan. He did not ride a horse, and even rejected the horses that were offered by kind people. He walked all the way, but his walking speed was very fast, and his endurance was much better than ordinary people. It could be said that he walked as if he was flying, and he easily caught up with the caravan. When it was evening, he did not need to rest in a tent, and he did not even need to get close to the bonfire. He just found a stone and sat cross-legged. Then he stopped moving. The second day of the journey could be said to be very peaceful. Other than the appearance of this fist master, there was almost no trouble on the road. When Soren woke up on the third day, the fist master was still sitting on the stone, and the caravan guards nearby were pointing at him with obvious surprise and shock on their faces. Obviously, the warrior training they received was very difficult, but it was not to such an extreme extent. Only the captain of the guards had a thoughtful expression on his face. That was because his training as a northern barbarian was also very extreme. He had to immerse his entire body in ice water that was below 0 degrees Celsius in order to suppress his violent power. At that time, he had almost lost his life. He did not move for the whole night. The next day, the fist master's body was covered with dew, and because of the cold weather, there was a faint white frost on his eyebrows. At this time, The others finally understood why Soren had a trace of respect for him. This was indeed not a training method that ordinary people could endure. In fact, the normal training of a monk was not much different from that of a warrior, but the advanced class of an ascetic was more special. The way they trained themselves was more extreme, and it was completely through the most difficult way to uncover their potential. There was a succubus queen in the abyss. Even many gods couldn't resist her charm magic, but the legendary monk could directly ignore it. One could imagine how strong their willpower was. The Fist Master left in the afternoon of the third day. This was because Soren and the others were close to a small town, which was close to the city of Whiterun. It would take them at most 2 days to reach there. Ascetics did not go near crowded places when they trained, and they preferred to train in deserted areas. He planned to go to a large waterfall in the northwest and train there for a year to find an opportunity to learn the ethereal body, and pursue the opportunity to become a legendary monk, and finally master the legendary divine transcendence. Until he left, no one knew his name, as if he was just a passerby on their journey. However, for some reason he gave Vivian a book. It was not a secret martial arts book. There was no such thing as a secret martial arts book in this world. It was just a book called Hand-to-Hand Mastery and One-Inch Punch. Just like the warrior's advanced slashing techniques and finding the enemy's weakness, the wizard's enhancing and flexible use of evocation spells, the priest's the influence of faith on divine spells, and the paladin's the divine power of faith. These books were written by many people, and if one trained according to the methods written in the book, they could learn some additional abilities. For example, the thief's special skills for picking locks. If one carefully read this book, they could improve their picking skills a little. And if they were lucky, they could even learn the ability, lockpicking expert. The book given by the Fist Master. If one trained according to the methods written in the book and met the training requirements, they could obtain the hand-to-hand mastery ability, and then meet the requirements to become a monk. In the end, they could try to learn the ability, One-Inch Punch. However, how could Soren let Vivian become a monk? Which was a difficult profession. The training methods of this profession were too difficult. So he put it away and threw it into his multidimensional bag. Vivian should just be a fair, rich, and beautiful sorcerer. Besides, he could not let the little girl train alone in the wilderness. He could not bear to let her suffer. Chapter 40. In the afternoon, the caravan arrived at their new destination. It was a small town called Gold Creek Town. The town was prosperous for a while because there was a river where gold could be found there. Unfortunately, the town gradually declined after the gold mine was completely mined. Before the caravan even got close to the town, the alarm bell rang. Immediately after, some people rode over to check. This was still considered a border area of the wilderness, so the people living here were very alert. After confirming that it was a caravan, the people in the town let them pass. At the same time, some people came over to ask about the goods. In places far away from the city, some people would sell their goods to the caravan at a low price, and the caravan would bring them to the city to sell. At the same time, they would also buy some things from the merchants and sell them in the nearby towns. Unless they had a large number of guards like this caravan from the north, ordinary merchants would not trade long distances. This was because it was more dangerous and troublesome to travel. The little girl was in a good mood today. Perhaps it was because the journey was relatively peaceful. She jumped off the horse as soon as they arrived at the town and looked around curiously. The captain of the guards told Soren that he would be staying in the town for the night. He could look around as he pleased and go to the inn at the east gate at night. The whole town was surrounded by a wall. The wall was built with 2 layers of sturdy logs. Each log was about 20 centimeters thick, and the 2 ends were sharpened and sunk into the ground. There was a watchtower every 100 meters or so, and one could climb up using ladders from below. There were 2 gates in the east and west of the town. Both of them were very thick and heavy, and it looked like a sturdy fortress. This was to guard against attacks from gnolls and possible bandits. But in a town like this, there was always someone on guard at night because gnolls could sneak in. "Brother, look." The little girl held Soren's hand and looked around. When she heard the shouts, she pulled him over curiously. There were 2 people training. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a younger man. They looked similar, so they were either father and son, or uncle and nephew. Watch your right side. The middle-aged man with a wooden shield and a wooden sword said in a low voice, when the enemy attacks from this direction, you have to learn how to use your shield. Watch carefully. When you block, make sure your arms are at a certain distance. Only then will you have room to move. When you use your shield, don't take too big a step. What is truly fatal is the sword in your hand, not the shield. What you need to do is to use the impact of the shield to make the opponent lose his balance, and then stab with your weapon. The two of them were training seriously. The middle-aged man didn't look back at all, but the young man was slightly distracted. Then the middle-aged man smashed him to the ground with his shield. This is the second thing I want to tell you. You can't be distracted in battle. Continue training. The young man gritted his teeth and got up. His expression was much more serious. At the same time, he launched a more valiant attack. Maybe it was because someone was looking at him, which aroused his competitive spirit. The middle-aged man was still calm and unhurried. While blocking, he said in a deep voice, "Look carefully." Facing the enemy's hacking attacks. Shields are not the only means of defense. You also need to learn how to use weapons to parry. Cleave attacks align. At this time, if you can't dodge, you need to think of a way to block the enemy's attack. Just like that. The middle-aged man swung his sword to parry, then rushed forward and knocked the young man to the ground with his shoulder. Swords aren't the only things that can defeat the enemy. Our bodies are also a kind of weapon. Stand up. It was a very realistic and merciless training method. Soren looked at the blood coming out of the young man's nose. His expression gradually became serious, and he carefully observed them. The middle-aged man looked at them. However, he didn't pay much attention to them. After twirling the wooden sword in his hand, he continued, "If the enemy stabs at you, at this time, it's best not to parry. You need to learn how to use your body to dodge. Stabs attack a point, so it's very difficult to parry. However, as long as you move your body, you can easily avoid the attack. However, when the enemy stabs at you, it's often just the beginning of the attack. You need to learn how to judge in an instant. Pay attention to their shoulders. Any attack has a trajectory. When they need to explode with power, their body will inevitably make corresponding movements. For example, you can do this." The middle-aged man dodged the sword, then twisted his waist and took a step forward to swing his sword at the young man's wrist. The wooden sword fell to the ground with a clang. The young man who had been defeated consecutively was finally discouraged. He lay on the ground, panting. He didn't even pick up the sword. The middle-aged man looked at the sky and slowly said, "Today's training ends here. If you want to become a qualified warrior, you still have a lot to learn. Just relying on brute strength to fight is just courting death." The middle-aged man wiped his sweat with the clothes on the side, then glanced at Soren and the scimitar on his body. He said seriously, "Outsider. I'm the captain of the militia here. Although this place doesn't exclude outsiders, it's not welcoming either. You better not cause any trouble." Threat. The middle-aged man's tone was very serious, and there was no provocation in his expression. It was as if he was talking about something very normal, but it inexplicably gave people a sense of pressure. "I never like to cause trouble." Soren smiled and said calmly, "But if someone provokes me, I'll make them regret it." "We're just passing by." The middle-aged man nodded. "That's for the best." This was a third-grade warrior, and it was very likely that he used to be a famous adventurer. Soren noticed that his legs were a little inconvenient. Perhaps he had suffered a serious injury that caused his bones to deviate. Adventurers like this were quite common. Many had to retire after being injured, and return to their hometown to live a normal life. There were many people in this world with stories. "Big brother." The little girl picked up a branch and gestured. "That man just now looked quite strong. But the people he taught are so stupid. They can't even remember such simple things. Look." Soren looked at the little girl's crooked posture. She was small and weak, and even her posture was a little off. But Soren didn't discourage her. He rubbed her little head and said, "It's quite simple. But they're all very practical skills. Of course, he's not as smart as my Vivian. Let's go. I'll take you to buy some good food. When Soren was watching the man train, a row of small words appeared in front of his eyes. Skill level up. You've learned something while watching others train. You've grasped a certain combat skill. Parry +1, block +1, evasion movement +1. Soren didn't expect to unlock 2 new basic skills just like that. He thought that he would have to wait until he started training on parrying and blocking in the future, before he could unlock these 2 basic skills. 1 or 2 points in a basic skill weren't very useful. If he wanted to gain a significant increase, he would need to gain at least 10 points. Normally, a basic skill would gain a significant increase of around 50 points. For example, a shield warrior's 100 points of block. That was the level of a professional who could use a shield to block, just like Soren's ability in stealth. A basic skill was chosen to specialize in a certain direction. Then the other basic skills that were triggered would automatically level up over time. The skill points gained from leveling up would rarely be invested into these skills, because there were specializations in different professions. Most of the basic skills that were related to professions would be leveled up faster. For example, Soren's evasion was already at 6 points, and he hadn't gone through any specialized training. If he trained in evasion, rolling, and evasion movement, his evasion could quickly reach 20 points or more. Normally, a basic evasion skill of around 50 points could passively increase one's evasion by 1 point. This evasion was an instinctive evasion. It was an instinctive reaction when a person was attacked. Only certain specializations could increase this. For example, intuitive evasion, evasion proficiency, super evasion, and so on. These were all combat specializations that were very difficult to obtain through training, and their effects were also very obvious. Basic skills were relatively normal abilities. Only specializations were skills that could significantly increase one's strength. Of course, the difficulty of mastering them was also very high. Some specializations had prerequisites for basic skills. For example, the combat specialization defense and offense, 100 points of parry, and the combat specialization, powerful shield bash, 150 points of parry, all of which required mastery of basic skills. Basic skills below 50 points were relatively easy to master, but to level them up, one would need to be a professional. For example, the negotiation and valuation skills of a professional businessman, and the taunting ability of a barbarian. Sometimes, when you meet these simple-minded and muscular guys, you would really be angered by their words. These were a group of taunting professionals. One of the favorite things of the player barbarian was to show off his muscles in front of his enemies and taunt them, a bunch of weaklings. Also, the taunting ability of the witches with poisonous tongues was also very strong. There were some players who had a low profession level, only LV6, because of their poisonous tongues, but their taunting ability was actually over 200 points, master level. Once they used their poisonous tongues, they would instantly become the target of everyone. Too much taunting would create an aura. Even if they didn't understand what you were saying, their expressions would be filled with hatred. Chapter 41. The two of them quickly returned to the inn. Soren bought a clay pot, a pound of pork and a pound of beans. He had promised to make some delicious food for Vivian, but it wasn't convenient to do so in the wild, so he decided to make it up to her by making her something to eat at night. There were a lot of people gathered outside the inn. Some of them were residents of the town who wanted to see if there were any cheap goods, and some were local hunters who wanted to sell their furs to them at a cheaper price, so that they didn't have to go to the city to sell their furs. There were also some people who came to watch, mainly to see the enkhegs on the carriages. It's really an enkheg. Looks like they killed at least 3 of them. These people are really strong. There were militiamen and children in the crowd. For these people who lived in the outskirts of the town, they didn't know much about the legendary monsters, but enkhegs were one of the most dangerous creatures they knew. Let's go in. Soren glanced at the others and was about to go in and rest. However, when a slightly skinny but well-built figure appeared, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The guard captain also stopped what he was doing and raised his head to look at the man who just appeared. The other party was not very old, probably in his 20s. His face was quite handsome, and the outline of his face seemed to have been carved by a knife. His eyes were very spirited and sharp, and his eyebrows were straight like swords. This kind of appearance gave people a very strong impression, not to mention his restrained but sharp aura. A sword saint? Soren glanced at the opponent's weapon with a playful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this town to be so full of hidden talents. There's actually an advanced sword saint living here." Sword saint. It wasn't a name for a person's strength. It was a profession that extended from the warrior class. The word saint represented a pursuit and belief in many places, such as the paladins, holy fist guards, and clerics. Sword saint was a high-level profession that advanced from the warrior class. The requirements to become a sword saint were more stringent, and it was also a profession that gave up on using armor. If one wasn't talented, they would need to reach grade 3 before they could successfully become a sword saint. Sword saints did not have a specific weapon, but they usually used a straight blade. This kind of weapon was still called a sword by many. They were good at finding the enemy's fatal weakness, and at the same time, they knew how to maximize their own strength. The chi-raising slash ability was gradually passed down to the ordinary warriors by the sword saints. Many sword saints had received the training methods of weapon masters. They even learned the meditation of wushu monks. The sword saint observed the caravan for a while before a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He quickly left the crowd and walked towards the back of the town. The sword saint was a profession that liked to find people to spar with. They hoped to hone their skills through battle. If they were active in the beastman's territory, the blade sword saint would like to find foreign experts to challenge. "Vivian, you go in first. I'll be back soon." Soren's curiosity was piqued. He quietly followed the man outside, but he didn't follow him too closely. The sky gradually darkened. The sword saint did not go back. Instead, he went directly to a big tree. He stabbed the straight blade on his back into the ground, then sat cross-legged behind the blade. He didn't have exaggerated muscles, but his sharp arms held the sword hilt. He slowly closed his eyes and breathed. He sat there for half a day. Soren's figure was very hazy in the shadows. He seriously looked at the sword saint in the distance with a serious expression. The sword saint did not sit on the ground. In fact, from the beginning until now, the sword saint's body was about 1 centimeter above the ground. His entire weight was supported by his arms. His hands were holding the sword hilt from the beginning, and his whole body weight was also placed on the sword hilt. His breathing did not change much from the beginning to the end. His chest rose and fell slightly, as if he had entered meditation. However, Soren was very sure of one thing. Once he was within 20 meters of the sword saint, the sword saint would be able to detect him in an instant. Most sword saints were grade 3 or higher. In other words, the sword saint's profession level was probably 10 or higher. If such a person were to fight, Soren's chances of winning were less than 30%. So he quietly retreated without disturbing the sword saint who was training. The sword saint was the most powerful profession for warriors. The second most powerful profession was the weapon master. And the third most powerful was the berserker. Because sword saints did not wear any armor, it was very easy for them to fall. Especially in the future, during the Age of Chaos, sword saints would easily become the main target in large-scale battles. So Soren had not met many legendary sword saints. The legendary sword saint's weakness insight could even find the weakest point in the defensive force field, energy, cast by spellcasters. Professionals did not always go out adventuring. If they felt tired, or if their ability reached the critical point of a breakthrough, they would find a quiet place to try to advance. Some special professions would even return to the place where they were trained. Looks like I have to find time to start training. In a small town there were so many professionals, which undoubtedly increased the pressure on Soren. He did not have such a strong feeling before. But now he found that these natives were not simple. Even if there was a mysterious stream of data in his mind, if he did not work hard, he might not be able to surpass these natives in the future and face the gods in the coming Avatar crisis. Phew. Soren silently put his hand on the curved sword and said to himself, No wonder the gods killed by the players were less than 1/10 of the natives in the story. This gap is not something that can be made up with data. The gods fell. In the past, there were less than 2 digits of divinity among the players, but there were hundreds of natives in the story who obtained divinity. It was not just the difference in profession level. Soren went back to the hotel and began to prepare dinner. The caravan guards were busy with their own things, and the mysterious hostess did not show up for 2 days. Wizards rarely dealt with ordinary people, so no one felt strange. Vivian was learning to read in the room, and the little girl had almost finished learning the common language. She did not ask where Soren went. When Soren came back, she moved a small stool and sat next to him. Soren was cutting the pork he bought into pieces, and then poured the beans into a clay pot. Then he took the clay pot to the hotel kitchen, carefully sealed the pot, and covered it with the ashes of the burned firewood. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Let's eat something first. It should be cooked when it gets dark." This was a relatively simple food and it tasted good. Soren used to make it himself when he was free. The only requirement was patience. Because it was stewed, it took about 3 hours. Night fell. The caravan guards were drinking and chatting in front of the hotel. Occasionally, some of them would go out and fight. Some merchants gathered together to count their goods. Today they bought some furs in the town, and they should be able to make some money by shipping them to the next city. Soren sat at the back and played with his curved sword. However, he did not use his right hand, but his left. Dual wielding. This was a very difficult ability to train, and it might take a long time to learn. You either have to spend some ability points to learn it, or you have to train hard. However, Soren already had the ability, nimble left hand, so it was much easier for him to learn dual wielding. No one knew who started the commotion, but someone urged Soren to go down and play as well. Soren happened to have such an idea, but he used his left hand when he made the move. It was a young man from the north. The guard captain was also eager to test Soren's skills, but he gave up when he saw that Soren was using his left hand. However, his expression was quite strange, because it was rare to see people using dual weapons. This required a lot of skill. Currently, the best creatures using dual weapons were the elves. Only those with long lifespans had the time to practice this skill. Vivian stood on the table that was taller than her and watched. Because she was too short. In the empty arena, Soren walked around with a serious expression. Holding the curved sword in a reverse grip affected his performance, but it was a good way to train the agility of his left hand. Even though he was using his left hand, he was still not at a disadvantage. He even looked like he was testing his moves on his opponent. The little girl stood on the table and watched very seriously. She held a table knife in her small white hand. She watched the fight on the arena and even used the table knife to make a few moves. She frowned and thought from time to time. Her appearance was a bit out of place, but her expression was very serious. Gradually, when she made a few moves, there were even some similarities. No one noticed the little girl in the corner. They were all focused on the fight on the arena. Soren's dodging skills amazed many people, especially his footwork and the difficult movements he made when he dodged the attacks. It was impossible for an ordinary person to do something like this without specialized flexibility training. On the second floor of the inn, the mysterious mistress of the merchant group appeared out of nowhere. She glanced at Soren, who was fighting on the arena, and quickly lost interest. However, when her gaze landed on Vivian in the corner, her face lit up. She looked surprised, interested, and amused. The little girl stood on the table and made some gestures. Then she put down the table knife and mumbled to herself, "It doesn't seem that difficult. Big Brother isn't fighting seriously at all. If he had used the move that allowed him to run horizontally on the wall, he would have killed that guy with one slash. It's just a few moves over and over. Big Brother's opponent isn't even as good as that guy during the day." The little girl pursed her lips and sneakily glanced at the others. Then, she quietly picked up the wine pot with both hands and poured herself a cup of ale. "Because she's too weak. Vivian took a sip and smacked her lips. "It tastes weird," she mumbled to herself. "Why do they like this?" The little girl took a few more sips out of curiosity. Soon a blush appeared on her pretty face. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Vivian's petite body started to sway. When Soren came back from the arena, the little girl was already drunk. Her cheeks were red, and she hurriedly hid the cup behind her back. Soren noticed that she was secretly drinking. When he saw the drunk Vivian in front of him, his face instantly darkened. Slap. A slap on her butt. Soren directly put her in his arms and threw her to the room on the second floor to sleep. The night was cold. Soren went to the kitchen to take a look at the pot, then covered it with the ashes of the charcoal fire. He then lit an oil lamp, took it to the room on the second floor, took out a book from his multi-dimensional bag, and started reading silently. Occasionally, his eyes fell on Vivian, who was sleeping soundly. Her cheeks were still a bit red from the alcohol. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're quite brave." He reached out and pinched Vivian's little nose. The little girl felt uncomfortable and waved her little hand. Then she turned over and fell asleep. She was really drunk, although she only drank a small cup of ale. The night was getting darker. Soren put away the book, blew out the oil lamp, and went to sleep. The little girl drowsily leaned over and naturally reached out to hug his arm. Then, she smacked her lips and muttered a few words in her sleep. The night passed just like that. Chapter 42. The caravan was ready to leave early in the morning. When Vivian woke up, Soren had already packed everything and was holding a warm jar in his hand. "Brother." Vivian held onto the corner of her clothes and walked over timidly. She whispered, "I was wrong. I won't drink in secret anymore." This bold little girl, how old was she? She actually dared to drink in secret. Soren originally wanted to scold her, but when he saw the little girl's pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but say with a dark face, "Don't do it again. If you do it again, then I'll hit your butt with the board." The little girl quietly sighed in relief. When Soren wasn't paying attention, she stuck out her tongue playfully and obediently followed him downstairs. Yesterday, she was also curious. She didn't know why so many people liked to drink. Originally, she just wanted to give it a try. She didn't expect that after just a few sips, she would feel dizzy and drunk. Fortunately, her brother didn't scold her. Vivian reached out and touched her butt. She was slapped in a daze yesterday, and it still hurt a little this morning. It seemed like her brother was really angry. In the future, she definitely couldn't drink anymore. The little girl secretly warned herself, and then followed Soren to the hall. Soren didn't drink. Sometimes he didn't even touch a drop of alcohol. Alcohol was a thief's most fatal poison. It would reduce a thief's perception, willpower, and agility. It would make them lose their vigilance and at the same time, affect their clarity of mind. Perhaps some warriors could slightly increase their fighting strength after drinking, but once a thief drank, their original advantage would be completely lost. Soren once saw a half-legendary thief get chopped into pieces by two level 6 rookies. The reason was that this guy drank himself into a drunken stupor. All professions that relied on skills had to ensure that they had a clear mind at all times. If he needed to relax, Soren would borrow the halfling's tobacco. There was a time when he carried a sandalwood pipe with him. The distillation method invented by the wizards had been popularized for a long time. Alchemy's potion purification techniques had long been used on alcohol, and there were some strong liquors that even legendary professions could not withstand. Soren opened the jar. After simmering for an entire night, the aroma inside was very strong. Even the others couldn't help but look over when they smelled the aroma. Soren smiled as he poured out a big bowl. He first gave a portion to Vivian, then gave it to the guards of the caravan. These days, the food was prepared by the caravan, so it was only right for them to have a taste. Soren asked the hotel to prepare some fried eggs and 2 big bowls of thick porridge. The journey was tough, so Vivian had to eat more. The mysterious mistress of the caravan also came down at the same time. She sat down across from Soren after smelling the aroma and poured herself some of the wine. Her casual behavior made it hard for Soren to refuse. "Shouldn't you take off your veil when eating?" Soren lowered his head and continued eating. "Don't you find it inconvenient?" The mistress of the caravan elegantly picked up the spoon and gently blew on it. Her veil fluttered a little, revealing her sharp chin. "I'm used to it," she said calmly. "It's not bad. I didn't expect you to be so talented." She actually ate very little. She only took a few bites before putting it down. She glanced at Soren and then at the little girl who was busy eating. Wheeze. Wheeze. The little girl was eating happily. She was not picky when it came to food. She would find it delicious if it tasted slightly better. He didn't know why. The mysterious mistress of the caravan was more talkative than before. She even tried to talk to Soren while she was eating, which made him feel like she was hiding evil intentions. Food shouldn't be wasted. Soren quickly finished his food. He raised his head and looked at the mistress of the caravan in front of him. He naturally reached out for her bowl and poured the leftover food into his own bowl. It was a very rude and frivolous behavior. It could even be said that he was flirting with her, especially when it came to a noble lady like her. The mistress of the caravan was embarrassed and angry. Her plump chest heaved up and down inconspicuously for a moment before she gradually calmed down. Something was wrong. Soren was still eating in silence. He acted like a stingy and thrifty person. He even snuck a peek at the mistress of the caravan's breasts, which looked like a poor disguise. However, he was now much more cautious of the mistress of the caravan. She was still looking at him with a sense of superiority. She was neither cold nor indifferent to him all the way here. It was impossible for her to suddenly become so close to him. Judging from her behavior just now, this kind of behavior obviously made her angry, but she endured it. Wizards were a group of very rational people. She must be plotting something, and it shouldn't be him. The only possibility was Vivian. Did she notice the little girl's amazing talent? It was obvious. Soren's judgment was correct. After the caravan set off, the mistress of the caravan pretended to casually ask about their past. This sort of word-of-mouth technique was nothing to a thief. Soren easily saw through her intentions, but he couldn't tell if she was being nice or not. It was the best possibility. She must have noticed Vivian's amazing talent and wanted to take her in as an apprentice. That was why she purposely got close to them and wanted to know more about their past. However, there was also the possibility that she had other intentions. It was quite possible that she had other intentions. Soren found it hard to trust a stranger, especially a witch. Should we leave? This was the thought that crossed Soren's mind as the caravan set off. The northern witches were not kind beings. If he waited for her to open her mouth and refuse, she might get angry. Wizards were not to be judged by common sense. There were many Frankensteins in this group. Most of the time, wizards didn't like to be reasonable. At least not until you had the ability to reason with them. They didn't like to be reasonable. Spellcasters always had a sense of superiority in their hearts. And it was even more so for a witch with a high status. After all, they were women. However, they were now very close to Whitron City. Once they reached the city, they would naturally part ways. The caravan would need to go from the south to the north, while Soren would need to go to Autumnfall, and then to the Forest of Dreams to enter the Elven Kingdom. If they rashly left now, it might backfire and make it seem as if they had ulterior motives. The journey was very peaceful. In the range of human activities, the number of monsters would naturally be a lot less. The caravan also met a group of bearded dwarves on the way. There was an Iron Ridge mountain north of here, which used to be the territory of the ogres. Later, a group of dwarves moved there, and finally built a city there. The Iron Ridge dwarves would trade with other nearby races, mainly humans and half-elves. They would exchange high-quality weapons for liquor and food. Dwarves were creatures that did not like farming. They would rather face hard stones than dig for food in the mud. Among all the races, it seemed that only humans were the most willing to farm, and only they liked to cultivate carefully. Orcs could farm. Don't joke around. They just scattered seeds in the ground and waited for their luck this year. If they had the time to cultivate carefully, they might as well kill 2 beasts. At least they could eat meat. As for the elves, no one thought that this group of creatures that pursued beauty would be willing to cultivate in the mud. Even if the mud meant fertile land, traveling could be boring sometimes. Especially when nothing special happened. Things did not always happen. So at that time, all you needed to do was to keep moving toward your destination. It was also a good thing that nothing happened, because unexpected events in the wild always meant trouble, and could even lead to death. So, when the caravan finally reached the vicinity of Whiterun, both the merchants and the guards could not help but breathe a sigh of relief because they had reached the final destination of their journey. The caravan would stay in Whiterun for nearly a month. During this time, the merchants would disperse and do their own things. They would sell all kinds of goods in their hands, and buy things that they thought could make money in the vicinity of Whiterun. Some of the merchants would also organize small groups to go to the half-elven villages here. The goods in their hands were obviously elven, and occasionally, they could be sold at a high price to the nouveau riche. The villages were everywhere. When the merchants were done with their business, they would gather together and take a detour back to the north. Along the way, they would pass by the seaside. The merchants in the north would sell some of their goods and bring new seafood to the north. This should be the end of the journey. Soren took the kindler that he got from selling the inkhegs and left. The others would continue their journey of making money if Soren did not hear any bad news. Chapter 43. Whiterun City. Whiterun City was much more prosperous than Amber City. Although it was not as convenient as Amber City, its history was one of the best in the south. There were many things that needed no further mention. The head of a red dragon was still hanging in the center of the city, although only its skeleton remained. The adventurers who built Whiterun City had slain an evil red dragon here. The wealth of the red dragon allowed them to expand Whiterun City's influence, and eventually made it the center of trade in the southwest. There was a luxurious old house north of the city hall. It was said that the previous owner was a baron. Unfortunately, he later contracted a strange disease and died not long after. The old house had changed hands several times before welcoming a new owner. It was said that the new owner was a widowed noblewoman who had caused quite a stir in Whiterun City because of her beauty and wealth. Unfortunately, the widowed noblewoman lived in seclusion. Not only was she not interested in any noble banquets, but she also rarely interacted with other nobles. Gradually, she was ostracized from the circle of nobles. Only her servants could drive her to the manor outside the city every once in a while. The widowed noblewoman was filthy rich. Not only did she buy the busiest shops in Whiterun City, but she also owned a large manor outside the city. Of course, it was said that she had a powerful backer. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a prostitute to hold on to such wealth. The mysterious mistress of the caravan had arrived. A servant who had been waiting for her respectfully welcomed her arrival. A maid took off her shawl and led her to a large room. The floor was covered with a soft velvet carpet. This kind of high-quality alchemy carpet was sought after by many lower-class nobles, but it was now covered in cheap fabric. A flirtatious woman was lying on a large rocking chair made of ebony wood, reading a book. Her long black hair was casually draped behind her back, and she was wearing a pure white nightgown. The neckline of the nightgown was slightly open, revealing a plump, full chest. "Mother." The mistress of the caravan bowed slightly and said slowly, "I've brought the thing you wanted." "I don't understand. Why do I have to personally deliver a deck of cards? You should know that I'm in the middle of some important research." The seductive woman casually stood up. Her pajamas slipped down a little, but she wasn't interested in tidying it up. She didn't seem to mind showing off her beautiful figure in front of her daughter. Instead, she chuckled and playfully said, "Gloria, you haven't noticed anything special about it after all this time? It's not a manifestation of nature card. Instead, it is the highest achievement of alchemy in a certain era, the cards of fate." She was a northern witch. It was impossible to judge a witch's age based on her appearance. She walked up to the mistress of the caravan and took a black metal box from her. "The idiots of the Witch Council have had it for so long, but they still haven't found anything." She spoke slowly. "It should have been given to me a long time ago." Opening the box with her fair fingers, the seductive woman gently stroked a mysterious card stored inside. Her eyes shone with a strange light. Cards of fate. The legendary key to becoming a heavenly seer. The card in the woman's hand disappeared into thin air. This was a storage spell commonly used by high-grade wizards. It was a small independent dimensional space. My obedient daughter. The coquettish woman lazily laid on the soft bed and played with her long hair in boredom. She casually asked, "Did you encounter anything interesting during your journey?" "Ever since I've been imprisoned in this cage, it's been a long time since I've encountered anything interesting. I really want to leave this place." The mistress of the caravan frowned and looked at the woman in front of her. "Mother, please don't forget that you are still being punished by the council. Because of your forbidden experiment at the withered tree's root, everything within 50 kilometers of that place has become a land of death. If the council hadn't paid a price for it, I'm afraid that the Northern Droll Order would have already started hunting you down. What awaits you is nothing more than the judgment of nature." The seductive woman giggled and shrugged her shoulders like a young girl. However, there was a hint of evil in her eyes as she said, "Gloria, it's just a small accident during an interesting experiment. Those stubborn droll are really stubborn." The mistress of the caravan's expression turned serious. "Mother, the rampaging elemental energy at the withered tree's root has caused terrible damage. The geological structure of the place has been completely changed, and the energy radiation has reached grade A. The elemental plane's energy has seeped into it, and it will be barren for the next 500 years. Is this just a small accident that you speak of? If it weren't for the Eye of the North personally apologizing to you, I'm afraid that the legendary shapeshifter living in seclusion in the snowy mountains would have personally attacked you." The smile on the seductive woman's face froze. "He's just a guy who can transform into a dragon but doesn't know how to use dragon breath. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of him." The mistress of the caravan let out a rare smile. She seemed to enjoy seeing her mother's expression. "Mother, 50 years of exile isn't that serious. Moreover, you are not truly imprisoned. Her Majesty, the Eye of the North, still favors your talent. However, if the droll find out that you left without permission, they will have the right to sentence you to death. When that happens, even the Eye of the North won't be able to save you." The Droll Order is still troubled by the problem of balancing the energy at the withered tree's root. The Witch Council has even sent out 12 high-grade witches to help them. Their anger has been building up for a long time. The Congress itself has a lot of resentment about cleaning up the mess you left behind. The seductive woman could no longer maintain her composure. She furrowed her slender eyebrows and said with a straight face, "That's enough. Those old-fashioned fellows don't understand the significance of my experiment at all. If I had succeeded, I could have started a new era." The mistress of the caravan looked at her and did not back down. Instead, she retorted, "Mother, but your experiment failed. That's why you have to bear the consequences." It was as if a barrel of gunpowder had exploded. The seductive woman furrowed her brows and threw the book in her hand to the ground. "That's enough. Is this how you talk to your mother?" The mistress of the caravan's expression softened. She bent down and picked up the book. "Mother, I respect you and I love you. But that doesn't change my position as a witch. You once told me that when our power can't solve the problem, faith is our last card. Many spells of the northern witches rely on cards to cast." The seductive woman sighed softly and waved her hand tiredly. "You can leave now." The mistress of the caravan hesitated for a moment. "I encountered some interesting things on my way here. If you want to listen, I can tell you about it." The coquettish woman glanced at her and immediately revealed an expression of listening attentively. Although she was only restricted to the vicinity of Whiterun in name, someone had been secretly monitoring her. Her range of activity was limited to her house and the manor outside. She would only go to the manor when she was dealing with missions from the Witch Council. Any unusual behavior would trigger an annoying warning, and it could lead to a more severe banishment, imprisonment. The Northern Droll Order had classified her as the most dangerous target. Almost all the droll organizations in the world knew her name. Ever since she was banished to Whiterun, several elven droll had been secretly monitoring her every move. The mistress of the caravan organized her thoughts and slowly said, "I met 2 interesting people on my way here. A man and a little girl. A brother and a sister. The man is actually very ordinary. He's just a slightly better rogue. But I later found out that he's not ordinary either. His soul is actually weaker than a normal person's. If he didn't make a deal with a demon, then his soul must have been severely damaged. If it's the former, then he should have the aura of the abyss. If it's the latter, then it's very difficult for him to survive. Hearing this, the coquettish woman showed an interested expression and suddenly interrupted. Good girl. Then why didn't you kill him? You should be able to find out if you imprison his soul. The mistress of the caravan's expression turned sour. She took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Mother, I'm just curious. I shouldn't take a person's life for that. The seductive woman curled her lips and said indifferently, Maybe that person's soul is valuable? All right. Continue. The mistress of the caravan sighed in her heart, as if she was helpless against her mother. She continued, What really surprised me was the little girl. She's very special. Although it's hard for me to say exactly what's special about her, her talent is indeed amazing. If it weren't for the fact that she doesn't have a trace of divine power, I would have thought that she's the legendary child of God. It's a pity that they're very cautious. They seem to be very cautious of everyone. It's hard for me to get more information from them. The seductive woman showed a disapproving expression. Her eyes flickered as she said, Pedantic. In such a situation, a charm spell can be used to solve it. If the target's will is strong, consider using a berserk charm spell. Why go through so much trouble? The mistress of the caravan frowned again and said slowly, The power of magic shouldn't be abused. Plus, they're not evil people. I can feel that they're very close to each other. Sometimes, even I'm envious of them. Remember your bottom line, and you won't lose your way in the pursuit of power. The seductive woman curled her lips and pulled up her pajamas to cover her exposed bosom. She said playfully, Good girl. Your stance seems to have deviated from the neutral stance that the witches follow. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were one of those stubborn paladins. The mistress of the caravan seemed to have lost interest in continuing the conversation. As she turned to leave, she called out, Mother. I'm just remembering my bottom line. On the other hand, you should reflect on yourself. You've been too willful in many things. Tidian.com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Chidian Originals. Chapter 44. The inn in Whiterun was crowded with people. In fact, as soon as he arrived at the city, he heard some bad news. The monsters in the nearby wilderness seemed to have gone mad. They were migrating en masse, and all the roads southeast of Whiterun were blocked by the monsters. All kinds of creatures living in the plains and hills had migrated to human areas, causing the fighting around Whiterun to escalate. Even the army station nearby had been dispatched to patrol outside the city. The Adventurers Guild even issued a B-rank investigation mission, offering 12,000 Kindler coins as a reward to hire people to find out the cause of the migration. There was no need to solve this problem. Just finding out the reason for the migration of so many creatures could get a reward of 12,000 gold dirhams. Unfortunately, the results were not good. The first few groups of adventurers who set out could not even enter the Black Swamp. They were beaten back by a group of ogres. Adventurers who dared to accept a B-rank mission were not ordinary people. The whole group was made up of high-grade professions above grade 3, and there was even a native wizard among them. However, such a strong group of adventurers had to retreat with 2 dead and 3 injured. They encountered a group of ogres, but that was not the main problem. The challenge level of ogres was not high, but there was a 2-headed ogre among them. And it was a 2-headed ogre wizard. The ogre's multi-casting skills killed the spellcasters in the adventurers group, and it commanded the ogres to surround them. In the end, only 3 of them managed to escape with some items. They also saw huge footprints on the way back. Some people suspected that the mountain giants in the southwest had been driven here by something. The other group of adventurers might have been wiped out. More than 100 caravans were blocked in Whiterun. Some of the more heavily armed caravans tried to pass through from another direction, But they encountered a large group of gnolls, 150 to 300 of them. Less than 1/10 of them survived. Now half of Whiterun's roads had been sealed off. Other than the road from where Soren came from, all roads leading to Autumnfall and the sea were occupied by all kinds of monsters. Goblins, kobolds, gnolls, ogres, lizardmen, etc. It was as if there was some terrifying existence that had chased out all the creatures in the southern region near the Damor Mountains. There were already rumors that a dragon had appeared there. It was a pity. No one had been able to bring back accurate information, and no one had actually seen the figure of the dragon. A muddy road. Soren held Vivian in his arms as they walked through the dirty streets. The traveling horses were left in the horse market. As there were too many caravans in Whiterun, all the hotels in the city were full. Even if they were to pay twice the price, it was still difficult to find a place to stay in the city. In this era, foreigners were often discriminated against. Soren had no choice but to bring Vivian to the old district, the slums. More and more caravans were stopped in Whiterun. Unless they were willing to return, they could only wait for the trade route to be reopened. This was bad news for Soren. This was because his original route had been cut off by these migrating monsters. If he was the only one taking the risk, it should be a relatively easy thing to do. However, if Vivian was involved, it would be very troublesome. Soren could not guarantee that he could take care of her in the event of a battle. An ancient red dragon. This was the first thought that popped into Soren's mind. Because the existence that could control so many monsters, except for adult dragons, Soren really couldn't think of anything else. Moreover, the center of the monster's expulsion was similar to the location where the ancient red dragon appeared in Soren's memory. Because the speed of information transmission in this world was relatively slow, if Whiterun slowly found someone to investigate the reason for the monster's outbreak, it would coincide with the time of the ancient red dragon's appearance. This dragon had been ravaging the south for more than 2 years, and countless people had died in its hands. It was also cunning enough to disguise itself as a normal red dragon. It was not until the players deduced that its level was much higher that everyone knew that it was an ancient red dragon with a challenge rating of 25. If it hadn't provoked a saint during the time of troubles, there wouldn't have been anyone in the entire southern region who could have killed it. Ancient red dragon grade 7. Challenge rating, 25 monster level, 34 super dragon breath estimated attributes, strength 42, dexterity 10, constitution 35, intelligence 25, wisdom 24, charm 24 special abilities. Ancient dragon legendary magic, giant creature, super dragon breath. Difficulty S+. These were some of the attributes of the ancient red dragon in Soren's memory. Its challenge rating was the same as that of a lesser deity. The only difference was that it did not have a divinity or divinity. It only had the strength bonus of an ancient dragon. There was once a person who wanted to rely on human wave tactics to kill it, but in the end, dozens of people were killed by a single dragon wing strike, and hundreds of people were killed by a single dragon breath. This directly cut off the idea of relying on human wave tactics to kill it. Even so, there were still people who wanted to sneak in because all the wealth of the ancient red dragon was stored inside. There were more than 5 million Kindler, various rare items, and at least 10 legendary items. As for divine artifacts, they were rarely found in the outside world unless the deity who created them had fallen. Otherwise, even the ancient red dragon might not have the right to own them. Therefore, there was no way to confirm whether there were any divine artifacts in the dragon's den. The only thing that was certain was, there were indeed people who entered the dragon's den through harassment, and obtained 1 or 2 legendary items. This was the key to successfully slaying a deity. Soren was only level 5 at the moment. Without the buff of fear resistance, he could not even stand in front of the ancient red dragon. Of course, he was not stupid enough to think of using the ancient red dragon, but the problem was that the monsters blocked the way, and he could not bring Vivian to Autumnfall. The red dragon had been entrenched for a long time, which meant that the road would be blocked for a long time, unless the others killed all the monsters that were forced to migrate. Otherwise, Soren could only rely on himself to cross the White Horse Plain. The inn was in a hubbub. Soren carried Vivian into the inn. There were adventurers with swords and knives everywhere, and there were also some small caravans. Those damn jack-o'-lanterns. A strong man slammed his wine glass on the table and said in a deep voice, "They ate my ad just like that. When I finally found his body, I couldn't even put his head and neck together." Almost all the adventurers were complaining. This sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Some of the villages that were built by humans near the Black Swamp had been forced to migrate. This was because the lizard men living in the swamp had begun to attack frequently. Some kind of terrifying existence forced them to leave the swamp, and they needed a new place to live. So the humans that originally lived nearby became their enemy. A drunken figure stumbled towards Soren. "I'm sorry." When he bumped into Soren, a hand nimbly reached for his money pouch. But before the hand could touch the pouch, Soren frowned and instantly grabbed the thief's wrist. Then he twisted his hand and flipped the thief to the ground. At the same time, he lifted his foot and stepped on the thief's knee, pressing him to the ground. The entire inn was silent in an instant. Only the thief's painful screams could be heard. Soren did not hold back and directly dislocated the thief's arm. "Keep your eyes open." Soren put Vivian down and pulled out his curved sword with his other hand. His expression was cold as he gestured at the thief's arm. Several people nearby put their hands on their waists. It was impossible to tell if they were the thief's accomplices, but they were all approaching Soren. "Enough." A man sitting at the bar stood up. He frowned and looked at Soren, then pointed at the thief on the ground and said, "Break his arm and throw him out. How dare you steal from my inn? You're courting death." Crack. The people around the inn nodded at Soren, then grabbed the thief's arm and twisted it. The thief screamed in pain as two people picked him up and threw him into the smelly ditch outside the inn. They were the inn's hired thugs. It seemed that the inn's background was not very clean, but it was impossible to find an inn with a clean background in the old district. "Young man. Looks like you're quite skilled. Do you want to stay here?" The man in front of the bar looked at Soren deeply. When his eyes fell on Vivian, his eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice, 2 silver dirhams per night. If you're not satisfied, you can go out and find a place to stay." Soren looked around and threw 2 silver dirhams on the table. He then picked up Vivian. The man raised his head and gestured to the side, then swept the silver dirhams over. Soon, a waitress with heavy makeup came over and led Soren to the second floor of the inn. These were all part-time waitresses. They worked as waitresses in the inn and provided some special services to the guests who could afford to pay. Chidian.com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Chidian Originals. Chapter 45. In the corner of the inn, a fat man sitting in the shadows whispered a few words to a waiter. The waiter nodded and came to the bar. "Marauder wants to talk to you." The man in front of the bar frowned and nodded. "I'll be there in a moment." He waved his hand and arranged for one of his men to sit in front of the bar. Then he walked to the shadows and sat down. "Marauder, you old fox. Don't tell me you're interested in that girl?" The fat man poured himself a glass of wine and looked up at him. Although his face was full of fat, his movements were not as slow as his appearance suggested. "Kofan. That little girl just now was not bad. Many nobles liked this kind of style recently. If you catch her, I'm sure I can sell her for this price." The fat marauder raised 5 fingers and said slowly, 500 Kindler coins. "I'm sure a lot of nobles with special interests would be willing to pay this price for a pretty girl like her." Kofan frowned. He looked at the fat man and said in a deep voice, "You know what? You're breaking my rules. I won't do this in my own inn." The fat man smiled and shrugged. He moved his head closer and said, "You've sold hundreds of women to me. Don't tell me your basement is clean. It's up to you whether you want to do this or not. I'm sure you can get rid of that girl quickly. A lot of nobles like her." Kofan seemed to hesitate. He lowered his voice and said, "That guy isn't easy to deal with. He seems to be a rogue. He's very vigilant. I can't let anyone die in my inn. Otherwise, the security team will come after me." The fat man in the corner smiled strangely and said in a low voice, "We don't have to worry about anyone dying. We're just merchants, not killers, right?" I have a potion I bought from a wizard. You just have to put it on a towel and cover your nose and mouth. It'll make you lose the ability to resist. When that guy leaves, you can arrange for someone to go in and take the girl away with a sack. He's just an outsider. He can't do anything here. If necessary, we can. Marauder made a throat-slitting gesture and said in a low voice, 500 Kindler coins isn't a small sum. I knew you had plans to stop. After this, you can buy a small manor. Kufan was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, fine. But I need your men to do it. The price has to be raised to 600 Kindler. Based on my experience over the years, that little girl is definitely of the highest quality. When she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. Marauder hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. You really are a greedy old dog. Deal. I'll give you the money after the goods are sold. Don't worry, such good goods are very popular with the nobles. Kufan stretched out his hand and said in a deep voice, all right. The big man got up from the table and gave a look to the thug next to him. Then he entered the kitchen at the back. A tall and skinny man turned around and whispered to Marauder, Boss, I'm not sure what to do next. Is it really worth it to make a move here for a little girl? The Whiterun guards have been very strict recently. Besides, 600 Kindler coins is too high a price. From what I can see, she can't be worth more than 200 Kindler coins. What do you know? Marauder frowned and looked at him. That little girl is a bit special. How could she be sold to those old dogs? I know some people who are willing to pay a high price for this kind of special goods. The tall, thin man shuddered when he heard this. Then, he remembered some bad memories. Naturally, not all of the women and children who were abducted from the slums of the old city were sold to the nobles of Whiterun or sold as slaves. There were other creatures who were willing to pay a high price for goods from them, especially pure virgins and those with special bloodlines. People who wandered in the gray area would always have dealings with the umbral realm. Some of the creatures hiding in the human society had always been the biggest customers of human trafficking. It was already an unspoken rule of the umbral realm to not attack ordinary people. Many special creatures had secretly made connections with human trafficking. As long as the transaction was completed, there would be no trouble. If the goods that were sold accidentally died, there would naturally be buyers who would take care of them. Marauder frowned and looked at the man next to him. How are you going to make a lot of money with me if you're so timid? We'll leave after this. The situation is getting more and more unstable. Do it when you have the chance. Second floor in a room. Soren put Vivian down and looked around the room. He took out some things from his multi-dimensional bag and squatted in front of Vivian. There are all kinds of people here. Be careful when I go out. Soren took out a dagger and handed it to the little girl. Do you still remember what I taught you? Vivian gently nodded her little head and reached out to take the dagger. She whispered, I remember. Don't worry, big brother. Soren hesitated for a moment, but he was still worried. Vivian was born with over 20 points of charisma, and people with high charisma tended to attract a lot of attention. It would be fine if she was an adult who could protect herself, but she was only an 8-year-old girl. It was too easy for people to covet her. This was especially true for human trafficking. Human trafficking in every city was an important source of income for the umbral realm. Nobles, prostitutes, black market slaves, and even vampires. As a rogue, Soren knew all too well what the umbral realm did, so he always tried to keep Vivian in his line of sight. He was very wary of this world. Perhaps it was because he had been exposed to too much of the dark side as a rogue. He always felt that the people he met were from the umbral realm. This was a very dark and chaotic era. The law was often just a decoration. What restricted people's behavior was more of a belief and morality. These two things were the most difficult to determine. Soren wanted to go to the Adventurers Guild to inquire about the news and see if he could find someone to go with him. He now had some Kindler in his hands. He might need to go to some special places to meet some people and buy some prohibited weapons from them at a high price. The journey to Autumnfall was not peaceful. At this time, it was not convenient to bring Vivian with him, but Soren was not at ease if he did not bring her along. Big brother. Vivian reached out her small hand and held Soren's hand. As if she knew that he was a little worried, she whispered, "When you go out, I'll stay in the room alone. I promise I won't run around." Soren hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go out and inquire about the situation, and see if there's any other way to leave. You stay in the room and don't run around. I'll be back in half a day at most. I'll find a place to stay tomorrow." As Soren's figure left, the two people in the inn immediately looked at each other. The fat marauder winked at the thin man next to him, and handed him a bottle of potion. "Be quick," he whispered to the thin man. "I'll go to the back and help you. Once you get it, go to the same place. I'll find a way to contact the buyer." "Will Cowan be angry if we do it now?" the thin man asked. Marauder glared at him and said in a low voice, "That old dog is willing to sell his own sister for money. As long as we get the money, who cares?" Inside the room, Vivian was playing with a dagger out of boredom. If Soren were here, he would definitely be surprised. The little girl was able to play with the dagger like a flower. It was exactly how he used to train his fingers when he was bored. "I really want to grow up faster." The little girl tilted her head and spun the dagger in her hand. Because of her small hand, the difficulty was even higher than Soren's. Although she wasn't as fast as Soren, she didn't make any mistakes. If she made a mistake, she would cut her fingers. Clang, clang. Someone knocked on the door. The little girl stood up and hid the dagger behind her back. She shouted, "Who is it?" "A waiter from the inn." A man's voice came from outside the door. "The boss asked me to bring up the food." "Food?" The little girl was confused and muttered, "They give out free food here?" Most inns only provided accommodation. The food had to be bought from the bar in front. Vivian held the dagger in her small hand and opened the door with a frown. She looked outside. Sure enough, there was a tall and thin man carrying food. There was also a towel beside him. The little girl couldn't help but sigh in relief. She leaned to the side and hid the dagger. She said softly, "Please put it on the table." The tall and thin man looked around the room and couldn't help but smile. He quickly entered the room and closed the door. Then he picked up the towel beside him and rushed towards Vivian. In an instant, the little girl bent over to dodge. Just as the tall and thin man rushed in and closed the door, she felt that something was wrong. When the tall and thin man picked up the towel to cover her mouth and nose, Vivian instantly took out the dagger. She raised a finger and uttered a strange syllable. Then, a strong light exploded in the room. Blood splattered everywhere. The tall and thin man in front of her lost his target. When he bent over, the little girl waved the dagger and slashed his right eye. One of his eyes was destroyed on the spot. There was a suppressed scream. The tall and thin man covered his eye with his hand and suddenly grabbed at the little girl. Although Vivian had already dodged, she was too small and too slow. After using all her strength to swing the dagger, she couldn't dodge in time. Lightning shock. The tall and thin man who had already grabbed the little girl and was about to choke her suddenly trembled. An arc of electricity jumped on Vivian's fingertips. The tall and thin man's whole body twitched as if he had epilepsy. His grip on the little girl's arm loosened weakly. There was a flash of cold light. Vivian instantly used the dagger to stab the tall and thin man's left eye. The tall and thin man's whole body stiffened, and then he became motionless. The little girl's face showed a trace of horror. She looked at the blood on her hand, and the dagger fell to the ground. But she quickly took a deep breath, and then reached out to pick up the dagger. She quietly glanced outside. After making sure that no one else was disturbed, she immediately picked up the things and ran out of the room. In front of the hotel lobby, the little girl suddenly stopped. Then she turned around and slipped into the backyard. She went out through a small dog hole. Ignoring the mud all over her body, Vivian got out of the dog hole and sprinted outside. Chapter 46. The Adventurers Guild. When Soren entered, the guild was already bustling with activity. Many merchants had gathered here, and they were planning to gather their reputations and work together to break through the encirclement. If the road continued to be blocked, the goods in their hands would rot here, and some of the goods would be lost if they missed the deadline. If the road was blocked for a month or two, they might not even be able to return to their homes. Many places would be covered in snow during winter, and it would be impossible to cross the encirclement. The roads in this world were still primitive. Even if there were human activities, they would still be blocked by the snow and ice of winter. In his previous life, snowstorms were rare due to global warming, but in this primitive world, winter was the time when human activity was rare. Even in the south, the snow could reach up to 20 centimeters thick. With such a thickness, a person's foot would reach their knees, and it would be impossible for carriages and horses to pass through. Knowledge, geography. The B-rank quest reward was still on the bulletin board. Although Soren wanted to accept the quest and tell them the reason behind it, he knew that he was not strong enough to take the reward. Leaving aside the question of how he could prove that he knew there was an ancient red dragon in the encirclement. Even if they believed him, the suspicion they would have was enough to cause unnecessary trouble. The Adventurers Guild would not easily believe that a mere Tier 2 rogue could obtain such important information. With his strength, he could not even break through the encirclement of monsters outside the encirclement. This kind of quest required a rough record of the completion of the quest. Soren did not even know the geography of the encirclement, so how could he make up a flawless lie? The merchants were still arguing. They wanted to work together to hire more manpower, but they also wanted to ask the higher-ranked merchants to send an army to Whiterun to clear the encirclement. The monsters that were expelled from their original encirclement had taken over many places, cutting off the trade routes and cutting off the supplies to Whiterun. Incompetent nobles. Soren turned around and glanced at the young merchant who was complaining. He then walked out of the guild. For now, these people could not come up with a viable solution. Now it was up to Whiterun to deal with the situation. In every city, there were places that could not see the light of day. These places had inconspicuous signs, and if one was not familiar with the gray area, it would be difficult to find the dark corners of these alleys. Soren walked through the dirty alleys, and the air was filled with the smell of urine. Even a place like Whiterun could not avoid the filth and stench. Many residents poured their chamber pots out of their windows onto the streets. In other words, if one was not careful early in the morning, they would be drenched in urine. Soon, Soren arrived in front of an iron gate. There was a cross of swords in front of the gate, and a snake was engraved underneath. Clank! He knocked on the door, and the door frame opened. The guard looked at him coldly and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Is everywhere." Soren run as the heavy door opened quickly. The guard glanced behind him and invited him in. The space inside was very spacious, and there were a lot of weapons. However, most of them were ordinary equipment, including prohibited crossbows. Many of the lethal items were prohibited items and military weapons. They could not be bought from regular weapon shops. Soren wanted to buy more than these, so he had to go through the gray area. "What do you want?" A man with a cold expression walked out. Soren looked at him, then looked around and said, "Venom. The venom of a wyvern. And a crossbow. The bolts must be poisoned as well." The man stared at him, then turned around and sat on a chair. He crossed his legs and said, "These things are not cheap. Did you bring enough money?" Soren took out a heavy money bag and said, 120 Kindler coins. "I want undiluted venom. Don't try to fool me with defective products." This was a lesson learned from experience. He had bought many diluted venoms in the past. "Deal." The gloomy man pondered for a moment, then opened the drawer and took out a thumb-sized bottle. He threw it directly into Soren's hand and said in a deep voice, "If you're not afraid of death, check it yourself." Soren caught it, uncorked it and smelled it. He then quickly closed it and threw the money bag in his hand over. The venom of the wyvern. It was the strongest poison that could be obtained through conventional means. It was also the most commonly used poison by assassins. Poison was not as simple as rubbing it on. Many poisons would quickly evaporate after coming into contact with air. Wyvern venom was one of the most stable. It could maintain its toxicity for a day or two when rubbed on a weapon. To deal with more troublesome enemies, thieves had to rely on other means. "Follow me." The man took the money bag and counted it. He then gave a look and said, "The weapon you want is behind." The man quickly took out a strong crossbow. There were also 30 dark green bolts. These bolts were soaked in venom when they were made. The poison had already seeped into them. They were more deadly to ordinary people, but they could also deal a lot of damage to professions. Regular weapons shops could only buy ordinary equipment. This kind of thing could not be obtained through conventional means. 30 kindler. The man threw the crossbow over to check the goods and said, "Is there anything else you need? There are still many good things in my shop." Soren took the crossbow and assembled it. He then put it away and said, "Do you have any alchemy products?" The man's expression stiffened. He paused for a moment and said, "Those things will cause trouble if they get out. The city guards will conduct a large-scale search without waiting for the church to make a move." The control of alchemy weapons was very strict. Soren was not surprised. He paid for the crossbow and said, "I'll take these." When Soren left, the guard on the side glanced at him and came over to say, "Boss, I'm sorry. What's the background of that guy? We're just doing business. I don't care where he's from." The man played with a kindler in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Maybe he's from the Mask of Shadows, or maybe he's from the Dark Brotherhood. None of those rogues know their place." After buying what he wanted, Soren rushed to the inn. But before he got close, he felt that something was wrong. There were a lot of Whiterun city guards nearby. He covered his weapon with his clothes and quickly ran to the inn where he was staying. There were a lot of people around him, and some of them looked unfriendly. Something happened. Soren's face instantly turned ugly. He put his hand on his curved sword and released a murderous aura. But someone suddenly pulled him back. The person looked familiar. He should be one of the guards. He came over to Soren and hurriedly said, "Vivian is fine. The little girl is very smart. She came to us after the incident. She's now at the caravan's residence. The master sent me to find you." Soren breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around with some lingering fear, frowned, and stared at the inn owner who was explaining to the Whiterun guards in the distance. He then turned around and left with the caravan guard. He would deal with this matter when he came back. The most important thing now was to make sure Vivian was safe. Soren walked very fast. The caravan guard had no choice but to trot to keep up. The two soon arrived at the caravan station in Whiterun City. Because the northern witches were quite powerful, they had their own independent courtyard and shops close to the bustling area. The guard captain nodded when he saw Soren. The two had become closer after selling the Ankheg shells. If Soren was not in a hurry to leave, the guard captain would have invited Soren for a drink. After all, the 1,500 kindler made them a lot of money. "The master is inside." The guard captain pointed at the room behind him and said, "The little girl is very smart. She couldn't find you after the incident at the inn, so she followed the original path to find us. I didn't expect an 8-year-old girl to have such a good memory. I've been here a few times, but sometimes I don't know the way. She's in the master's room. We can't go in. Be careful. The master doesn't seem to be in a good mood today." Soren nodded to express his gratitude. He then took a deep breath, opened the door and walked in. "Big brother." Vivian, who was sitting on a chair, saw Soren and immediately ran to him. Soren reached out and hugged her. He patted her back gently and said, "It's okay. I'm back. Tell me what happened." The little girl had changed into a clean set of clothes. The white dress on her made her look like a little princess. The mysterious mistress of the caravan was sitting on a deck chair in the room. When she saw Soren, she frowned and said, "Vivian knows magic. Why didn't you tell me? Do you know how many problems a natural warlock will encounter? They're different from the rest, and they're destined to attract a lot of trouble before they grow up. If it's someone with good intentions, it's fine. But if it's someone with evil intentions, Vivian will become their easy target." Soren was stunned. Although the mistress of the caravan spoke in a harsh tone, her words still surprised Soren. Her attitude told him that she cared about Vivian's safety. They had known each other for less than 5 days, and they had only traveled together. They didn't really talk much. The mistress of the caravan's reaction could only mean that she really liked Vivian, or that she was so good at acting that she could even fool herself. The little girl seemed to be able to get close to others easily, as long as they didn't have any bad intentions. For example, the priestess and the northern witch in front of him. I'm sorry. Soren didn't know why he was apologizing, but he still put Vivian down and bowed. We didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble, so we didn't tell you that Vivian can cast spells. After all, we can't be sure who's trustworthy. I owe you one this time. Warlock profession information. Warlocks are born with the ability to cast spells. They begin to display their primitive magic during puberty. Their first spells may be cast accidentally, and they may not be able to control them. Sometimes it can even lead to dangerous situations. A young warlock's house is often filled with strange sounds and lights, and it looks like a haunted place. However, one day, the warlock will understand their own unique power and begin to practice and improve their spellcasting skills. A few lucky young warlocks can be taught by older warlocks how to use their innate power. However, it's more common for young warlocks to live a lonely life due to fear from their friends and misunderstandings from their family. Because of their natural charm, warlocks often leave a strong impression on others, which helps them to communicate with others. But sometimes, because of her appearance, she would attract unnecessary trouble. Female sorcerer. Before they grow up, warlocks will encounter many problems due to their unique characteristics. Chapter 47. The mistress's expression softened a little. She waved at Vivian, and the little girl walked over obediently. It seemed that she was much closer to Vivian because of her help this time. Go to the main hall first. The mistress patted Vivian's head and said softly, I have something to talk to your brother about. Vivian turned around and looked at Soren. She only left after he nodded at her. Soren. The mistress watched as Vivian left. After she left, she said in a serious tone, I want to know about your past. Did anything special happen? Vivian's talent is extraordinary. She awakened her magic at such a young age. Her future achievements are immeasurable. Sauron looked at her, shook his head gently and said slowly, I'm sorry. There's nothing special that I need to tell you. Vivian and I were orphans when we were young. Our lives were no different from those of the poor. Orphans? The mistress's expression softened a little. There's no way that nothing happened. When a sorcerer awakens their magic for the first time, they usually go through a lot of emotional turmoil. Something special must have happened to awaken Vivian's power. Solon was a little stunned when he heard this, and then asked, Something special? I once met a sorcerer during a mission. I was severely injured and was bedridden for half a month. Maybe I'm not fated to die yet. The mistress looked at him and muttered to herself, Is that so? She cares a lot about you. If you are seriously injured and your life is in danger, it is very likely that she will awaken her hidden power. Vivian is still too young. As she gradually grows up, her power will become stronger and stronger. If she doesn't know how to control this power, it is very likely that she will harm others or even cause great destruction. You're not a sorcerer, so you can't understand her talent. She's a spellcasting genius. Even my mother isn't as talented as her. Spellcasting genius? When Soren heard these words, he suddenly trembled and thought to himself, could it be that Vivian has the talent of spellcasting genius? It was the most powerful talent that spellcasters could have. If Soren remembered correctly, anyone with the spellcasting genius ability could get a +2 spellcasting power bonus for any spell. And at the same time, the casting time of any spell could be shortened by 1 second. That was to say, any spell that took less than 1 second to cast could be instantly cast by people with this ability. Even a level 0 spell has a casting time of more than 1 second. Soren seemed to have thought of something, and some images flashed through his mind. But Vivian seems to have activated it after chanting the spell. It seems like the spell is really instantaneous. A level 0 spell's incantation was very short. It only had 1 or 2 syllables, and it took less than 1 second to finish chanting. If one didn't have a special spellcasting talent, they would need to gather elemental energy. Soren didn't know much about spells, so he couldn't tell if the spell was instantaneous or not. However, The northern witch in front of him could definitely tell. In other words, the spellcasting genius Vivian might really have a talent called spellcasting genius. This talent was a special ability that couldn't be mastered through training. Spellcasters of any profession could increase their spellcasting power by 1 point per profession level. With 10 points as the standard, every 2 points in the main attribute would increase their spellcasting power by 1 point. In other words, if a level 5 sorcerer had 16 points of intelligence, the spellcasting power would be increased by 5 plus 16 to 10. 2 is equal to 8. The so-called spellcasting power was actually a measurement passed down from the arcane era. For example, the level 0 spell Lightning Shock could only produce 3 points of electric energy. However, if the level 5 sorcerer above cast it, the power of the electric arc could reach 11 points. If this power of electric arc was used on an ordinary person, it would be fatal because ordinary people only had around 10 points of HP. However, if it was used on a profession, it would inevitably be resisted by the vitality of the profession, and the damage would only be around 5 to 8 points. In addition to the strong vitality of professions, it would only cause light electric shock damage. It was like an ordinary person touching a high-voltage electric current. The following was Vivian's ability. If she really had a talent called spellcasting genius, then when she cast the level 0 spell Lightning Shock, the power of the gathered lightning would be increased by 1 plus 2 plus 21 to 10. 2 is equal to 8. 5. The power of the spell would be a little stronger than a level 5 sorcerer. And this was only because she was only a level 1 sorcerer. As her profession level increased in the future, this difference would become bigger and bigger, especially after she learned spells like Finger of Death, that directly relied on the opponent's vitality to determine whether or not it would directly kill. Many sorcerer's spells did not directly cause damage, such as Web, Charm Person, Control, and so on. The success of these spells depended on the sorcerer's spellcasting power and the will of the target. Under normal circumstances, a legendary sorcerer's spellcasting power would only be around 30 points. 20 points of profession level would give the spellcasting power, 8 points of intelligence would give the spellcasting power, and some special talents would give the spellcasting power. If there was a legendary equipment, the spellcasting power could be increased by 1 to 3 points. This was why the spellcasting genius ability surprised Soren so much. Not to mention, if Vivian mastered the spellcasting proficiency ability in the future, she would be able to increase her spellcasting time by another second. At that time, she would be able to cast any spell that took less than 2 seconds. There was a brief moment of silence. The mistress glanced at Soren and continued, "Before you came, I performed a divination ritual for Vivian, and I saw something bad." Divination? Was it a branch of prophecy? It seemed to be an ability of the northern witches, and it was said that they could vaguely predict a person's future. However, it was impossible to say exactly how clear the prophecy was because even a legendary level prophecy could only see a fragment of the future. It was a very short scene, and the moment the prophecy was completed, it would start to deviate. The further the time period was, the greater the deviation of the prophecy. Prophecy spells were mainly used to predict the future, allowing the caster to avoid dangerous situations or places in advance. This was the reason why the Northern Witch suddenly left Amber City in advance. When she performed the divination, she sensed that something dangerous was about to happen in Amber City, and it was something that she could not change even with her current power. Soren took a deep breath and slowly asked, "What did you see?" "Blood and fire," the mistress said solemnly. She took a deep look at Soren and said with a serious expression, "Prophecies can only predict the future from fragments and images. Blood represents slaughter and death, which means that Vivian will be surrounded by death in the future. Fire represents war and destruction, which means that she will experience many destructive things in the future. I don't know what's so special about her, but the trajectory of fate has already determined that she will not be an ordinary person in the future." According to the Northern Witch's divination, only a small number of people would see such a scene. Some of them would become kings, some would become evil tyrants, and some would become legends. Regardless of whether they were evil or righteous, their lives would be filled with slaughter and death. The mistress took a deep breath and said slowly, Vivian's future is destined to be turbulent, and you won't be able to protect her forever. Forgive me for being blunt, but you seem to be afraid of something. I don't know what you're afraid of, but I can feel that you're running away from any possible danger. That includes me. Maybe that's why you can't trust me. Silence. Soren fell silent. Afraid? Maybe I'm really afraid. It's because I care so much about her that I'm afraid of losing her. Running away? Am I really running away? Soren knew all too well how many terrible things would happen in the upcoming year of troubles. The gods and demons tore apart the sky and the earth. In this unprecedented catastrophe, even legendary professions could be wiped out like chickens and dogs. He was only a Tier 2 rogue. Shouldn't he be running away from all of this? It was a war between gods. Even a legendary-level professional only had the qualification to enter the arena. There were as many saints as dogs, and liches were everywhere. He didn't even have the right to fight with them. Was he supposed to just sit there and wait for destruction to come? He wouldn't even know where his enemy was when death came. What if he hadn't left? Would they have been wiped out like ants by the meteor burst that destroyed Amber City? The woman in front of him didn't know. She didn't know what was about to happen, or what kind of terrible disaster it would cause. This was because even legendary witches could not foresee the coming age of turmoil. Mortals were powerless in front of gods. Millions of players couldn't stop the year of troubles, so how could he change it all by himself? What else could he do other than run away and wait for the right time to accumulate strength? Yes. Soren slowly raised his head and looked at the mistress in front of him. I'm afraid and running away from some things. Some things can't be changed by human strength. I don't trust you either. You seem to like Vivian a lot, but you're acting all high and mighty. I may be weak now, but I won't be weak forever. I know what you're trying to say. I'll never let Vivian leave my side. I'll protect her with my life, but you can't. You care more about Vivian's talent. If she doesn't have it, she'll just be an ordinary girl to you. But it's different for me. Whether or not Vivian has talent, she's the closest person to me. She's the only family I have left in this world. You said that I still can't trust you. Yes. Because you haven't even told me your name. Maybe you don't think I deserve to know your name. And you only want to keep her by your side because you're curious. I'm very grateful to you for bringing us all the way to Whiterun. And I'm even more grateful for your help today. I'll find a way to repay you in the future. You're a kind and benevolent witch. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed to say so much to me. A simple charm spell would have been enough to solve the problem. I'm very grateful to you. Soren bowed deeply and walked out the door. Wait. The mistress stood up and stared at Soren. She sighed when she saw the determination in his eyes. She knew that there were some things that the man in front of her would protect with his life. This was the reason why she noticed Vivian's talent in the first place. It was a sincere and distant feeling. She slowly walked in front of Soren. She looked at the weak but determined man in front of her. For the first time in her life, she felt that he was qualified to speak to her as an equal. It wasn't because of his strength, but because he cared so much about the little girl. The mistress of the caravan sighed. Magic can't solve all problems. Overusing your power will only make you lose your way. My name is Gloria. Maybe you can let her stay by my side for a while and learn some useful magic knowledge. It'll be helpful for her in the future. She reached out her hand. For the first time, the mistress spoke to him as an equal. Her name was Gloria. She was a powerful northern witch. The man in front of her, who she could easily kill, had won her respect with his firm beliefs and sincere feelings. Chapter 48. Evening. Soren left the caravan alone. Gloria was right. He did not have the ability to guide Vivian's path. Unless he planned to become a wizard, Vivian would have to learn all the spells on her own. She would have to take a lot of detours, and sometimes it could even cause destruction and danger. To some extent, this was what a talented sorcerer had to face. Therefore, Soren decided to let Vivian stay by his side for a while. He would not let Gloria take Vivian away, but since they were trapped in Whiterun, It would be better for Vivian to stay by his side for the time being. Moreover, Soren was ready to take this opportunity to go out and take a risk. When he walked out of the room, the little girl's eyes were red. Perhaps she had eavesdropped on their conversation. But she reached out her small hands and tightly grabbed onto Soren's clothes. Her pitiful appearance made Soren's heart ache, but it also made him more determined to go out and take a risk. Time waits for no man. If he slowly leveled up like before, it would be very difficult for him to protect himself before the time of troubles. Therefore, Soren had to go out and take a risk because there was a chance in front of him. Although the ancient red dragon had not yet appeared, the chain reaction caused by its appearance had already begun to ferment. In the past he would still have to search for monsters in the wild, but now, all the monsters around the Black Swamp had been driven out by the dragon's aura. In other words, Soren did not need to go deep into the wilderness. He could encounter a lot of monsters in just a few days. If he was lucky and didn't encounter anything dangerous, he could even get close to 1,000 slaughter EXP a day by hunting monsters. It would take at least a week for the trade route to Whiterun to open. As long as Soren was not unlucky enough to die in the hands of monsters, he could level up to grade 3 in a week's time. Food, weapons, bandages, potions, insect repellent, antidotes, Soren's figure was busy in the trading area. After such a long time, his savings were quickly spent until there was no more space in the multidimensional bag. Only then did he stop his crazy purchases. The night was hazy. Soren's silhouette reappeared near the inn. He already knew what had happened from Vivian. Naturally, he wouldn't let them go so easily. Since they dared to do certain things, they had to pay the price. In a dark alley, the security in Whiterun had been getting worse and worse recently, and the number of guards patrolling the streets had increased by a lot. At the same time, someone had proposed to impose a curfew, but it had not been approved yet. The hotel seemed a little deserted. Because a person had died during the day, most of the guests had checked out. There was a lamp on the bar in front. The innkeeper, Cowan, sat at the front with a gloomy face. He looked at the fat man in front of him and said, "Marauder, is that all you've got?" He actually sent a subordinate who can't even handle an 8-year-old girl. "Are you out of your mind?" Marauder's expression froze. "How is that possible?" He growled. Lasker's skills are not inferior to those guards. How could he not even be able to handle a little girl? There's something fishy about this. Maybe someone else did it secretly. Not only did they steal our business, but they also killed my subordinate. In fact, he had another guess in his mind. That was, his subordinate had really failed. Not only did he fail to kidnap the little girl, but he was also killed by her. But this kind of thing was too absurd. How could a little girl who looked at most 7 or 8 years old kill a man who had undergone specialized combat training and was an advanced class holder? Suddenly, there was a slight noise. Marauder raised his head cautiously and signaled to the thugs beside him. As a human trafficker who lived in the slums, his alertness had always been very high. "Boss. Not good. The warehouse is on fire." One of his subordinates quickly ran over. The back of the hotel had caught on fire at some point. The fire spread quickly and almost reached the kitchen at the back. Cowan, who was in front of the counter, stood up angrily and yelled at his subordinate, "Bastard! Hurry up and put out the fire." The dozen or so people in the inn started to get busy. This kind of inn had its own well and water tank. The others quickly took out things to put out the fire. However, Marauder, who was sitting in front of the counter, had a slight change in his expression. He quietly looked around, and his fat body immediately ran away at a speed that did not match his size. Based on his intuition, he felt that the fire was too sudden. Maybe someone was planning to attack them. Moreover, the young man who went out during the day had not returned. Maybe he was the one who started the fire. The fat figure quietly slipped out of the side door. Marauder put his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked around vigilantly. Then he ran towards the street outside. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt shot out from the darkness. Marauder's fat body trembled, and he let out a painful cry. Rumble! There was a loud explosion in the distance. The wine barrels in the inn's warehouse were set on fire. Explosions occurred one after another. The sound of the explosion spread quickly and alerted the nearby patrolling guards. Swoosh. A second crossbow bolt shot out from above. Marauder was already on guard, so the bolt only grazed the side of his face. It was only then that he realized that the enemy was on the roof of a building beside the street. The explosion just now covered his scream. After realizing that the enemy had a crossbow, Marauder immediately rolled down the building and pulled out his weapon. The speed of a crossbow bolt was very slow, but the interval between the two bolts was less than 2 seconds. This meant that the enemy was an experienced crossbow user. He did not have any armor on him, so there was no way he could block the bolt with his body. Marauder opened his mouth to call for help, but gradually, a numbing sensation spread from his wound to his entire body. His body became stiffer and stiffer, and in the end he fell to the ground. Poison. The venom of a wyvern. Marauder's years of experience in the Grey Realm made him realize something. Despair immediately appeared on his face. A black shadow jumped down from the second floor. A cold light flashed. A scimitar sliced through his neck and decapitated him on the spot. Soren's masked figure appeared. He coldly looked at the corpse in front of him, bent his body, and jumped up from the wall to the second floor. The Whiterun guards would arrive in 10 minutes at most, and he had to kill all of them within 5 minutes to escape. Since the fire was already spreading, there was a possibility that the wizards and priests would be alerted. In this era, most houses were made of wood. Once a fire started, it would be difficult to extinguish it with water. Sometimes, it would even burn down an entire street. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Target eliminated. Extracting soul energy from target. Received 180 slaughter EXP. Under the shadow of the night, a vigorous figure leaped across the rooftops. Soren quickly approached the inn and reloaded his crossbow. He only had a few seconds to shoot. In other words, he had to kill as many enemies as possible before the others heard the screams and reacted to the situation. Because even under the cover of the night, these experienced gang members could still react to the fact that someone was attacking them with a long-range weapon in a few seconds. Once they hid behind an object, half of the crossbow in Soren's hands would be useless. The arrows were all coated with venom beforehand. Soren crawled on the rooftops. The fire lit up the surroundings, but no one noticed him. Many of the residents living nearby were also alerted. Some of them had already put on their clothes and started helping to put out the fire. It was not because the inn owner was a popular person, but because their house would be destroyed if the fire started. Soren quickly identified his target. It was a tall man. He could not see him clearly due to the distance and the fire, but judging from the way he was yelling, he should be the inn owner during the day. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt was fired. The inn owner instantly let out a scream and hid behind a wooden plank. The man reacted quickly. It seemed like he had experienced many battles. After being attacked, he immediately shouted at his subordinates and used a wooden bucket to block in front of him. Soren did not have a crossbow specialization. It was not difficult for him to hit the target, but it was not easy to hit the vital points. However, it did not matter. The venom on the arrow would take effect in a short period of time. Even if the venom was not fatal, the paralyzing effect of the wyvern's venom would be enough to cripple the enemy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows were fired consecutively from the darkness. Soren did not care about aiming. He quickly reloaded his crossbow and fired at the direction of the people. 1 arrow hit the wooden door, and the other 2 hit the enemy. However, none of them hit the vital points. Clang! Soren pulled out his curved sword from his back. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He jumped down from the rooftop, rolled to reduce the force, and pounced on the inn owner who was hiding behind the wooden door. Die! The curved sword drew an elegant arc. Soren cut through the opponent's waist and instantly cut open his stomach. Large pieces of intestines were exposed. He instantly withdrew his sword and stabbed forward, piercing the opponent's heart from the chest. The wyvern's venom would take effect in 2 minutes. The strong toxicity would spread through the blood. At first, it would only numb the victim, but soon the victim would lose all feeling in the wound. In the end, the victim's reaction speed would drastically decrease. This was the best venom that could be bought in the early stages of the game. It was also a must-have item for thieves to challenge boss-level enemies. A thumb-sized bottle would cost around 120 Kindler coins. It was equivalent to a rare-grade weapon. There was no time to clean up the battlefield. Soren quickly got up and rushed out, pouncing on another enemy who was hit by the arrow. The paralyzing effect would not last for long. The antibodies of the humans in this world were very good. As long as the victim did not die from the poison, they would gradually recover. The paralyzing effect of the wyvern's venom would last for 5 to 10 minutes. As long as the victim's constitution was not too high, such as 18 or even 20 points, it would be very difficult for them to be immune to the paralyzing effect. At most, it would shorten the duration of the paralyzing effect. The Whiterun city guards shouted from afar. The battle had alarmed many people, and the screams scared the nearby residents away. Soren glared at the other thugs who were hiding. He swung his curved sword and slit the throat of one of the thugs. Then he ducked down and rushed into the night. He could not let the Whiterun city guards discover him. For now he could only let the thugs escape. Fortunately, he had killed the one who seemed to be the leader of the group. The fire was getting bigger and bigger. Soon after the Whiterun city guards arrived, several wizards in grey robes appeared. They frowned as they looked at the bloodstains and corpses on the ground. Then they began to cast spells to extinguish the fire. Compared to the murder in front of them, controlling the spread of the fire was the most important thing. Chapter 49. There was a shadow cast by the corner of the city wall. Soren's body was hidden in the shadows. He calmly put away his crossbow and wiped the blood off his curved sword with an old cloth. He had killed 6 people. It seemed that these were all veterans of the gangs in the old city. Each of them gave him more than 100 slaughter EXP. Especially the innkeeper, who gave him more than 300 slaughter EXP. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, he did not have the chance to loot the corpses or loot. He could only retreat after killing the enemies. It seemed that the Whiterun guards had taken advantage of all the loot, as they would have looted the corpses. Killing people was not a big deal. But arson was a big deal. The city of Whiterun did not care about the deaths of a few grey people, but they were very strict when it came to those who dared to set fire in the city. This was because once the fire spread, the consequences would be severe. The casualties and property losses would be much more serious than the deaths of a few gangsters. Soren estimated that someone would investigate this matter before tomorrow. If the city guards took this matter seriously, they would most likely hire someone special to investigate it. Then, it would not be impossible for them to find out about Soren's identity. He had to leave now. Soren looked at the chaotic scene in the distance, and walked along the shadow of the city wall, until there was no light nearby. When he could no longer see the guards, he stopped and leaned against the wall. He took out a rope from his multi-dimensional bag, and tied an iron hook to it. He spun the rope a few times in his hand, and threw the hook into the recess of the city wall. He tightened the rope to test it, then started climbing up the wall. His 20 dexterity made him very agile. In less than a minute, he had climbed up the wall more than 20 meters high. He glanced around warily. After confirming that there was no one around, he fixed the hook in place and slid down the wall using the rope. Soren grabbed the rope and swung it hard. The hook loosened and fell back into his hand. It was dark in the wild, but the unique night vision ability of the half-elves allowed Soren to still see things. He put the things back into the multi-dimensional bag, then bent down and went into the woods in the distance. This time, it wasn't as simple as just killing those guys. Soren planned to travel along the road from Whiterun to Autumnfall. On the one hand, he wanted to accumulate slaughter EXP, and level up his class when necessary. On the other hand, he wanted to find an opportunity to advance his class. On the other hand, he wanted to check out the situation along the path and figure out the distribution of monsters nearby. That way, he would have more confidence when he led Vivian through this path in the future. At the very least, Soren would never get the terrain and direction wrong after walking through it once. The city was surrounded by villages. Due to their proximity to the city, none of the villages were fenced. Whiterun's guards patrolled the area regularly, and if there were any monsters or beasts nearby, they would be taken care of. Soren walked for a few kilometers in the night and entered a small village. Nowadays, there were many piles of straw near the village, mainly for the convenience of making a fire and making beds. The poor people didn't have the money to buy cotton quilts, so they could only use the straw to make their beds. In the winter, they would even use it as a quilt. Kong beds were relatively rare in the south, and they were more common in the north. Soren lay down on a pile of straw. At first, it was a little itchy, but he soon got used to it. He had been adventuring in the wilderness for many years, so he had adapted to many things. The night passed just like that. The next day, Soren was woken up by the sound of a dog barking. He didn't know who'd found him, but it was barking under the straw pile. He pulled out his curved sword and circled around, planning to kill it, but when he saw the thatched house in the distance, he put away his weapon. For these poor farmers, a dog was a very important asset. Dogs in this era were fiercer. Sometimes, they would even pounce on monsters and bite them a few times. Soren had seen a dog fight a gnoll. Although it was bitten to death in order to protect its master, its courage was admirable. Perhaps it was because he remembered Heath, that brave and loyal old dog. Soren took out a piece of jerky and tossed it to the dog. The sudden food lowered the dog's guard. It looked at Soren suspiciously, but in the end, it couldn't help but bite on the jerky. Soren patted the straw off his body and jumped down from the pile of straw. He looked around, then walked toward the wilderness in the distance. The sky was just beginning to brighten. There were already farmers working in the fields. As humans, they didn't have as many talents as other races, so they had to master the skill of farming. The children in the village would start working in the fields when they were 5 or 6 years old. Gradually, they would learn from their parents how to farm, when to sow, when to harvest, how to take care of the fields, and what to do in case of pests. They were the most ordinary group of people in the world. The roads in the fields were muddy. Soren quickly found the main road to Autumnfall and headed toward the Whiterun Plains. This road took a long time, taking a whole week. First, he had to pass through the Black Swamp, then through the edge of the Whiterun Plains, and finally arrived at Autumnfall. The first day was relatively peaceful because it was still an area of human activity. There were militia groups stationed nearby, and a small number of regular troops. Soren didn't stop along the way. When he was tired, he would rest for a while, and when he felt better, he would continue on his way. It wasn't until the second day that he gradually walked out of the area of human activity that he encountered more and more things. The villages here were scattered. Only near the flat land that was convenient for irrigation, there were villages built by humans. However, they were more like villages. They were surrounded by walls on all sides, and there were watchtowers and arrow towers on top. The villages trained their own militia. When the farm was busy, they worked, and when the farm was idle, they would conduct simple training. There were always some young people in these villages who were unwilling to be lonely and longed for adventure. Some went out and never came back, and some returned to their hometown after giving up adventure. They were the main force in training the militia. Some of these people's profession levels were very high, but most of them were around grade 2 adventurers, and many of them were injured. If there were no accidents, they would get married and have children. When they were old, they would drink at dusk and boast about their adventures with their children and grandchildren. This was their life. After the excitement of the past, they would return to normal, and occasionally, they would remember their comrades who had passed away. Kobold. Soren pulled out the grass and looked at the footprints on the ground. He then pressed his hand on his curved sword and continued to follow the footprints. Tracking in the wild was a skill that adventurers had to master. The best of them were undoubtedly the rangers and Drool, followed by rogues like Soren. They needed to learn how to determine the target through the footprints and tracks. This ability was derived from the basic skill of survival in the wild. Soren was now relying on his past experience to determine the target. Looks like there are quite a few of them. As the ground in front of him hardened, the footprints became fainter. Soren looked around and said to himself, "I'm afraid there are 30 to 40 kobolds. Is there a relatively large group nearby? If there were no kobold settlements, these creatures would only be in small groups. They were like the hyenas of the plains of Africa. Small groups of kobolds would be stronger individually, because survival in the wilderness was survival of the fittest. Large groups of kobolds would have more numbers, especially those that occupied mines. There might be more than 300 kobolds in total. On the basis of large numbers, there might be natural warlocks among the kobolds. Let's practice on them first and see if my past experience in group battles is still there. Adventurers in the wild naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to fight one-on-one with you. Group battles and chaotic battles were very common. You had to learn how to deal with multiple enemies at the same time. If you couldn't dodge or parry their attacks, you had to learn how to minimize the damage. In a chaotic battle, even with 20 points of dexterity, it was impossible to dodge all the attacks. In such a situation, you had to have a piece of armor. Soren put on an ordinary leather armor and wrapped his arms with a piece of cloth. At the same time, he tied up his legs. Kobolds knew how to use weapons and traps. Of course, those simple traps couldn't hurt Soren, but their self-made short bows were dangerous. Kobolds knew how to use clubs, daggers, short swords, and short bows. Soren's figure gradually faded under the shadows of the trees. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice him. He pulled out his curved sword and went deeper into the forest. This battle was more dangerous than the previous ones, because he had to face a group of more than 30 kobolds. Chapter 50. The light became dimmer and dimmer. Soren gradually entered the dense forest. He could hear the cries of various animals. There was even a small elk. It looked around vigilantly, occasionally lowering its head to graze. When it noticed the shadow of Soren's position, it immediately ran outside. Because it was not destroyed by humans, there were many wild animals in the wilderness. The dense vegetation greatly increased the number of wild animals. Sometimes, one could even catch wild rabbits in the fields. Soren stopped in front of a puddle. He reached out and picked up some dark red soil, put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. It was the smell of fresh blood. This place should be very close to where the kobolds lived. Kobolds were short, reptilian humanoid creatures that were cowardly and violent. They had scales on their bodies, and the color of their skin varied from dark rust to dark black. This provided them with a certain amount of protection, plus 1 innate armor. Their eyes were red, and they had good night vision. They also had long tails that couldn't be curled. Most kobolds wore ragged clothes, and they preferred red and orange. They would strip off the clothes of the dead and wear them. They were about 3 feet tall and weighed about 50 pounds. Kobolds could speak Draconic, but they still sounded like puppies. Like lizard men, they were oviparous. They were born in a litter, so it was quite common to encounter them in the wilderness. Don't underestimate them just because of their size. Normal kobolds were more powerful than normal civilians. Although they weren't strong, they were more agile, and their dexterity could reach 13 to 15 points. They also had the talents of mining and trap making. Most kobolds could make simple traps, such as tripping ropes and pit traps. Because they were naturally timid, kobolds usually didn't act alone. They usually appeared in groups of 3 to 5. They would attack when there were twice the number of enemies. If the numbers were about the same, they would call for more companions or just give up. If the situation was not good, kobolds would quickly run away. This was similar to goblins. That's right. They could eat people. Soren continued to follow the footprints and took out his crossbow. It wasn't worth it to use a poison crossbow on these small things. Otherwise, the spoils of war wouldn't be as good as the items he had used. Normal crossbow bolts would be enough to deal with these small creatures. He still had half a bottle of wyvern venom left. To be safe, Soren still carried 3 of these crossbows with him. The goal was to guard against kobold sorcerers. Kobolds were the creatures most likely to become warlocks, even though most kobold warlocks didn't have high levels. However, the frequency of its appearance was a little scary. They were staunch supporters of the theory that warlocks were inherited from the dragon race. Because kobolds had a trace of dragon blood, they communicated in the dragon language, and 1 or 2 kobold warlocks would pop out from time to time. When dealing with powerful spellcasters, it was never too much to be cautious. There were more and more bloodstains in front of him. Soren stopped in front of a patch of grass that had obviously been moved. He took out his curved sword and fiddled with it. Immediately he saw a rope. If he accidentally touched it, something might fall on him, or he might be tripped and hung upside down. In the past, many people had suffered because of these small creatures. At the beginning, many people, including Soren, had rushed out to kill them, but they didn't expect to be almost killed by these small creatures. Kobolds were born with plus 20 trap skills, which was equivalent to the standard of a normal hunter. There was a commotion in front of him, and he could vaguely hear the barking of dogs. Soren held his weapon and slowly approached. Kobolds had a good sense of smell, better than humans, but not as good as wolfhounds, so he had to be careful when he went into stealth. Soon, a group of kobolds appeared in front of Soren. There were about 30 of them. Half of them were normal kobolds, and the other half were kobold warriors with equipment. There was also a dark red kobold holding a wooden stick. He wasn't sure if it was a kobold sorcerer, but it was standing next to a large pot. If the spellcasters of this world were disguised, or if they didn't have any special equipment, it would be hard to tell who they were. For example, if a priest was fighting with a stick, and after a long time he cast a divine spell, only then would you realize that he knew magic. Most of the time, you had to rely on your own observation skills. The pot was set up with a wooden stick, and there were kobolds throwing firewood at the side. He couldn't see clearly what was cooking inside, but Soren guessed that it could be goblins, wild beasts, mushrooms, or weeds. Kobolds were omnivores. They ate both meat and grass. When they didn't have any prey, they would cook the mushrooms and weeds in the forest to fill their stomachs. If there was a lack of food, they would fight with the nearby goblins. Usually there was no clear winner, but after the fight, both sides would cook something in the pot. If they were frugal, it could last them for 10 days to half a month. A group of kobolds surrounded the cauldron, drooling and barking from time to time. Soren saw the goblins being cut into pieces, but when he saw the remains of a female human being, his face instantly became gloomy. Kobolds didn't dare to attack the village directly. They only dared to sneak in. Sometimes they didn't even dare to attack adult males. They only dared to kill children and women. Kobolds were cowardly and cruel. They would sneak up on women and children who were alone outside the village, kill them in a short period of time, and then drag their bodies back to the village. More than 30 kobolds weren't easy to deal with. Soren hid at the side and counted carefully, judging the danger level of this group of kobolds. There were about 10 kobold warriors. They were armed with short swords, clubs, and short spears. Some of them were even wearing leather armor. Kobolds were humanoid creatures, and they knew how to make equipment. Next to them were 5 kobold archers. They were armed with short bows and daggers. The bows were all made by themselves, made from wood and animal tendons. Although they weren't very powerful, it was still very painful to shoot at close range. The other normal kobolds also had weapons, but most of them were crude wooden clubs. It wasn't too much of a problem to hit them. There was only one thing that couldn't be confirmed. Was the dark red kobold beside the pot a leader or a warlock? But without a doubt, it was the most dangerous one. Kobold Large Group, Grade 1. Challenge Rating, Level 3 Monster, Level 5 Leader Unit and Kobold Warlock may appear. Highest and lowest attributes. 17 and 8 total attribute points, 60 to 75. Special abilities. Natural Armor, Trap Crafting, Night Vision. Difficulty, C+, Loot Level, +1 Mining Collecting. The kobolds' loot had bonus points because they had a habit of collecting shiny objects. Of course, not all of them were kindlers. It was possible that some of them were gold, sand, and ores that they had dug out. In the information collected by Soren, many monsters would have loot bonuses based on their own habits, which meant that monsters of the same level would end up with a higher loot than monsters of the same level. Goblins also liked to collect, but unfortunately, they often ended up with trash. There was a slight noise. Soren began to move towards the bonfire from the side. He had to get rid of the dark red kobold first. Only then could he ensure that this battle would be much easier. Challenge Rating. Level 3 meant that he would need 5 professions that were around level 3 to deal with them easily. It wasn't easy for Soren to move alone. The most important thing was that he couldn't be surrounded. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt flew out. The dark red kobold next to the bonfire let out a scream, and the entire kennel was alarmed. Sounds similar to the barking of a puppy could be heard. After the initial panic, the kobolds began to swarm around with their weapons in hand. They quickly discovered Soren with their night vision. A group of kobold warriors growled and charged towards him. When they realized that their enemies were far fewer than them, kobolds would become more aggressive. Soren didn't rush to meet them. He almost immediately rolled to the side to dodge the arrow. The place where he was originally standing was instantly filled with arrows. The kobold's short bows were quite threatening. The curved sword in his hand glinted coldly. In just one exchange, 2 kobolds had their stomachs cut open by Soren. However, because of this momentary pause, one of the kobolds pounced towards his leg and opened its mouth to bite him. They had sharp teeth. Bang! Soren twisted his waist and kicked out, sending the kobold flying 5 meters away. He forcefully twisted his body and dodged a dagger, then swung his leg to kick another kobold that was pouncing at him. In just 30 seconds, Soren had killed 6 kobolds, but the 30 or so kobolds that had gathered together also pounced on him. His leg was slashed by a short sword, but fortunately it was only a small cut. The arrow from the short bow hit Soren, but it didn't penetrate his leather armor. Instead, it killed a kobold beside him. The kobold warriors with the strength of a level 1 warrior surrounded Soren. These 3-foot-tall creatures were very troublesome. Every time they attacked, they would stab at the back of Soren's leg, forcing him to bend down. The kobolds had the rolling skill, and they knew how to use their body size to roll and dodge. Crescent moon slash. There was no space to dodge the attacks coming from all directions. Soren gritted his teeth and used his leather armor to block 2 of the attacks. He then twisted his waist and spun around with his curved sword. 3 kobolds fell to the ground, their stomachs all cut open. But at this moment, the dark red kobold that was shot by Soren's poison crossbow shakily stood up. It uttered a strange syllable, then stretched out its hand and pushed forward. A 60-degree fan-shaped flame spewed out. Soren was the first to bear the brunt of the flame. His clothes were immediately set ablaze, followed by the kobold beside him. It was directly burned by the flame. Burning hand. Chapter 51. After the initial panic, the normal kobolds slowly regained their composure. They picked up some stones from the ground and threw them at Soren. Even though the stones didn't deal much damage, they still hurt when they hit him, especially when more than 10 stones were thrown at him from all directions. Soren's 20 points of dexterity didn't help much. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, there wasn't enough space for him to get hit. Even though the damage was only 1 point, it still hurt a lot. Burning hand. With his ability to recognize spells, Soren rolled away in an instant. He still remembered quite a lot of the Drow's swordsmanship, and he instantly cut off the legs of 3 kobolds nearby. This move was once nicknamed Earth Rolling Blade because it didn't look good. Not many people learned it, but almost all melee fighters learned it because it was a life-saving skill in a chaotic battle. Rangers, warriors, and wanderers who had advanced into Earthly Hall swordsmen were top-notch experts in chaotic battles. This set of combat skills required high coordination, agility, flexibility, speed, and internal organs. The Drow's swordsmanship focused on attacking the lower body. Soren had seen an expert cut off the legs of more than 10 enemies in an instant. The enemies didn't even touch the corner of his clothes, and the ground was littered with severed limbs. True experts wouldn't fly around in the air because there was no place to borrow or deflect the force. They would become live targets before they even landed. The most they used was diving and jumping. Even if they could jump up to a height of 5 to 6 meters, or even 10 meters, they wouldn't expose themselves in the air. The flames on Soren's body were extinguished as he rolled on the ground. However, as the kobold warlock moved, the flames from Burning Hand followed. This was one of the most troublesome level 1 spells, and it was like maggots in one's bones. Soren gritted his teeth, grabbed a kobold's corpse, and threw it at the sorcerer. About 50 pounds was still within his explosive range. The kobold's corpse was thrown directly at the sorcerer, and at the same time, its spell was interrupted. Soren was caught off guard by the kobolds who were jumping and rolling around in all directions. Once again he was hit by a sword. Soren twisted his waist and got up. The moment he got up, he grabbed the ankle of a kobold with one hand. The kobold let out a terrified cry. He swung the kobold in a circle, forcing the enemies around him to back away. Then he bent his body and jumped 5 meters away, breaking out of the encirclement of the kobolds. In a chaotic battle, one must not be surrounded by enemies. Otherwise, no matter how high one's evasion and reflexes were, it would be useless. This was because there was not enough space for one to move around. In the end, one would still have to face them head-on. Swoosh! Soren took out his crossbow again, and shot an arrow at the kobold warlock. Some of the kobolds took out their short bows and started shooting at Soren. However, their poor archery skills were unable to hit Soren, who was moving at high speed. Instead, they hit the other kobolds behind him. Clang! Soren pulled out his scimitar and spun it around, successfully blocking an arrow. Perhaps it was because he suddenly felt good, he actually used the blade to block 3 arrows consecutively. Die! Soren once again pounced at the kobold warlock in the distance. Spellcasters were weak in close combat, and their physique was far inferior to that of warriors. He was confident that he could cut the kobold warlock in front of him into pieces with one strike. Frost palm. The kobold warlock suddenly struck out with its palm. A faint blue light appeared in the center of its palm. Soren, who was charging at him, was instantly enveloped by a cold aura. From his scimitar to his arm, and then to his eyebrows, his entire body was covered in a thin layer of frost. The bone-chilling cold seeped into his body, and even his hands became stiff. Shadow Strike. Soren gritted his teeth and endured the first circle spell Frost Palm. He rushed in front of the kobold warlock and instantly swung his scimitar down. A formless shadow energy gathered, and the kobold warlock's head was instantly chopped off. The thin layer of frost on its body was shattered and quickly melted away. The frost formed by magic would not last for too long. It would usually dissipate after a while. Spellcasters were always this dangerous. Fortunately, the kobold warlock was already dead. Soren didn't have time to look behind him. He kicked his legs and pounced at the kobold archer in the distance. Once the leader died, the kobold warlock would collapse. In other words, if they felt that they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would start to run away. Soren had spent so much effort, and naturally he didn't want the enemy to run away. He had to kill as many of them as possible before the kobold warlock's morale collapsed. This was because once the kobolds started to flee, Soren wouldn't be able to find them in the complex environment of the forest. It would be equivalent to losing hundreds of slaughter EXP for nothing. This was also the reason why the kobolds in the wilderness were so difficult to kill. Once they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would run away faster than hyenas. You could either surround them, or use ranged attacks to kill them. Otherwise, you could only hunt them down one by one. Most importantly, they knew how to split up and run. The death of their leader caused the kobolds to panic. Some of the more cowardly ones tried to escape, while the braver ones wavered. After all, there was only one enemy, and it seemed to be injured. Most of them were kobold warriors that surrounded them. In their eyes, they outnumbered the enemy. At the very least, they wouldn't easily run away until more than half of them were dead or injured. The battle had been going on for a few minutes. Soren's continuous attacks had consumed a lot of his stamina, and his movements were slower than before. Although he managed to dodge most of the attacks, he was still injured. It was just that the injuries weren't fatal. Injuries in the wilderness were unavoidable, especially when there were too many enemies. His leather armor blocked the arrows, and most of the wounds were just scratches on his skin. There were also some bruises caused by rocks. The arrows didn't hit Soren many times, but the rocks did hit him many times. Since they didn't have to worry about killing their own kind, the kobolds threw a lot of rocks at him. When the rocks hit Soren, they also made the other kobolds cry out in pain. The real damage was from the first circle spell's Burning Hand and Frost Palm. The former caused 8 points of burn damage, while the latter caused 6 points of frostbite. If it wasn't for his profession level 5, he would have been put into a heavily injured status, and his strength would have been reduced by half. However, as his injuries worsened and his stamina was depleted, Soren started to feel a little powerless. He wasn't a warrior. If it was a level 5 warrior, he would have just worn a chainmail, and he would have been able to kill the kobolds. If he had a shield, the battle would have been even easier. The only thing he had to worry about was his stamina not being able to keep up. If he was too slow, he would be kite by the kobolds, and he wouldn't be able to use his explosive power to rush to the side of the kobold sorcerer. Armor greatly affected his movement speed and reaction speed. Level up the rogue class. Facing the remaining 20 kobolds, Soren decisively chose to level up. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. The rogue class has leveled up to level 6. Receive 24, DX 20+, INT 18 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 11, profession HP 6+, con 19 to 10, *0. 5. Received 1 free attribute point. Obtained 1 talent point, obtained 1 weapon point. Soren didn't have time to allocate other attributes, so he directly added 1 free attribute point to vitality, and his vitality increased from 19 points to 20 points. A surge of vitality burst out from Soren's body. His originally tired body immediately recovered, and the 20 points of vitality even made his wounds slightly itchy. Even the stones that the kobolds threw at him didn't hurt or itch. Extraordinary domain. The 20 points of vitality brought about a huge difference, and at the same time, it also restored his stamina to its peak. Soren, who was originally a lot slower, suddenly burst out with power. The curved sword in his hand drew a cold light, and directly cut a kobold in half. He then took a deep breath, jumped, and dived. The moment he landed, he swung his sword and killed 2 kobold archers on the spot. Even the short bows made of hardwood were cut in half when they blocked his attack. Spinning strike. Although he didn't have any combat abilities, Soren still relied on his abundant stamina and extraordinary dexterity to perform the Rogue Blade Master's moves. His body spun 360 degrees on the spot, and the curved sword drew an arc in the trajectory of the arc, cutting 3 kobolds from their shoulders to their waists. Then, the moment he retracted his sword, he stabbed down and nailed a kobold to the ground. The morale of the kobolds finally collapsed. The ordinary kobolds began to throw away their weapons and run away. Even the kobold warriors were hesitant and fearful because the enemy in front of them seemed to have suddenly become stronger. Soren didn't stop at all. Wherever his curved sword went, limbs would be cut off. Before the kobolds went into the forest, he killed the warriors one by one, and then began to clean up the other kobolds. Unfortunately, after all, he was only one person, and there were still a dozen or so kobolds that ran away. They dived into the bushes and soon disappeared without a trace. It was very troublesome to catch up with them. Clang! Soren sheathed his sword, let out a long sigh, and then began to bandage his wounds. The arrow wound was a little better because the leather armor blocked it. However, the wound on his leg that was cut by the kobold needed a simple bandage. A row of data appeared in front of him. The battle is over. After a difficult battle, your skills have improved. Dodge move +1, dodge roll +2, parry +1, listen location by listening to the wind +1. Chapter 52. Cynocephaly were quite strong. Although they didn't look tall, only about 3 feet, 1 meter, tall, advanced warriors had high strength. Perhaps this was because they really did have a trace of dragon blood in them. Advanced cynocephaly warriors could reach 13 to 15 strength. If it wasn't for Soren's armor, his bones would have been injured. Soren wasn't in a hurry to collect the loot. He first bandaged his leg. He still had some healing potions, but he didn't use them. 60 silver dirhams could buy a basic healing potion, which could restore 8 to 10 HP. There was no need to use them here. He had just obtained the regeneration ability from 20 vitality. After a simple bandage, he gradually recovered. He should be fine by tomorrow. After all, he didn't hurt his bones. Regeneration elementary. Gifted ability. Your strong physique has exceeded the range of mortals. What was originally a fatal injury may now only be a serious injury to you. Your strong vitality has allowed you to regenerate like a troll. You can gradually recover from any injuries below the serious injury status with time. Although you can't regrow a broken arm like a troll, as your vitality gradually increases, you will be able to do so one day. Health regeneration rate +1 per hour. This was the lowest level of regeneration. The HP recovery rate was calculated on an hourly basis. In other words, Soren could recover 1 HP per hour. He was now a level 6 rogue with 63 HP. If he didn't lose an arm or a leg, he would be able to fully recover within 3 days even if he was on his last breath. Don't underestimate this ability. Although it can't affect your recovery ability during battle, it determines that you can recover quickly after battle. Many melee professions relied on this ability to save their lives countless times until they reached the realm of legends. As for creatures like trolls, their constitution started at 25. If there was no way to suppress their regeneration ability, they could grow their heads back even if they were cut off. These creatures were at the level of biochemical beasts. In this world, it was impossible to drink a potion and instantly recover to full health. Even a priest's divine spell couldn't do it. Many divine spells would overdraw energy after casting and enter a weakened state for a period of time. As for reviving, you thought too much. That was a level 9 divine spell. If you wanted to revive someone, you would have to ask the god of death of the river Styx first. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who died on the path to becoming legends. As long as there was a priest in the party, they could revive someone after they died. It was a simple matter. Soren had just calculated that he had obtained around 900 slaughter EXP from this battle. The normal Cynocephalys EXP and the Cynocephalys S EXP, the Cynosepcephalys, and the Cynocephalys EXPs. SSS. Soren didn't have many part-time jobs. If he was a warrior, his strength was slightly lower. If he was a priest, his perception was lacking. When the time of troubles began, he would immediately become useless. He would not be able to use divine spells at all. Not to mention whether or not he had the talent to become a warlock. 16 points of charm was indeed a bit low. The only people who could take on a part-time job and display decent strength were probably the adepts. Regardless of whether it was an advancement or a part-time job, it was good. Of course, it was not as simple as just closing one's eyes. A warrior's subclass required strength, a priest's subclass required faith perception, and a wizard's subclass required 25 points of knowledge and 15 points of intelligence. If he had the basic profession of a scholar, becoming a wizard would not be a problem. However, he was only a commoner, so he needed to improve his knowledge and skills. Becoming a part-time sorcerer was one direction. Soren was a bit hesitant as well. If he wanted to be a wizard, he would have to spend an extra 50% slaughter EXP. If he had a lot of slaughter experience, he naturally wouldn't care about these things. However, it was too difficult to gain slaughter experience. He killed so many kobolds and only got 900 points, which was not even enough to cover the cost of his soul energy. Advancing to a special profession required about 5,000 points of soul energy, slaughter experience, which was enough for him to directly level up to level 7 rogue. On the other hand, his subclass required 2,500 points of soul energy, slaughter experience, which was equivalent to the amount of slaughter experience he needed to level up by half a level. If he didn't know the power of magic very well, becoming a part-time sorcerer would quickly increase his strength. He really didn't want to do this, because if he learned all kinds of random professions, the end result would be that he would not be able to do anything. For example, Soren's previous profession level was level 10 commoner, max, level 10 rogue, level 10 lurker. Lurker was the advanced profession of a rogue, and was not considered a part-time sorcerer. To reach this level of strength, he had accumulated about 2 million slaughter experience, and when he finally entered the realm of legends, he directly awakened the legendary ability Shadow Realm. However, if he were to take on other professions, the 2 million slaughter experience would only be enough for him to level up both professions to an average of level 14. A level 14 warrior wouldn't be able to withstand 10 strikes in front of him, And a level 14 wizard might not even have time to cast a spell before being killed on the spot by his shadow step. It was hard to say whether it was better to be a full-time sorcerer or a part-time sorcerer. A part-time sorcerer's ability could allow him to deal with all kinds of sudden situations and be at ease in any environment. At the same time, it could complement each other's abilities and give him 3 to 5 extra free attribute points. However, it was a pity that the speed of mastering a legendary ability was relatively slow. Although some could be obtained through the fusion of professions, it was still not as good as a full-time sorcerer. In the past, many people took on part-time sorcerers for the extra free attribute points, and they even gave up many powerful legendary abilities for it. For example, the legendary rogue's Shadow Realm was a powerful ability that allowed one to directly teleport into the Shadow Realm and so on. It required many prerequisites. If one chose to take on a part-time job, these abilities would be very difficult to obtain in a short period of time, unless one killed 1 or 2 gods and obtained a large amount of soul energy. Specialized classes had to rely on teammates because there were some battles that one could not handle alone. However, the advantage was that one could obtain the ability of the legendary realm as soon as possible. After all, one did not have to be distracted to learn the skills, specialties, of other classes. Profession level was only a part of one's strength. Many professions needed to master many special abilities. As for the final achievement, it was not easy to evaluate because there were not many people who could survive until they reached the legendary realm, let alone improve the 2 methods to the limit. Professions in the legendary realm could adapt to all kinds of complicated environments. A legendary character of a single profession would develop a certain aspect to the limit. For example, a wizard with a profession level of 40 or so could have enough spell slots to blow up a continental shelf. Therefore, most people chose to work part-time. For example, many thieves would subclass as a warrior to improve their melee combat abilities. Part-time jobs were very time-consuming. If Soren succeeded in becoming a wizard, then he would have to invest a lot of slaughter EXP into it. At the same time, he would have to train and master many wizard specialties. The energy required for this was very shocking. He would have to train at least 3 or more spellcasting specialties to reach the level of other wizards of the same level. During this time, it would be difficult for his thief's strength to increase. Without the help of specialties, he would not be able to exert his full potential in battle. This was because throwing a low-level spell would not be as good as slashing with a sword. The biggest advantage of taking on a part-time job was the ability to adapt, as well as the use of various abilities. For example, greater invisibility and backstab were the reasons why it was worth taking on a part-time job. Otherwise, if the professions could not complement each other, the final result would be that the gains would not make up for the losses. It would be a waste of one's time, and at the same time, it would also limit one's achievements. After all, there were very few people who could obtain divinity. Without divinity, there was a limit to the amount of energy a soul could bear. Not to mention the difficulty of obtaining slaughter EXP. In order to obtain about 2 million slaughter EXP, Soren had to kill more than half of a hand's worth of dragons and liches. Of course, at that time, the slaughter EXP was distributed by the whole team. Now he was taking all the slaughter EXP alone. In fact, if it was not so difficult to obtain slaughter EXP, there would not be so many people who fell on the road to becoming a legend. It could be said that in Soren's memory, except for a few lucky people who were lucky enough to kill the gods who fell to the mortal world, or directly obtain the shards of divinity, others walked all the way to the legendary realm, who knew how many hardships they had experienced. It was a bumpy road full of blood and tears. Perhaps it was because they had experienced too many hardships. These people who reached the legendary realm by themselves were all masters. Their challenge level was the same as the original wizards in the storyline. To kill them, the difficulty was roughly equivalent to besieging a legendary wizard's tower. P.S. These are a little introduction to the part-time jobs. It is good that everyone has an impression. The following will be easier to understand. There are some things in this book that are more obscure, so Fu too has tried to use simpler language to explain. Chapter 53. Soren kicked the bonfire next to him to extinguish it. Then he began to allocate his weapon points and expertise points. Warriors would have an additional weapon point before they advanced. On the other hand, thieves would have to wait until they reached profession level 6 before they could get their first weapon point. The next weapon point would be profession level 12. Weapon points were similar to specialties, but they could only be added to weapon specialties, so there was some skill involved in allocating them. Soren already knew how to increase the strength of thieves like the back of his hand. However, he had another idea because he had a legendary ability called Omnipotent Hands. Although this ability was in a sealed state, it still couldn't change the fact that it was a passive ability. Omnipotent Hands was a legendary thief's innate ability. When using any weapon in battle, the legendary thief could gain proficiency in weapons. The weapon specialties mastered by melee professions were upgraded step by step. For example, the most basic simple weapon mastery, military weapon mastery, and exotic weapon mastery were the most basic specialties that allowed them to master various types of weapons. Then if they wanted to improve further, they could advance to simple weapon mastery, military weapon mastery, and exotic weapon mastery. Other melee professions and mages could only master one type of weapon. For example, the priest's warhammer, spiked hammer, and flail mastery, or the drill's staff, cane and scythe mastery. This was the weapon mastery. But if you wanted to improve further, you couldn't learn all kinds of weapons. Next, you had to choose a weapon that you were best at and the most comfortable to use, and then upgrade it to a higher level. Among all professions, only pure-blooded warriors could directly master the military weapon mastery specialty after advancing. Other melee professions had to choose one of the weapons to train at the weapon mastery level if they wanted to continue to improve. For example, Soren chose the curved sword mastery. Scimitar specialization. As the number of battles increases, you will become more proficient in using the scimitar. Among 100 people who use the scimitar in battle, your ability will be one of the best. You are an expert in using curved swords in battle. Even the drows in the underworld are not as good at this weapon as you. You know how to use it to cause the most damage and how to hit the enemy more easily. Accuracy +2, damage +2. If they continued to level up from the specialist level, they would reach the master level. Purebred warriors, without any subclasses, could master all the way up to military weapon master. Then they could choose to advance to Sword Saint or Weapon Master, directly obtaining the Grandmaster level of a single weapon specialty. However, other professions couldn't do the same. After all, they didn't train with different weapons all year round like warriors. They could only choose a single type of weapon to level up. For example, Soren's curved sword Grandmaster. The highest level of proficiency in weapons was the master level, and only pure-blooded warriors could reach military weapon master. Other professions simply did not have the energy and time to do so. If they wanted to master it, they would have to slowly train all the military types of weapons to the master level, and finally fuse them into the military weapon master specialty. Under normal circumstances, no one would be stupid enough to waste too much time on this. After all, they might as well use that time to improve their other abilities. Under normal circumstances, some pure-blooded warriors would obtain the military weapon mastery specialty at level 1, military weapon mastery at level 3, military weapon mastery at level 6, and finally military weapon master at level 9. Finally, around level 12, they would improve their other abilities and rely on advancing to Sword Saint or Weapon Master to obtain the Grandmaster level of a single weapon specialty. However, the price of this advancement meant that they would completely give up on the training of shield blocking, weapon parrying, and armor mastery. This kind of warrior's ability to move in battle would be affected even if they wore full body armor. If they didn't advance to Sword Saint, they would only be able to wear medium armor at most. Once they wore heavy armor or full body armor, their combat ability would be greatly reduced. This was the violent warrior that many people liked at that time. After the Grandmaster level was the legendary weapon specialty. If one was a Sword Saint or Weapon Master, they would generally be able to master their first legendary weapon specialty at around level 15. However, the price of this specialty was that sword saints would basically be unable to wear armor in battle. Weapon masters would also not be able to train their shield blocking ability, like other warriors. Soren had the omnipotent hands specialty. Although this specialty was in a sealed state, he still had this ability. It was just that he couldn't use it. In other words, Soren should have the effects of simple weapon mastery, military weapon mastery, and exotic weapon mastery, but he couldn't actively use these abilities. Even if he couldn't actively use them, it didn't mean that these abilities didn't exist. It also didn't mean that these abilities couldn't be used as a prerequisite for mastering weapons. Therefore, when Soren held his breath and looked at the weapon specialization's advanced specialty, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He saw it. He saw the weapon specialty curved sword mastery in his own data. Although omnipotent hands was in a sealed state, it still met the prerequisite for mastering weapons. Advanced to curved sword mastery. Soren excitedly chose the curved sword mastery specialty. After that, the other weapon specializations began to disappear, and the curved sword master specialty appeared. It wasn't as troublesome to advance a specialty from a single weapon to a master-level specialty. It didn't require any other requirements. As long as he had the prerequisite weapon mastery, and weapon mastery, he could directly obtain a master-level specialty from a single weapon type. Therefore, Soren's mastery of the curved sword master specialty was even faster than the warrior's mastery of military weapon mastery. Curved sword master. You are a master of using curved swords. It is as flexible as your arms. Among 1,000 people who use curved swords in battle, your ability is at the top. You are an expert in using curved swords in battle. If you are willing, many people will be willing to take you as their master. You can even open a dojo in the city that teaches you how to use curved swords. Accuracy +3, damage +3, attack speed +1. He really obtained a master-level curved sword specialty. Soren's face revealed a hint of excitement. He slowly grasped the curved sword in his hand. He didn't expect to obtain his first master-level specialty when he was only level 6. Clang. Soren kicked a piece of wood up and instantly swung his sword. The curved sword flashed with a cold light, and its speed was even faster than before. He could even feel the blade slicing through the air. When he chopped the wood in half, he didn't waste any of his strength. The weapon was like a part of his body. He knew how to use it to its maximum potential. Clang. The wood fell to the ground. Soren instantly swung his sword twice and chopped the wood into 4 pieces. As expected, master-level specializations are extraordinary. Soren slowly sheathed his sword. Even though he only swung his sword twice in an instant, only those who had tried to wield a weapon would know how much strength, speed, and accuracy were required. Let's use a simple example. Professional boxers usually had the ability to throw 7 to 10 punches per second. The boxing king Tyson was said to be able to throw 12 punches per second. However, if the strength of his punches was guaranteed, he would only be able to throw 3 punches per second. This was without taking into account his luck. In other words, the boxing king Tyson's strength was about the same as a level 6 monk. There wasn't much of a difference in their strength, attributes, and attack speed. The only difference was that the monk's perception was higher, while the boxing king Tyson's strength was higher. Many external martial arts experts could reach this level. Using a weapon would definitely not be as fast as punching. There was a 1-point difference in attack speed between the two. If Soren switched to master-level barehanded combat, he would be able to throw 4 punches per second if his strength was guaranteed. In other words, other than the fact that his strength wasn't up to par with the boxing king Tyson's standards, he was better in all aspects. Back then, many people liked to turn historical figures into adult character cards. Of course, they would leave behind more comprehensive data about them. One of the more famous ones was Bruce Lee. In the end, his character card was equivalent to a level 7 monk, level 1 fistmaster. If the power of 1-inch punch was replaced by the ability 1-inch punch, and not taking into account the monk's energy, the attack speed and attributes of both sides were about the same. Their explosive power should be about the same as well. Bruce Lee Human Grade 2. Challenge Rating, 5. Level 7 Monk, Level 1 Fistmaster. Dangerous target. Estimated attributes. Strength 17, Dexterity 18, Constitution 16, Electric Shock. Intelligence 11, Wisdom 16, Charm 15. Special abilities. Hand-to-hand combat Grandmaster. 1-inch punch Grandmaster. Nunchaku Grandmaster. Powerful whip kick, powerful side kick, spinning kick, intuitive evasion, nimble movement. Difficulty B-. Difficulty A+ when using Nunchaku. According to the statistics, this was one of the few people who were close to grade 3. Because of the innate potential of the people on Earth, their attributes were greatly reduced. At the same time, their HP was only around 20 points. They didn't have the vitality and recovery ability of many creatures in this world. Basically, a level 5 warrior would be unparalleled among ordinary people. After all, there was only one Bruce Lee in the billions of people on Earth. The ratio of world-class boxing champions was also 1 in a billion. As for professions above grade 3, they were beyond the scope of human beings. There was no comparison between the two. When a grade 3 barbarian went berserk, his strength was simply terrifying. P.S. This chapter took almost 6 hours to edit and rewrite. I'm speechless. You guys have to make do. You should be able to understand. You're tuning in to the Lee Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.